Don't even post it. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. Where you go? Don't even post it. She got a nigga, but drop my top in the summer. No laces on these foam runners. Playing my numbers. Wavy got them things in bundles. Bodies knowing the game in trouble. No rain, no thunder. Really felt played by my uncle. I was broke and knew my time was coming. Boys know how I'm bumming. See swangers on Toyota Tundras. Got lions and tigers among us. Hope the fame and change don't take me under. Sometimes I wonder, all the acting tough, you just gon' die younger. Question everything, just how my mind functions. Twerking on my bed, let wavy slide under. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm back up in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Babe, get the bags, we packing sacks. I'm on and off like Mattress Mac. 20s, 50s, 100s, we after that. This ain't no battle rap. Asking for pictures and features. Thought you said my album whack. Can't be around leeches and preachers. Can't be who you yapping at. Let the window down, smell the aroma. Shiny in a big body, bending corners. How you gon' know who real and phony? Going extra, I really want it. Turning down my collar, had no idea. Mr. Popeye with that shit on, no diarrhea. Same ass she bought, she gon' sell it again. Before they laid on them, they was like, hell is this crib? Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm back up in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes all else fails, I'm right back in the jungle. In the jungle. Don't even post it. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. Where you go? Son. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Suda will keep him some motion. Put a play on the play on the play. Put a bay on the bay on the bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas know Suda will keep him some motion. Put a play on the play on the play. Put a bay on the bay on the bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Should be bad like in no time. Hit a C like it's go time. My bitches in the game like the old line. Hey, and when I come down, you get no shine. Scissors on the backseat like a little kid. Time been gone for a little minute. Ain't back and forth, I just post a pic with a bankroll, pounds in the mix. I can't parking like pimp. Hey, serving coffee shop him. Hey, got you walking around still. Hey, all that cash on him. Then put a bag on the cracker, but you put a bag on him. Hey, for black on black violence. Hey, let's go smash on them. I just paid my rent late on the block near Kimbe. Chopper got a little shake, hit the jerk like Benjay. Money calling me today, I'ma pick up every time. Bro just brought a whole bottle, gon' distribute airline. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wildfire on the trap, this shit like a airline. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wildfire on the trap, this shit like an airline. She got a nigga but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no shooter who keep him some motion. Put a play on the play on the play. Put a bay on the bay on the bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron. She got a nigga but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no shooter who keep him some motion. Put a play on the play on the play. Put a bay on the bay on the bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Gotta get up and get up and get up and get it. You working that job or you stuck in the trenches. Cash to be made, so who out here tripping? My cellular phone got a damn chip in it. Wake up, sign for 30 balls. Still in the trap with dirty clothes. You can be different, work my phones. You can be dead and work alone.
Yo, what's the dealio? We is live, man. I know they've been asking, yo, Super, I'm trying to get a pseudo. Hey, yo, Super, I'm trying to catch a pseudo. I got you, I got you. This is where we make it happen at. You know what I'm saying? This is where we make it happen at. So yeah, man, in the next episode of How to Catch a Pseudo, Sunday night school, it is going down. You know what I'm saying? First I gotta give props real quick. Props to my boy Silky, man. Silky got a desktop computer. Silky has a desktop computer. He has a YouTube channel. I'm gonna get him to send me the link to their YouTube channel. But my boy Silky is making progress. My boy has a YouTube channel and he has a computer. So he rocking and rolling. But in other news, my phone going off. Y'all know what time it is. Get that boy ready. Get your blunt. Get whatever you drinking. I'm over here on, you know what I'm saying, that Aquafina. Yeah, get your blunt, get everything you need. I sent the link out, the gang on the way. Yo. I'm about to text you. I'm live. I'm about to text you. I'm about to get Gullah to come up in here while we live. But Gullah pulling up. I'm about to get Gullah to come in my new spot. Hold up. But yeah, get everything you need. You know what I'm saying? Get your blunts. Get everything you need. We about to go in. Let me call Gullah back real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, all right. So yeah, man. You know it's going down, man. We do it like no other. You know what I'm saying? If you want to jump fly, you know what I'm saying, then scan that QR code right there if you want to jump fly. You want to check out my clothing brand, you know what I'm saying? I got the hottest shit on the market, if you ask me. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. If you ask me, I got the hottest shit on the market. So check that goddamn scan that QR code because we is in the year 2050. So scan that QR code, get yourself right. If you want some fly shit, you know what I'm saying? About to start this live off on the right way. Um, I'm gonna give y'all. I got three things that I could jump into. I don't like how my camera focus, nigga. Hold on, let's focus. All right. So yeah, we got three things we could jump into real quick. Um, but I'm gonna give y'all the option on how should we start off the show. You know what I'm saying? Until we get All right, man. So yeah, man. So yeah, like I was saying, man, if you want to get flopped, you know what I'm saying, scan that QR code, you know what I'm saying, for to get you some clothes to be bold for that mode. You know what I'm talking about? All right, so I just gotta let y'all know, you know what I'm saying, before the gang get up in here. I just gotta let y'all know, man. Everybody freestyle, man. Everybody freestyle. Even with your all right, hold up, big girl outside. Give me 1 second. Matter of fact, hold up, gang. hot as fuck out there and goddamn hot as fuck out here in the bitty. Alright, man. So yeah, back to what I was saying. We got a lot to discuss. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot to get into, man. I think one of the first things I want to get off my chest is that when we talk about this U.S. Iran situation, um, I'm seeing posts from credible sources basically saying that the damage that the U.S. is taking over there on the Strait of Hormuz is 9, 10 times worse than what they saying in our media. You know what I'm saying? I'm being told Trump is basically at the they trying to they trying to say Trump is sick and Trump is sick and Trump is developing illness and all these type of stuff like that. Um, but I think America just made a mistake following Israel. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? They try to make it seem like and then you see it with the stocks and the gas. You know what I'm saying? Friday Trump would be like, we came to an agreement. Monday stocks will go down. Stocks will go up. Monday, it'll be like Trump would be like, we didn't come to agreement. Stocks will go down. You know what I'm saying? So we seeing the issues. We seeing the rug pulls, as you may call it, and all this going on. So yeah, man, the best thing for us to do as black people, stay out them goddamn people way. You know what I'm saying? We having our heaven on earth. We handling business. You know what I'm saying? Do our own goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? And just let them do what, you know what I'm saying? Let them do what they gotta do. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing to do with us. You got white people problems and you got black people problems. You know what I'm saying? Or y'all wanna say for the other races, minority problem. We don't them ain't our problem. The war with Iran is not our problem. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they got going on, it's not our problem. You know what I'm saying? If you choose to let your kid go fight in the army, let it be for beneficial reasons. When they come home, they gonna get a truck. When they come after they do certain amount of years, they gonna get a house guaranteed. Let it be beneficial. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Like Aunt Juju. You know what I'm saying? You running the dime there with the African bride. You know what I'm saying? Or the African husband. I ain't got no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Just be clear with it. You know what I'm saying? Be real clear that you found a scamming loophole and we taking advantage with a helmet on. Let's just be clear. But yeah, in other news, man, life is short, man. Life is short. So I need y'all to pick your people that you want close to you wisely. Understand there's certain people that you can't fuck with 24/7. There's certain people that you could only fuck with on the weekends. There's certain people that you could only fuck with at work. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know that limitation. Can't nobody else tell you that you can't be mixing business and pleasure and nah. You light up a blunt with your coworkers, they looking at you crazy. You know what I'm saying? Nah, you can't be mixing business with pleasure. That's your fault. When I see artists getting into these contracts, when I see artists getting into these contracts and crying, oh, let me out my contract. Let me out of my deal. Brother, this motherfucker came to change your life. That is your fault. You gotta honor you. Nobody told you to sign. Nobody told you to sign. You decided to sign. So honor your goddamn contract. All right, we got peace to you, brother. Omar Jawe. Oh, it say you gotta hook your mic up. So yeah, you gotta hook your mic up, gang. Shout out my boy Gullah, man. Shout out Big Gullah. Hey, come back in, refresh your screen on Mirror Ajay. It say you gotta hook your mic up. So refresh the screen, gang. Just come back and refresh the screen. Alright, let me but yeah, man, so that's just, you know what I'm saying, keeping that shit all the way 1,000, you know what I'm saying? We gotta understand that everything is not 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like like how I was just distinguishing how you gotta limit yourself, you know what I'm saying, with certain scenarios. That's just how it is. Everything is not 100%. You're not eating McDonald's 5 times a day, 7 days a week. You know what I'm saying? You limiting. You know what I'm saying? It's what's that word I'm looking for, chat? What's that word? What's that word I'm looking for, chat? A1 salute already, my boy Big Gullah. Yeah, what's that word I'm looking for, chat? Where you moderation, the intended moderation. You gotta, you know what I'm saying, do some shit in moderation. You know what I'm saying? We like going to the some brothers wouldn't mind working at the strip club every night or going to the strip club every night. But some people, you know what I'm saying, we like going to the strip club, but we also like, you know what I'm saying, regular clubs and bars and pool halls and sea moss and mothballs. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, you know what I'm saying, one of those things, you know what I'm saying, well, we just gotta limit ourselves and understand what the hell going on in this life about. When I say everybody freestyling, I'm not saying that to say everybody making shit up. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying there's a limitation to your understanding. So we all out here freestyling. When you ride around and you see the highways and the byways, the highways and the byways and the building structures, you know what I'm saying? This hundreds of years of putting that work in. You know what I'm saying? This hundreds of years of putting that motherfucking work in. You know what I'm saying? When you see, you know what I'm saying, nigga go live, when you see somebody like when you see somebody go live and you see the view count, it's years of putting that work in. I still be having shit come across my algorithm, 20 views 2 days ago, 40 views from a day ago. You gotta put that motherfucking work in. Put that goddamn work in, you gonna get there. Put that goddamn work in, you gonna get there. You stay focused, you put that goddamn work in, build your brand, build your goddamn audience, build your goddamn goals, and you gonna get there. So shout out to Uncle Said doing his goddamn thing too. I see Uncle Said doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Uh, Uncle Hercules, you ain't doing nothing but growing gray hair, trying to get them people to understand what you talking about. Once you said there's power in sacrificing blood, once you said that, Uncle Hercules, you just wasting, you just gaining gray hairs for free, going on that goddamn panel and playing with them people. You know what I'm saying? Uncle Gutter, trial and error, trial and error. Hey, go subscribe to the Book of Al Jahid's podcast too. Y'all gotta subscribe to the Book of Al Jahid's podcast. That's Uncle Gutter right there. And look, let me say this for the let me say this for my snow bunny, my snow bunny, my snow bunny chasers out there. You have brothers that believe me getting with a white girl is paying homage to my ancestors. Me getting with a white girl is I'm paying homage to Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. I had a dream. Me getting with this white girl and doing her how I want to do it is me, you know what I'm saying, one up and standing on the shoulders of my ancestors. Now look here. That's cool. That's cool and all. but you can't put no seed in.
Come on, gang. Come on, Craig. Get up, Craig.
You know what I'm saying? So it's cool to it's cool to play this little fantasy game. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to play this little fantasy game, but you gotta understand, you know what I'm saying? Once you start laying your seed, hey man, say man, sometimes that might be all you got. You know what I'm saying? You might lay this seed right here and then go to jail for 20 years, you know what I'm saying, and lose out on that goddamn position. And lose out on that goddamn situation and initiation of understanding information. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Just understand that you only live once. You know what I'm saying? I was talking to this lady, man, she had to be about 60, 70 something. She had to be about 60, 70 something, man. Her teeth was beautiful. I say her teeth was beautiful. I was like, God damn, I like your shit. She like, I like your shit. I like your shit too. God damn, she's about 60, 70 years old. She running down through there. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I ain't even gonna lie. Hey, everybody is in the recession. Everybody in the recession right now. Everybody feeling it right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody going to the gas tank. God damn, $8 is 2 gallons? That mean gas $4 a gallon. That mean gas is $4 a gallon, gang. That mean gas is $4 a gallon. So everybody feeling affected. You know what I'm saying? Everybody say I miss Angel with his yelling at. Uncle Angel is in the chat. But he just watching. He waiting for somebody to say something about Yahweh law, statutes, and commandments, and scriptures and text. And then that's when Uncle Angel go attack. See, Uncle Angel just listening right now. You know what I'm saying? SupaWavvy spilling. But nah, yeah. So you know what I'm saying? Don't be too hard on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Understand that nobody got the perfect answers. Nobody got the um the uh the right formula or the right route, right roadmap. You know what I'm saying? Everybody out here trying. And you know what I'm saying? Just look at it like, even if somebody you would say is more successful than you know what I'm saying? What are the cons of that success? You know what I'm saying? So don't try to put yourself in nobody's shoes. Understand that you got your shoes for a motherfucking reason. You know what I'm saying? You got these shoes, you tie them up this way. Some people tie their goddamn shoes all the way up to the top. You know what I'm saying? Some people tie their goddamn shoes all the way up to the top. And some people, you know what I'm saying, start at the first hole. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, give it some slack. You know what I'm saying? I be seeing niggas still to this day with they Richard Jordans tied all the way up to the top. I be like, yeah, you just dry got some Jordans on, huh? You know what I'm saying? But nah, for real though, man. So we gotta be slow to judge, and with the dating pool, you know what I'm saying? Even with the dating pool, you know what I'm saying? We gotta be more understanding than ever right now. I ain't saying lower in your standards. I'm not saying lower in your standards. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like you don't want a female with no kids, you know what I'm saying? That's what you want. You know what I'm saying? And you gonna get what you please. But more so, just be understanding of the times we in right now. If she tell you she ain't got a car, don't put in your mind, well, goddamn, you this old and you ain't never had a car. Nah, we in a recession right now, Jack. We is in a recession right now, Jack. You know what I'm saying? So if she tell you, oh, I'm staying with my sister right now, I'm gonna get my own spot next month. Hey, understand, Jack, we is in a recession right now, Jack. He's in a recession right now, Jack. So just be mindful, you know what I'm saying, to your dating partner, to your friends, you know what I'm saying, your homie asked to borrow $100 on the lights, you know what I'm saying, you got it, but it might hurt your bankroll. Hey man, say man, it's gonna come back to you tenfold, you know what I'm saying, you stay down. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, just let's stay focused, you know what I'm saying? Let's stay the fuck focused. You know what I'm saying? All right, so the first person I'm gonna give a phone call to, let me cut my light on.
Yo.
Alright, it's a bet, boss. Hey, yeah, just tell him come back, cause I told him what to do with his mic, but he had to refresh his screen in order to fix his mic. Alright, boss. Yep. Alright, man. So yeah, man, that's how we coming. You know what I'm saying? Let's stay focused, understand the times that we in, and we go sustain and get past this shit. You know what I'm saying? Whether we going 100 miles an hour or 70 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get to that finish line. How about that? All right, man. So I gotta call one of the elders, gang. I've been getting. Matter of fact, hold up. Shit. Should I call? All right. Watch this. Shit. Man, I took Facebook Messenger off this phone. All right. Let's do it on this phone. All right. So let's get. We gotta. I've been getting a lot of phone calls, y'all. So bear with me. I gotta set up this debate. We got a potential heavyweight debate going on right now. That is in the making. Um, I think it's gonna be one for the books. I think it's gonna be one for the books. I just gotta get both of these guys. I just gotta get both of their timelines. I gotta get both of their timelines at 100%, and it's a go. I promise it's a go. Once I get both of their timelines squared away, it's a go. Vote what's goody. Vote what's goody. Yeah, once I get both of their timelines squared away, it is a go. All right, let me I gotta call this shit crazy. Why did I take Messenger off this phone? Hold up. Let me add Facebook Messenger back to this phone. How y'all feel about the gas prices? Y'all think the gas prices is not affecting you? Is you niggas out there recession proof? How y'all feel about the gas prices and the recession that we in right now? How y'all feel about that? Put that in the chat. That's what we want to know. Is the gas price affecting your Mercedes Benz? Is the gas prices affecting your Honda Civic? What's on the card? Hey, Bota, I got the Muslims pulling up in about 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? SupaWavvy is playing the host. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just popping my shit. You know what I'm saying? Popping some real shit with the people before it get crazy up in here. You know what I'm saying? I need to call a couple of the elders on live. That's what we about to do right now. Shout out my boy Bota. Alright, we back rocking. Alright, so check this out. We about to call one of the elders. Uncle Chip overseas. Sound like Uncle Chip is overseas. Sound like Uncle Chip is overseas. All right. You call gang. What's up, big dog?
What up, Wavy?
Hey, goddamn, man, I ain't seen you in a minute. You forgot about me?
Nah, I ain't forget about you, bro.
What's up? When the last you ain't come on a panel, bro, in all year?
You said what?
You ain't come on a panel this year.
Yeah, I ain't realized that.
Come on, gang. You can't be sleeping on your atheist, bro. We don't deserve no love either.
Yeah, I do.
All right, so look, so check me out. Would you date a girl that got hair on her arms and legs?
Would I?
Yeah.
Ooh. Why? What makes you ask me that?
I'm just asking.
I mean, it depends on the situation. Like, is it because that's how she was born? No.
Oh, you accept it?
I mean, wait. I know where you're going with this. You're trying to say something about like the Neanderthals, right?
Nah, bro. Hell nah, bro. It's some females in Brazil. They got like blonde fur on their hair and their arms. I was basically just asking, do you like that type of shit? You know what I'm saying?
Hell, I mean, do you?
Hell yeah.
Shit, I mean.
All right, fuck it. You go get to the next question. Next question. All right. So let's say you in the car, right? But you riding with your homeboys. Y'all on the way to a party. That's Muhammad or Dawood? Dawood? That's you, Dawood?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, bet. All right, nigga, your homeboy right there. All right, so Eli, you in the car with your homies. You in the back seat. Y'all on the way to a party. It's 4 of y'all. Y'all get pulled over. There's 2 guns in the car. Your 2 homies in the front seat had a gun. You in the back seat. You the last nigga that got picked up. Y'all get pulled over. Nobody is claiming. Nobody's saying none of the guns for them. They stay first. This they first time seeing the goddamn guns. Eli, the police say, "All right, Eli, we're gonna take you to jail. You're getting 2 gun charges." Would you go down and fight those 2 gun charges, or would you tell the police your 2 friends in the front had the guns?
I'm gonna fight that shit.
Come on, man. You Howard Shashi Yak.
Come on, man.
Hold on, I'm gonna come back when more people. Who's coming today on the panel?
We waiting on Dwayne and I told Jesse to send the link to Jesus Lover, but it's gonna be a full house in a minute.
Oh, for real? Oh, wow. Okay. Got brother Dwayne.
I'm about to get to y'all in a second. Hey, Eli, you might want to click the link, gang. It's about to go down.
Who's debating?
Ain't nobody debating. We got an open Sunday school, brother.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to send you the link right now. All right.
I'm gonna head to McDonald's in a little bit, then I'm gonna join.
Come on, bro. You're a Hebrew Israelite. You can't be eating McDonald's.
Bro.
Hebrew Israelites can't eat McDonald's, right?
I mean, that's what they say.
Nah, I'm fucking with you, man. I'm fucking with you. All right, that's a bet. I'm about to send you the link. All right, boss. All right, so we got the Muslim brothers in the building. Uncle Hercules, a Bibi Toomey, Uncle Hercules. All right, so Dawood, how you doing? And welcome your brother, man. What's your brother's name?
What's going on? How's everybody? I'm just chilling at work, and my friend is he just wants to listen in on the panel.
I can talk for a bit too. I don't know if I'm gonna be needed.
Understood. What's your name, brother?
My name's Amr. It's like hammer but without the H.
Okay, we got Hammer and Dawood in the building, man. We about to have a Muslim takeover because I see Jesse is on the way, and I see Jesus Lover sent the link to Jesse. So it's about to get a little turned up in here. But Hammer, man, are you used to going back and forth with Christians and Old Testament onlys?
Old Testament onlys. I don't think I've ever spoke to anyone directly, but I've spoken with a lot of Christians. They were very good conversations for the most part.
Have it ever gotten ugly? Have you ever got name called?
I don't think I've ever gotten name called, but there was one time where somebody thought we were about to get into a fight, even though it was just a regular heated, not really heated, but it was just like a passionate conversation. And they were about to report us to the campus cops. So we were like, whoa, it was just a civil conversation. It wasn't going to get anywhere. So I thought that was funny.
Let me ask you this. I see Jesse got a nice squad around him. You know what I'm saying? And Dawood, you an extension of Jesse, so anybody you bring is an extension of that. Are you, Amr, are you a Muslim that pray 5 times a day?
Oh, yeah. I pray 5 times a day.
And you speak Arabic?
I'm getting better at it.
Understood. What is your religion? What is my bad. What is your ethnicity?
I'm Syrian.
Say it again.
Syrian.
Okay, understood. All right, we got Jesus Lover in the building. Jesus Lover, how we doing, man?
Chilling, man, chilling.
All
What's
right,
going on? What's going on, Jesus Lover? How's everything?
All good. Praise to Jesus Christ, obviously. All good, my guys.
really?
Yeah, Jesse is Jesse's another Muslim friend of ours. He's actually the one who invited me on this panel a long time ago. Yep.
All right, so Amr, would you say that Jesus Christ is the Messiah?
Well, by definition, when you say Christ, you're saying He's Messiah. So the two words are synonymous.
So what do you think Christians get wrong turning him into God? What did they get wrong?
My concern is not them getting something like, what do you mean by wrong, I guess?
Like y'all would say Jesus was a prophet. You just said he's a Messiah. Christians say that Jesus is God, or you would call Allah. So what do you think? What do you think they getting wrong about calling Jesus God?
I suppose my main, because it depends on how you call him God exactly, because there's a lot of different Trinitarian models, and even among units there's different ways to conceive of Jesus.
You want me to ask you another question?
I think his internet is tripping.
It might have got broken out. All right, Jesus Lover, man. I see it in your eyes. I see the blood in your eyes. We got Dawood here. Dawood waiting on you. You say,
sorry. Lost connection.
You good, boss?
Do I continue? Or?
So you think Christians are doing the right thing by saying that Jesus is God?
No. It just depends on what's meant by God, and what's meant by is and what's meant by Jesus. I guess all these three things. But my main problem with modern Trinity and not modern, but the main ways Christians conceive of the Trinity is that it's an inarticulate statement in the sense that it doesn't actually derive any meaning that is comprehensible, which is, what the issues like the logical problem the Trinity demonstrate, is that there's not really a way that you can understand the Trinity in a way that's useful or beneficial. And so you end up having with a belief that you don't actually know what it is in essence. And so you don't know what you end up believing, right? It's a bit of it feels like a nothing burger, I guess.
A nothing burger.
Hold on, Sean. I gotta say something. To me, that is the most hilarious thing a Muslim can say. You're gonna say that's a nothing burger to believe in a Trinity, but yet you believe in a man who does not even tell you. First of all, you don't even know the name of your God. In the Quran, Allah doesn't have he doesn't give you a name. He's a being. He's a supposed infinite being. But Muhammad claims in many hadiths and many surahs that he serves the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Well, I have a problem with that. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob has a name, and he has had a name for generations. Your prophet claims he served the same God, and he changed his name to Allah. Please now show me let's go the logical route. And in the logical route, show me where in the Old Testament, which is the Torah or the Tanakh, or go to commentaries about the deity of the Abrahamic religion not having a name. Please show it to me. Because your prophet hold on, brother. Your prophet made up a God that does not exist. So he's claiming he serves the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Prove it to me that he's serving the same God. Because Allah it's not a name. It's just Allah is just in Arabic just God. So there are many gods. So do you know the name of the God you supposedly worship?
Hey, Assalamu alaikum. My brother's here. What's going on?
Well, for that, you don't have to go to the Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible.
Oh, Amr, how you doing, brother? Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How you doing?
Good, good.
Muhammad,
I didn't expect to see you.
What's up, man?
Oh, y'all know each other.
That's a bad answer, brother. I asked a simple question. I know Sean heard the question. My question is simple. Your prophet, who's supposed to be final seal, he posted the inquiry. No one else did. He did. He claimed he serves the God of Abraham, Isaac, Moses. He's claiming these things. My question is, this God he's claiming to know has a name. We can go back to writings 2,000 years ago. Even with the writings of the Egyptians at that time, they wrote about a God that they knew him by name. But your prophet is claiming he knows a God. What is the name of this God he knows? Allah is a generic name.
Why do you say it's generic? I mean, linguistically, it's a proper noun.
Brother, no, it's not. I asked you a simple question. What is his name? In the Arabic, Allah is, bro, it's yes or no. In Arabic, what does Allah mean? Is it a name of a person? No? Brother, it's a simple question.
You said what?
Because you're running around in circles. You know what I'm saying? I've asked you 5 questions now. You ran around in circle.
Yeah,
what is the name of your God?
Bro, Jesus Lord is so pressed.
All right, I got you. Let me ask you a simple question. Go back to my first question. What is the name of your God?
Allah.
According to, okay, cool. In your surah, didn't Muhammad claim that he serves the God of Abraham, Isaac, Moses, or the prophets? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so prove that he's serving that God, because obviously if he serves the same God, why does the same God 2,000 years ago change his name to Allah?
Because it's a different language.
That makes no sense, brother. That means
let me say something. Jesus spoke Aramaic, and in Aramaic, God is Allah.
Hold on.
So if you take out the last letter, it's literally the same name.
Muhammad, hold on. I was talking to the other brother. Hold on. You get your belt too. Hold on. It doesn't make any sense.
You're belting yourself, bro.
Hold on, brother. Because in the Arabic, you know what's funny? In the Arabic, if you want to call somebody by a name, like for example, Yahweh, right? I can go and find a name that equals to Yahweh in the Arabic. It might not sound the exact same, but you can find it. The same way the same way the Muslims call Jesus the Messiah or the Mashiach. Guess what? The Mashiach is in Aramaic, Mashiach. In the Hebrew is Messiah. In Arabic, they also call him the Messiah. There's also a word to call him Messiah in Arabic as well. So when a Muslim says, "Oh no, it's because of a different language," that doesn't make any sense, brother. Because you can still have even if it's a different language, you can still have a name that translates to the name the Jews called him or the people of that time called him. It was just not Allah. It wasn't. So that's my question. That y'all are running around in circles and acting like you don't know what I'm talking about. It has nothing to do with a different language. Just like for example, with your Arabic, you can call, for example, Muhammad's name is Muhammad, but in Arabic it can be called something else. Or for example, Dawood's name can be whatever in Arabic, but you can translate to the English and it's a different name, but it's still the same name.
Were you
You're
guys able to
arguing
hear
with
me?
translations, just like the Hebrew Israelites do.
Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
we can hear you.
So
You're picking up the same
okay,
argument
I
as the
was just
Hebrew
wanted to say
Israelites,
that.
saying that Yahweh is God.
Wait,
I'm
You
not
know what I'm
picking up
saying?
the same argument. I'm not picking
Yeah.
up the same argument because,
there are.
like I said, brother, you made the claim. Your prophet made the claim, not
So
me.
Yeah.
yeah,
Jesus
I
Jesus
just want
called God
to add.
Allah.
Yeah.
Jesus called God Allah. You take the A out, it becomes
Okay.
Allah.
Guess
May
what?
I
Guess
say
what though?
something?
And Jesus, hold on, Muhammad. Jesus also called God Hashem. He also called
Yeah,
God
but he also
Yahweh.
called Allah. Allah is the same. Because it's
Allah, brother,
Aramaic and this is
Muhammad,
Arabic. That's why it's different naming, but the
got
entity
you,
is the same.
Muhammad, I got you. What does Allah mean?
Allah means God.
Perfect. That was not the name, because guess what? In the book of Matthew, Jesus called God Yahweh, which
But he
Yahweh
referred
is
to
actually
God as
translated.
Allah,
Brother, Allah is just saying
to
God.
the Father.
No Jew, brother, no Jew. That Allah doesn't mean Father. Stop it.
The
Allah
Father.
doesn't
I'm
mean
not saying
Father.
Father. I'm
I
saying
see what
the
you
Father.
mean.
How you guys call the Father God? I'm saying back in the day, they used to call Allah the Father. The Father is
No,
Allah.
brother. No, that's
No,
not true, brother.
I get his point.
That's not true, brother. Jesus called God Abba, Father. Do you know what Abba means in Aramaic?
Abba means father in Arabic too.
Brother, Abba, Father in Aramaic, it translates to the same thing Moses used as well in the Old Testament. They called God Abba, Father, which means he's a literal father. The same thing is written in the Torah. When the Jews were in Egypt, they believed God is a literal father. Moses said this as well in Arabic. I mean, in the Aramaic. So Abba, Father, it means one who's close as a father. That's what that word means. So when you say Ilaha just means God, bro. Ilaha doesn't mean a person, like an actual name.
Yeah,
That's not
I
the
see.
same thing.
So you want a personal name?
I'm not talking about from your 99 names because there's nowhere to be found in the Torah.
No, I
99
never said
attributes nowhere
anything
to be
about
found in the Torah.
The 99
Brother,
names are
strong
attributes.
what
They're
is the
not
name of
just
your
names.
what is the
Yeah.
name of the God you worship?
Yeah. So there is I would like. Yeah. So I would like to propose. There is a theory in Surah Al-Ikhlas 114. Sorry, not 114, 112, I believe. Where it says "Qul huwa Allahu ahad." The word "huwa" can be both understood as a pronoun and as a proper name as well, in the sense of a personal name, in the same way as Yahweh can be understood. In fact, in the Hebrew, Yahweh is the letters of the Hebrew is you have the Vav, and then what was it? Ya, and then you have the Yad, and then the Vav, and then oh man, it's been a while. But it's you can find the correspondence to the Hebrew name of Yahweh to the Arabic Huwa.
I got
And so
you.
you could argue that that's a name of God.
I
That's
got you. But you know where it still hurts the Muslim. Your prophet never said that. This is my problem.
That's in the
Your
Quran.
prophet. Hold on, brother. I got you. But where does Muhammad say that? Muhammad never. There is no surah or a hadith or tasfir that your prophet, mind you, who is the final seal. Keyword. He never exclaimed God as having a secondary name in Arabic that translates Yahweh.
But if
you can find a Quran verse that says that, then show it to me.
If he spoke Hebrew, then he would have, but he spoke Arabic.
Muhammad, that's a bad argument.
The
Quran, what do you mean?
So that's
Muhammad, you know why that's a bad argument? Because they are people who live in the Middle East who are Christians who read from the Arabic Bible, and names in the Arabic Bible are translated in Arabic, but it's the same
then you're
name.
not Christian,
So that's
because
what I'm saying, it's a bad argument.
Jesus used to say Abba, and you said God, so you can't be Christian then. That's the same argument.
Brother.
No. He's arguing on a
No.
different line.
No. That's not the argument. That was not the argument, Mohammed. That's what I'm saying. You got to let me finish with the other brother because you're gonna be lost, bro. What were you saying, Amir?
So, my argument was that you could say Huwa was his personal name, and that very name was recited. It's in the Quran, which means it was recited by the Prophet himself.
Brother, are you talking about the attributes of Allah? Because the Prophet never says. Okay, but the Prophet in no surah, brother, in no surah does the Prophet ever exclaim the name of your God apart from Allah.
I just mentioned it.
He just explained to you from the Quran, Jesus lover.
Marcus,
I just said the surah.
What's goody, Marcus? We got a black Muslim in the building. Assalamu alaikum to your Akis.
That's cool. So in your Quran, what you're saying is, I'm going in regards to your specific your seal. So you're saying Muhammad, the final seal himself, exclaimed a different name. You're talking about he said something in the Quran. Okay, people say stuff in the Bible all the time, but they never accredit to the name of their God technically. But I'm talking about in your Quran. Does it that when Muhammad was teaching or talking about Allah, does he say Allah's name is this or something apart from Allah in your Quran? Because maybe I read the wrong thing. I don't know.
I just gained back connection. I don't know what was said.
He's saying does Allah refer to himself as another name in the Quran?
Yeah, he refers to himself as Huwa, which is not an attribute. Yeah, it's not an attribute.
But
it's a personal name.
What does
like Yahweh?
What does Huwa mean then?
You should know. Don't you speak Arabic? You said you learned Arabic when you were growing up.
Hold on, Dawood. I'm going somewhere. Dawood, hold on, brother. You know I'm a sniper, bro. Stop. I'm special ops. I want to do it. I'm asking a simple question.
Brother.
What does Huwa mean,
bro?
Come on.
You're shooting lasers at the mirror, bro.
Got you. I got you. What does Huwa mean?
In normal Arabic, it means he.
It means what?
In the lexical usage, it means he.
Got you. Who is he then?
He. It's in the same way when Moses asked.
He who?
Yeah, so it's when Moses asked God in the burning bush, what did God say as his name?
Oh, brother, you're about to get crucified. Got you. Let me teach you Arabic. Let me teach you Arabic and let me teach you the Aramaic. Astaghfirullah, brother.
You mean Hebrew?
Got you. In the burning bush, when Moses encountered the angel of the Lord, he says, I am that I am. Do you know what? Do you understand the meaning of the word I am that I am? It was an Aramaic word that means it's talking about God, right? Saying God is he that is being God is one.
Exodus is in Hebrew, not Aramaic.
Brother, oh Lord, my God, have mercy. When the angel encountered Moses, what language were they speaking? Were they speaking Hebrew?
Yeah, it was written in Hebrew. What language?
You have no clue what you're talking about. I asked you a simple question. When Moses encountered the burning bush, what language were they speaking? Were they speaking Aramaic? Were they speaking Hebrew? You're talking about it's written in Hebrew. That has nothing to do with my question. What language were they speaking?
Well, Aramaic is a later language, so it would have to be. I mean, from a historical point of view, we can't answer for sure.
All right, brother. I'm not trying not to get a migraine today because obviously you're.
From a historical point of view, we can't answer for sure. Hey, that was a cut.
So we move on. We move on to the next thing then. So what's your next argument? Because
I never made any argument really. All I said was the Trinity.
No, brother, you didn't make an argument.
And then you went
to
some other.
You didn't make an argument, but you came on here and you tried to defame my religion by saying it's not a logical thing to believe in a Trinity, right? And I can say the same thing. It's not a logical thing to believe in the writings of your prophet Muhammad in a tasfir in the hadith. He says, don't sit in the toilet too long because jinns are in the restroom or the devil lives in your nose. This is ridiculous things that Muslims believe, and you're gonna tell me it's more ridiculous to believe.
Which Muslims are you talking about?
Can you quote the hadith? What are you talking about?
I was talking to SupaWavvy. I wasn't telling you.
Hold on, guys. Brother,
you said don't sit on the toilet too long or what?
Muslims believe, and I don't know why they're playing semantics. Muslims believe jinns are in the bathroom. They literally believe that.
See,
Am I
when
wrong? Or am I
he
right?
says we're playing semantics, is because he's too dumb to understand the
Muhammad
translation.
is a yes or no. Muhammad is a yes or no.
No, I'm not going to
Don't you
answer
believe that
your.
jinns are in
I'm
the
not going to
bathroom?
answer your ignorant question, bro. Your question's very ignorant.
Oh, Sean,
The
Sean,
hadith
Sean,
is supposed to be
Sean,
translated, not supposed to
Sean.
be
Do
taken
you,
literally.
Sean, you know the funny thing, Sean? Go on your laptop and look it up, because I'm making stuff up, right? Look it up, brother. They believe this. This is a literal belief. Every
Hey,
Muslim
you
believes this. They believe jinns are in the bathroom.
hold up.
The
Jesus
prophet
lover.
said to not spend too
Jesus
much time
lover.
in the.
Hey, Jesus lover, you talking too fast. You said they believe what is in my restroom?
Jinns, demons, basically. They believe demons are in the bathroom. This is why Muslims sometimes they don't want to spend too much time in the bathroom, because they literally believe, because Muhammad said in the hadith that demons live in your bathroom. This is fact.
I mean, I don't think I ever left the bathroom too early. You know,
brother, I ask you a question. Isn't it it's in your book, bro? It's
in the religion.
The
It
Muhammad
is,
said it
yeah.
himself.
I'll explain it
Let's
to you.
stop
I'll
you.
explain it to you. In our religion, it's not recommended to spend too much time in the bathroom because it's an unclean place.
Oh, I was about
and
to guys.
you're not supposed to spend too much. Yeah, I mean that's the whole wisdom behind the hadith, is that don't spend too much time in the bathroom
Muhammad,
because it's not a
you
clean
said I
place
was
to
making
spend time.
stuff up. How was I making stuff up?
Because you want me to answer with a yes or no question when you're not letting me explain. So I'm not gonna
Muhammad,
entertain your ignorance.
that wasn't my question, brother. I asked the question. Isn't it something that's written? You make it sound like I'm just throwing stuff out the air. Isn't it written in your hadith about this? That's my question.
Yeah, and you need to unpack the hadith. You can't take it to the face value. You have to unpack the hadith of what's actually talking about.
Brother, so what is it talking about then? Since we have to unpack the hadith, please.
I literally told you. I literally do not spend time in unclean places, for it's not good for you. And scientifically, that's true as well. If you look at science, they will discourage you to spend too much time in the bathroom because it's not a clean place to be in.
Got you. But what does that do with jinns?
Jinns are in a place where there's filth.
You just
jinns
said
are attracted to places where there's filth. So
Got
if you, yeah.
You just said science. What science evidence can you prove that if I sit in the bathroom for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, scrolling on my phone, a jinn is gonna come out my bathroom sewer
See,
pipe?
this is how you're taking it.
Yeah, no, I agree
that's how
with
you're
both.
supposed to.
It's for blood clot, so especially the seating position. So actually, you're
for
supposed
what?
to technically
for blood
sit.
clot?
Yeah, because you're supposed to.
For blood
the way
clot?
No. Hold on. That's he's saying literally by sitting. That's too. But if you spend too much time, you're going to be inhaling sewer gases. Science already explained to us that our toilet does not block sewer gases coming out of it. So that's why they say keep your flush lid down. So because of that, if you spend too much time in the bathroom, you're inhaling sewer gases. And you can't do nothing.
I don't know. I don't think I've
Hey,
ever.
my bad, SupaWavvy. I was trying to speak back to you, but my internet was tripping. Salam alaikum, brother. My bad.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
I don't think I ever I inhaled sewer gases, and I've been in the bathroom
you do.
for a
Check
very long
it up.
period.
Mythbusters did a experiment a long time ago, and they found out there's fecal matter on your toothbrush because the sewage gas from the toilet leaks out.
Yeah,
I don't think that has nothing to do with being there too long. Right. So I
nothing to do with the
bathrooms weren't a thing back then. I want to be clear about that. You didn't go to which is also kind of I'm not quite sure about the hadith, but because bathrooms were not a thing during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, not in 7th century Arabia.
Brother, they kind of
did it outside in nature.
Yes, but they went. But brother, in the hadith, it literally if I go and get it in English, it translates to bathroom. Literally, that's literally. And even the hadith. Hold on, the hadith literally says, like Muhammad just said, don't be in an unclean place. So it doesn't have to even be a bathroom, but the English translates to bathroom. It could be anywhere, bro. You could be in a landfill where there's trash everywhere. You can't be there too long because you can get a jinn there. You could be freaking, I don't know. You could be walking past a sewage pipe or something. You can't be there too long because it's technically unclean. So the word
hold up. That was just one of your side points. You was going somewhere else, but you said you was. Hold up, real quick, Amber. Let me see. Let me see if he got something for Dawood or Muhammad. Got something for Dawood or Muhammad?
I mean, I was only coming for the brother because he used the Trinity. It's not logical, whatever. But whoever want to jump in, we can move on. And bro, I got whips for days, Sean. You know how I do.
I mean, you can say anything you want, really.
Hey, Marcus.
Jesus Lover, have you read the
Yo. What up?
My bad. Go ahead, Dawood.
So Jesus Lover, have you ever read the logical problem of the Trinity?
Brother, tell me the logical problem of the Trinity, and I can tell you the logical problem of your Quran.
How do the two relate to each other?
Okay. I mean, scientists couldn't prove the logical problem, but today Jesus Lover is going to prove a logical problem with the Quran. That's amazing to watch.
Brother, what's hold on, Mohammed? What scientist? Are you talking about a Muslim scientist? Because there are many scriptures.
Non-Muslim scientists converted to Islam after
brother.
studying
There are
Quran.
There are many surahs that are preposterous. That is just doesn't make any sense. And even science that, like I just said, I just brought up
It doesn't make sense to you. It doesn't mean it doesn't make sense at all.
Brother, stop with the toilet situation. That you said science. How the hell does science prove jinns? Jinns are supernatural.
I didn't say that.
How can you say science?
I think your IQ is not that high. I didn't really say science proves jinns. I said science said that the bathroom is not a clean place. And spiritually, I said...
Sean, I'm not gonna engage with a guy who just tries to go take personal shots. This is why I only talk to Dawood.
I explained it to you so clearly. How you make the words in my mouth?
This goofy down here just takes personal shots.
Hold up, Jesus Lover. Hold up. All right, so
goofy, bro.
A question was asked. What did y'all say? Have you ever read the what?
The logical fallacy in the Trinity.
All right, Jesus Lover. Can we just get a yes or no, please?
It's the LPT, logical problem.
I never read any stuff that Muslims subscribe to. That's blasphemous to me. So
I don't think Muslims were the ones who...
We're trying to have a conversation with you, man.
No, I'll talk to Dawood. Yeah.
Hold up, Jesus Lover. Hold up. Go ahead, Dawood. He answered your question.
Okay, so here's what the logical problem of the Trinity is. Let me summarize it for you. So basically, the LPT asserts that the standard Trinitarian doctrine contains a formal logical contradiction. The argument posits that the following propositions cannot all be simultaneously true without violating the law of non-contradiction. Something cannot both be A and not A in the same respect, and also the laws of transitivity. So, let me explain. You believe there's one God, correct?
Yep.
You believe the Father is God, correct?
Yep.
You believe the Son is God, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And you believe the Holy Spirit is God?
Brother, yes. The Trinity.
So, but you also acknowledge that they are distinct from each other.
What do you mean distinct? I don't believe they're distinct. I believe they're one in essence. But there's three. I don't believe they're... Are you talking like separate beings? I don't believe they're separate in the sense like there's like three separate different beings. I don't believe that. I believe they're one in essence.
You're a modalist?
Wait,
but they gotta be separate. They gotta be separate because the Father is not the Son. The Son is not the Father. The Holy Ghost ain't the Son or the Father. The Father begets. The Son does not beget. They're not the same person. They're not the same. They're distinct from one another. So we have to count them as three.
No, but Marcus, you're theologically wrong. How can you prove that the Father only begets and the Son does not beget? How can you prove that?
No, so
I'm not.
That's a theological error.
Speaking theologically, I'm speaking logically.
How is that logically? You just said the Father
because
can beget.
The reason why it's logically,
the Father can be God,
I'm telling you,
the Son cannot be God.
That's not logical.
How? Prove it, brother.
Because I'm trying to tell you, you got to be quiet so I can tell you. It's not logical because these three beings or these three persons are distinct from one another. So logically, because there is a distinction, you have to count them as three.
No, but he doesn't acknowledge a distinction. So he's not counting them as three. So would you say?
I think, bro. I think he's frozen. So
Would you say?
It's the word Trinity.
Oh,
all right. I don't know.
would you
Bro
say
dropped off. So
that the way, like, would you explain the Trinity in a similar way to us to like the how water can be gas, liquid, and frozen? Is that kind of your understanding of the Trinity?
I guess I feel that's even a weak argument. This is the way he just has a human body, a human being. Even in Islam, they teach this. Muslims believe that we have a soul, we have a spirit, we have a body. The same way this is how I see it. I believe the Trinity is just how human beings, the formulation of a human being. Every human being has a spirit. Every human has a soul. Every human has a physical body. Now, can I say because you have a spirit, Amir, you're separate from your body? Can I say that?
Hey, SupaWavvy.
Wait.
Can I say something to the host real quick?
But because it doesn't make sense. How if I say because I'm a human being and I believe I have a spirit, does that make me separate from my spirit? My spirit is a whole different being from me.
But so no, so you did an equivocation.
Hey Marcus, you click the link from YouTube or you click the link from text message?
The text message.
All right. What you about to say, boss?
I was gonna say I read a book it was written by a 2nd century church father, and his name is Justin Martyr. And in his book, this book is called Dialogue with Trifo. And in chapter 56 of Dialogue with Trifo, Justin Martyr tells this Jewish having this back and forth with, he says, we have another God subject to the maker of all things. Historically, Christians in the 2nd century did believe Jesus was another God who was subject to the Father. It wasn't until 325 AD that the council. What you say?
Go ahead, my bad. All right, my boy Marcus fell out.
Okay.
Jesus lover.
So I have a question for Jesus lover, right? So if it says over here that the Jesus never explicitly preached it, like he never personally said there's a Trinity and Father and the Holy Spirit. He never personally preached it. So how are you so confident that the Trinity exists when you claim your God never preached it? Hello?
He just fell out. He gonna come back.
Jesus lover fell out?
Yeah, he gonna come right back.
Yeah, he's gonna go call his friends. It was good. At least we have a proper argument.
Uncle Chucky, you might need to come up here, Uncle Chucky. You might need to get the Rastafarian up in here. Dwayne, where you at, Dwayne? Look like my boy Jesus lover got a lot on his hands, man. He going against 5 goddamn Muslims at one time, man. Where are the Christians at? I thought you were your brother's keeper.
They're trying to make new theories so they can explain their points better. Hey, you know what? Actually, we need a priest here, man. To be honest, we need like a proper representative. Whatever it could be, Protestant, Catholic, non-denominational. I know there are many types, but we need like a proper representative of Christianity.
Where you at, Silky D? Silky D is a priest. Uncle Said in the building. Got Uncle Said in the building. Uncle
Hey, can you hear me, SupaWavvy?
What you say, Marcus?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Uncle Said,
I don't know what's going on with it. All right, go ahead.
Uncle Said, you might have to come up here and clean this panel off, man. These brothers are stepping. They just stumped a Christian out. They just stumped a black Christian out. Now they ready for a black atheist.
Hold on. They ain't stumped no one out, brother.
I want to be fair.
Let's not do that, Sean.
I don't think we.
Let's not do that, Sean.
No, yeah, I was actually about to say the same thing. Like, I don't think that we made any argument that defeated any of what he was saying. So I just want to be fair to the man.
My internet's back.
Okay, so I was asking a question. Can you hear me?
Snap back to this level.
Wait, is my connection? I'm out in the country right now, so I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you
Yeah, we
very
can hear you.
clearly. Okay, so I have one question. I kind of have to go, but I have one question. Jesus Lover, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, my stuff is tripping.
Go ahead, Muhammad.
Yeah, my question is that, like, Jesus never in the Bible directly preached about the Trinity. You know, if your God wanted to tell you to worship the Trinity, then He would have explained to you by His own mouth. But the fact that it took other people centuries later, like 300, 400 years later, to make up this theory and have a meeting at Nicaea, right, and solidify this theory, just means that it's not true. If it took a bunch of people who were so confused that they had to have a council and decide what the truth is and make up their own version, that means it just falls on itself. If the Trinity was true, if the Trinity was true, then Jesus would have preached it by his own mouth. It would be in red letters, right? That I am three, I have Father, Holy Spirit, and I'm the Son of the Father. But he didn't say that. It was all theories that people came together and made up, and were like, hey, let's just go with this, you know. And the very first followers of Christ never believed in the Trinity. The very first apostles never believed in the Trinity. The one who followed him personally, who were
Oh,
with
his
him,
internet
they
went out.
never said the Holy Spirit, Father. Yeah, but I mean, this. I think this is recorded.
He's
This
not in
panel's
the.
recorded. So.
Yo, Sean. My thing keeps cutting. I'm about to go to my apartment real quick. I'm probably 30 minutes away from home, so hopefully Muslims don't run yet. I just can't. I can't. Whenever y'all talk, my thing cuts off, so I can't even respond to y'all.
You can hear us right now.
I can hear you right now, but if it cuts out again, I'm gonna just.
Hold up. Muhammad got a question.
Yeah. So my question was that Jesus never personally preached about the Trinity. The theory of the Trinity came like 300 years later and solidified the Council of Nicaea, right? So Jesus never personally preached the Trinity, and it was a theory that was made up and solidified later by people. There's nowhere in the Old Testament does it ever say that Jesus, like, I, my Holy Spirit, and my Father are three entities and we are equal, and all that stuff. It was never said.
I got
Got
Uncle.
you, but Jesus.
Go ahead, Jesus lover.
But every time I talk, it just cuts me out. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my thing is tripping out, bro.
All right, come back in. Uncle said, how you doing? Pseudo killers in the building.
What it do? Pseudo
What's up,
killers
man?
in the building. How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
I was listening to Brother Bill, man. You was hitting them with them jabs and them punches, and you beating them up on a Sunday. That's some extra stuff right there. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm sorry to cut your build. I sit back whenever I hear the younger folks putting in the work that is actuality on. I appreciate it. It is time that we get up on out of this illusionary thought processes. Right? All religions come to a point when they die. Every society reaches to a point where they at these concepts, look at these philosophical positions, and simply realize that they don't comport to reality. The Vikings went their way, their way. The gods of the Middle East, the Baal and the Molechs, they all went their way of extinction. What we are experiencing is the last death throes of Christianity. It is on its way out. these philosophical concepts have no bearing in reality. What's three and one and one and three? And where's the dude up in this whole equation? Like where's the lady up in this whole equation? He got a father, a son, and a ghost, and they're all the same and one and not like you sacrifice. I'm gonna make myself to sacrifice myself to myself as a sacrifice to myself.
And cry to myself, get
Yeah,
hung by myself.
You
I'm
you
gonna
might like
cry.
Nietzsche.
I'm gonna beg myself, why am I doing this to myself? For long tears, I'm killing myself, but asking myself, why am I doing this to myself? I'm committing my soul to myself, which is the self that put the soul in the self, and the self. How do you get from the self to go and impregnate a lady, grow up as a kid? Ontologically ignorant, logically incoherent. It's just metaphysical assertions. It is supposed to be spooked out. It is why a witch got a stick. It is why they ride a broom. It is not practical. It isn't supposed to be practical. It is supposed to be weird. Why would a mermaid be attractive? Her bottom half is not accessible to men. It is a waste of our time to be attractive.
All
But it's
right, now
supposed to be weird.
Uncle said we got the Muslim brothers on here, and they got a scientific breakthrough that even we ain't even came up with yet. They said the Prophet Muhammad split the moon in two, and it's backed by science. So Uncle said you got to
Hey,
deal with that.
wavy, it is easy. Muhammad had these people out on the full moon night. He locked their asses up for 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and then brought them out on the half moon and said, look, he split the moon in two.
Hold up. So you saying the last time they saw the moon was when it was full. Then he brought them back outside a couple days later when it wasn't.
And
Man,
said,
y'all hear this?
look at my power. Last time you saw
Muhammad,
the moon,
Yeah.
last time you saw
Yahoo.
the moon, it was complete. Now look at the power.
Okay. What does Uncle Sedge believe in?
I believe I can fly.
Okay,
I
so it's
believe I
probably
can touch the
probably
sky.
under the influence or something. But what's
No,
your
not
theological background?
not no necessary. I'm an '80s baby, right? And if you
Okay.
grew up in the '80s, you know that we grew up looking at the Flying Nun. We had the boy who could fly. We had E.T. So we grew up watching a lot of movies where humans, especially young kids, boys, actually flew. So I grew up with that as my fantasy. I wasn't forced to go to church and have that fantasy, so I was allowed to believe I could fly. I
You
don't
know
believe
what's
a dude walked on water, but I
harder
believe
for
I
me to
can fly.
believe than the moon spreading is that everything came from nothing. That's just way harder for me to believe logically
Yeah, but that's an
and literally.
argument from incredulity. Because if you were the scientifically grounded, he would never make such an ignorant statement. Nothing is a philosophical absurdity. There is no way that you can actually have nothing.
Okay, so
The
what happens
moment
to
you
us after we die?
quantify it as nothing, the moment you quantify it as nothing, that's an actual something. So the argument you're making is one of incredulity. It's not something that science
Okay,
talks about.
so what happens to us after we die?
Happens after you die?
Yeah.
That's the same like asking what happens before the beginning of space time. When you're
So
dead, you're dead.
okay, so
What
nothing, right?
you are
We
you
go into
talking
nothing.
about? The
So we
physical
go into nothing.
biological entity, the physical biological entity that you are is
Yeah.
ceases to exist. That's
Okay,
it.
so I become nothing basically.
Nothingness. No, you die.
Yeah.
Your body, those atoms and that
Uh-huh.
material, it degrades. It goes
Okay.
back into nature.
Okay.
It goes back into the environment, right?
Okay, but
That's
me
what
as
happens
a
with
as an
natural
entity, Me as an
You as
entity, it
an
becomes
look,
absolute,
yes,
right?
you as an entity. Yes,
Yeah.
you're over.
Okay.
Have you
So I
ever
become
spoken
nothing.
to someone that's dead?
What about my consciousness? Does that
Your
become nothing?
consciousness, your consciousness is an emergent property of your brain.
Okay.
Let me hit you in the brain right now and see how much consciousness you got.
Okay.
Uncle Ted, I just want to say I really like you. But I would like to push back a little bit.
Go right ahead.
So you mentioned how consciousness is an emergent property of matter,
Of
and I think
matter,
that's what
yes.
you'd consider to be a
Mm-hmm.
functionalist position. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
the problem with that is, and though I agree, I think there's definitely matter plays a role in consciousness. My main issue with taking the functionalist position is that there seems to be things within my own experience that I feel I
Mm-hmm.
cannot go back to matter. To give you an
Mm-hmm.
example, you can feel the difference that when you're
Mm-hmm.
falling off a building and you cannot control where you go anymore, versus when
Mm-hmm.
you're on the ground and you can move your feet. This is the
Mm-hmm.
difference of free will, and that's something that's experienced,
So
right?
you're moving from one aspect to the next. Let's slow it down. Let's take it back. Um, the idea of what was your first point again? I'm sorry.
The first point is, um, I suppose, the
Oh
implicit
yeah, we were
point.
talking about
Yeah.
consciousness. Okay, let's
Yes.
stay right there. Consciousness is an emergent property of matter. It is your ability to interact with the world around you. Our evolutionary process didn't evolve us to experience reality as it is. We evolved to experience reality within a very limited spectrum, which is called white light, right? We don't see UV, we don't see
Hey guys,
infrared.
I
So
gotta go.
our
Got a
our
program.
our 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 interface with reality is rather limited. However, it is the ability to interact with reality. So consciousness awareness is a neural networking evolutionary process which allows sentient organisms to interact with their environment. So now your individual experience is comprised of your neural network. Every individual on this planet is unique. The biological processes of recombining genetic material to produce an individual is unique to that individual. So your brain chemistry, although it works similar to mine, it is not exactly the same as mine. Your personal experience, where you grew up, your family, your environment, all form how you interpret a particular phenomenon. We can do that. We can measure that easy. Take two individuals, put them on a fMRI machine, expose them to a particular experience, and based on their particular epigenetic structure, their social and nurtured environment will produce a different phenomenal outcome of that experience. We understand the subjectivity of human experience. So to say that that subjectivity is something spooky, not within the realm of neuroscience.
So I agree completely, and not completely. I want to say I would say 90% of what you've said, because I do agree that much of our thought process and how we observe the world and interact and engage with it is dependent on a subjective process. But where I disagree is in, well, I suppose, let me ask you this, because you may actually agree with me. Do you think the subjective process of interpretation and our engagement of the world can lead to nonetheless a metaphysical truth of some kind? Because even as you've explained to me this, you proposed a grand narrative to explain our role and function.
In, in our modern epistemic regime, methodological naturalism is the only way to ground anything empirically. Metaphysical assertions are just that, metaphysical assertion. Hume posited a simple position. If there's nothing that I can measure or quantify, if there's nothing that I can actually experience, then what you're claiming can be dismissed without any evidence. That's a metaphysical assertion. In our modern context, metaphysical assertions are just that. We apply methodological naturalism.
Oh, sorry, I just reconnected
There
my
are
internet.
rules and structures in which we assess information and reality. All claims about God, particularly theological philosophy, is rendered into that realm by itself. These are theological assertions, they're metaphysical, they have no grounding in reality, right? And they're poetic, you can have them, but the moment you assert that your metaphysical claims have a footing in reality, they are going to be assessed within the epistemic regime that we exist today, which is methodological naturalism. They're going to have to run that gauntlet. And the primary rule of methodological naturalism, we accept no metaphysical assertions based on Hume's position. We
But would you
we
say
make no claims for the supernatural because,
yes?
again, metaphysical. It cannot be tested, it cannot be corroborated, it cannot be established. Any metaphysical claim is just that. There is no value to it because I cannot test it. They are open-ended, they are unfalsifiable, and they have no bearing in reality.
So I think you've overstepped the boundary of methodological naturalism, because
You okay?
methodological naturalism is itself not unfalsifiable. Now you could argue
No?
it's more plausible.
No, no. Methodological naturalism produces a particular system, right? It is
Of course.
produces empiricism. Empiricism is the scientific method. Verification is not an aspect of the scientific method anymore. We use falsification. For me to falsify anything you say, it must be able to be tested. It must be able to be quantified. Without empiricism, without an actuality, your claim is just a claim.
But yet, when we read history and we read, when we try to reconstruct a narrative of a historical past, we have to rely on untestable claims. Now, you mentioned falsifiability. How would you falsify a
Name
historical
me an
narrative?
untestable claim that we are making about the past.
So, let's say, for instance, I tell you that the Quran came from the 6th or 7th century AD, that was its origin.
You're telling me
How would
when
you
a
test
book
it?
was written, okay?
So, how would
The,
you falsify it?
when a book was written is irrelevant to the claims the book is making. We're having two different
No,
discussions.
yeah, no, I'm agreeing. I'm not making any claims about the book claims. I'm simply arguing that this historical claim on a purely historical matter, how can you falsify it from a methodological naturalist point of view? I'm not
Okay,
discussing
now,
metaphysics because I
now
agree with you.
we're talking about a book, right? A book, even if it's historical, does not fall within the framework of a natural claim. You're telling me when a book is written. Now, when you ask me, how do we attest for space-time? We're going to say based on the calculations, the physics, and the predictions, we have the CMB. So now we are looking back in history, and by means of understanding that product process, there are predictions made. These predictions, if they are accurate, tells us that the model that we described of history, is grounded in something epistemic. So even when we are looking at geology, geology looks back, anthropology looks back. These are physical things that within the materialist and physical realm. We can quantify an artifact. We can
But
measure the data of it.
anthropology does not make
Yes, so
predictions.
when you were talking about a book, a historical book, you are now looking at a completely different framework. So
Exactly, right.
you have a particular text that you're saying this book here, this physical book is written from, it comes from that time. And then we can measure and test that book for carbon dating, etc. If you're making historical claims, right? That book, right? Now we're gonna take the book and we're gonna analyze the book according to the actual data that we have of the time. If
Y-
I'm telling you that book is from 600 BC and it has something about a car in it, then you know that claim is false, right? So even
Right.
within that syntax and context, there are tools, right? Historical reconstruction, historical analysis to determine if something was an actuality. One of the pillars
So, but
of historical reconstruction, one of the pillars, if there is no ontological premise for the particular phenomena being described, then it is seen as ahistorical and put into
Can I
particular
ask you a question,
categories.
Cedric?
Go right ahead.
If there's something that we do not fully understand in nature, can we still explain what it does, even though we don't fully understand it?
Speak up first of all. Couldn't quite hear
If
what you
there
said.
is something in nature that we do not fully understand, can we still
Mhm.
explain what it is?
If there is something in nature and fully understood,
If there's something in nature that we do not fully understand, can we still explain it?
that is the job of science. Science operates in the unknown. So the things we do not understand, science's job and what it is doing is attempting to explain those mechanisms, how it actually works. That's a phenomenon. It's an unexplained phenomenon. And in science, that's their biggest threat, right? So we do not understand pretty much nothing about reality until science starts to engage in understanding these phenomena. So until we know what the phenomena is, science says we are examining, exploring, or do we see this particular cause, but we don't know the effect. So we can talk about the cause, but the effect is still unknown. We do not have the technology, or we do not have the particular field. Or science simply says, well, we don't know, we don't know. That is the beauty of science. Science will never make a claim to
So,
explain a phenomena if it is ununderstood. That would be
okay.
counterproductive.
So I asked that question simply to say dark matter and dark energy make up everything in the universe, but scientists still do not fully understand what it is, but they can explain what it does. So what makes that different from saying I have a belief in a God and I can explain everything about it, even though I can't necessarily
So,
say
so,
what it
so, so
what
can
is the
you explain
difference?
the
Oh,
difference? Can
Uncle
you
Jose
explain?
coming in
So
hot.
let's analyze your claim right there. First, we have a phenomena, observable phenomena. They are there.
Right. Dark
An
matter and dark
actuality.
energy
Just
are things that make up the universe, right?
stop. You're having two distinct arguments. What they quantify and what they qualify are two different things. We have the particular phenomena. They are actualities. They are
Yeah.
there. We see the causal effect of it. We cannot explain the phenomena. Is that metaphysical?
To a certain extent, you
No,
could probably
no.
say so. You could say
That's
so.
why I asked that question, because you're philosophically not grounded. It is a physical phenomenon. It's within the realm of physicalism.
But we
We
don't know what it is.
stop. You asked the question. I know where you're wrong. Slow down. Slow down, you're gonna learn. So the phenomena is an actuality. It's there. It's within the physical realm. We
One of
cannot
them.
explain it. Oh my God. My God.
One of them is tangible. One of
No
them is not.
discipline. No
Jose, please
discipline.
let
Thought
Uncle
he
Ced
had
speak.
something and now he can't handle it.
No,
No.
one of
Okay.
them is
Oh,
tangible.
good.
One of them is not.
So we have the phenomena. They're
Uncle
there.
Jose, let him finish because when he asked you was it metaphysical, but he said it's there. You were supposed to say no, it's not metaphysical because it's there. But let Uncle say it finish because let him.
Exactly.
Okay, let me finish.
So these phenomena are being examined, tested, explored within the realm of methodological naturalism. And that puts them squarely within the realm of nature, within space-time, within reality. There are phenomena and aspects of reality. The fact that we cannot explain them does not render them metaphysical. Metaphysical are assertions and claims made about reality or what happens outside of reality without a there. When you assert a God, that's a metaphysical claim. There is nothing there to quantify or qualify
Okay,
a God. It is a
fair enough, Cedric.
metaphysical assertion.
Fair enough.
Don't try to overtalk me. You
Fair enough.
interjected yourself, so I'm gonna deal with it. So
But
now,
when we're
from the
asserting
moment you
parallel
mention
realities,
God,
they're
you
not
step
there.
outside the realm of methodological
Correct.
naturalism.
So,
What is the
hold on. So
framework for
does
our
science
modern
assert? So does
empathetic
I
science
hold on,
instrument?
hold on,
assert
hold on.
other
Why
realities?
is this dude
Let me use
so
an example. Let me
immature?
use an example. Okay, an example would be a rainbow. We might not fully understand the rainbow, but we see it. You know what I'm saying? It come out at this time. So we got an understanding of it a little bit. We might not fully understand it. We might never fully understand the rainbow, but we got
Yeah.
we have enough data of it from seeing this motherfucker.
Right.
That's the same. So when you
There's a
say
there. So
it's a
let
there
me
there.
let me finish
Okay.
what I was saying, Jose. You cut me off because you're like, that's immature, bro. That's immature. Let me land my plane. You'll have the flow. First of all, your mic is low, so all we're hearing is a murmur in the background. There's no coherence to it. So I'm showing you the flaw in your methodology or in your philosophical grounding. Unknown or unexplainable phenomena, it's not unknown. We are experiencing it. We understand that something is happening. Our inability to explain a natural phenomena doesn't make that natural phenomena supernatural. When you talk about a God, that's a supernatural agent. It is saying there's a thing outside of space time. The moment you say outside of space time, the conversation stops. We have no way of examining or knowing anything outside of space time. And that is what renders that claim metaphysical and supernatural. Within the scientific realm, that remains a moot. It is not something that would be entertained. Anything that science demonstrates, it is automatically natural. By definition of a God, it is supernatural. Anything that we describe or discover or understand by means of science would render it automatically natural. Science makes no claims or against against any God. It is simply non sequitur. I have no interest in talking about gods. Non sequitur.
Right.
I want to
So
also
that
mention
means
that it's. I think Uncle said you'd agree. Oh, sorry.
so then what you're
Okay,
saying
I
is that
think Uncle said you'd
Hold up,
agree.
hold up,
Oh,
hold up,
sorry.
even
Uncle.
God then they
Hold up, Uncle Jose.
even God
Go
is a
ahead.
scientist.
Hold up, Uncle Jose. Go ahead, Amber.
I think you'd agree with this, Uncle said. I'm only pushing you back, so I'm to aim for more a better way of articulating this. I think the reason why it steps out of methodological naturalism when you speak of God is because God does not delimit the type of experiences we can have, and by not delimiting it in terms of how we may define God, we end up having to deal with basically an infinite realm of possibility, all of which are no less or more valuable than the other. Whereas with observe, that evidence can act as an anchor to our models and theses and narratives. And so then we have something that combinations that we make, and by delimiting it, we have something that we can test against and falsify. Would you agree with that, Uncle Said?
You're explaining the scientific method, right? If it's
Natural
explaining the
methodology,
scientific method,
yeah,
no,
a
methodological
historical method too.
naturalism is a framework.
Yeah,
A
exactly. So
historical
that,
method. So
because
your God,
the historical, oh sorry,
if you're making a claim about a God, you're
yeah,
not making a historical claim. You're making
no,
a
I agree.
scientific. You're making a claim within the realm of methodological naturalism.
Yes, I completely agree with you. So I want to
Now,
just be sure, like we're on the same page. Like I'm
yeah.
not claiming metaphysics that should triumph over history. I'm in fact in the opposite circle. I think historical data should triumph any metaphysical interpretation of the history because I know that's often the tendency of medieval scholars to try to impose metaphysics upon the world rather than let the world inform them of what the world is. Right? Do you see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're on almost the same page. Where I would slightly push back on is the how that would lead to functionalism, because I think that's a non sequitur, and I think that itself is not a natural and methodological natural claim.
I am an imperialist. I am a physicalist that apply methodological naturalism.
But that's making metaphysical claims when you claim that as
No,
a
I'm
whether
not making a metaphysical claim. What aspect of my position is metaphysical?
because it has to do with consciousness. Consciousness is not something that is well defined or
Yes, it
observable.
is. Yes, it is.
Well, how would you define
Yes, it is.
consciousness?
Consciousness is awareness in different degrees. You can talk about consciousness in two ways. Uh, you're being alive, the state of being alive, right? Because I'm asleep. I am unconscious, but I'm a conscious being. Or you can talk about awareness and self-awareness in its varying degrees. As a physicalist, someone grounded in reality, I do not see consciousness as exclusive to human beings. Consciousness is something shared by sentient beings and in varying and to different degrees. So now self-awareness is not even exclusive to human beings. Our mortality, or the fact that we are that we have a mortal existence, is not exclusive to human beings. The flight and fight response that you see from animals is their awareness of their mortality. So
So,
this
but
whole
okay.
this antiquated idea that animals are simply mindless machines, when and a human centric, human exceptionalist idea of consciousness, again, from a neuroscientist perspective, from a materialist perspective, that's ungrounded.
But you mentioned a second feature of consciousness, and I would like to understand this more. So you mentioned the first one as being one's mortality and the awareness of the mortality, but then you mentioned a degree or an extent. Could you elaborate more on that?
No, I said consciousness is roughly defined in two states. Sentient beings, your conscious, that's a conscious sentient being, just that as a conscious sentient being. And the second aspect of consciousness that is often talked about when we're discussing consciousness is awareness, self-awareness. So not only awareness of your environment, but awareness of self.
Okay,
Far too
so
long, it was conceived or thought that humans were the only one that had self-awareness or ability to plan into the future or these are very human traits that we give to consciousness. That's within the realm of human exceptionalism. Come to a materialist, physicalist position, empirical standing, we understand that consciousness is a emergent property of brain. Self-awareness, awareness of your environment, the ability to interact with your environment is not exclusive to human beings. With neuroscience, we can actually map
so
what is going on at this point, and it is only within the philosophical realm that that individual thing that is taking place, that is a philosophical dualism, says that yes, mind is a byproduct of brain, but that subjectivity, that experience thingy, is still something different. No, that's based on the amount of neurons that you have, how your neurons fire. That is based on your environmental upbringing. That is based on your epigenetics, determinism, right? The idea of free will. All of these concepts were posited when dualism was an actuality, when people actually believed that dualism was a thing. Now, that had those philosophical concepts do not hold any merit in modern philosophy nor in modern science. Dualism has long been dead, and
so I
most of the arguments come from a dualistic position, which simply have no evidence for.
I'm not a dualist, to be clear, but I don't think it's not one or the other. There's more alternatives besides dualism and functionalism. But you have, for instance, the philosophy of the German idealists. But there's a lot of
Oh,
different
even
ideas.
worse. Oh boy, don't start me up on the idealist. No, no,
So
no. We are not, again. The moment we have understood methodological naturalism, we embrace empiricism. A lot of those philosophical parameters have been rendered mute. I mean, in modern discourse,
there's
we
no.
have them, but
The,
when we are analyzing them by means of a scientific method, because again, your philosophy is as good as it comports to reality. So we have a
no, I
tool
agree.
to
Yeah,
test those philosophical positions. And materialism, physicalism renders that all like obsolete. Like, no.
but even in the domain of neuroscience, there's the $1 billion problem still exists. It's called a problem for a reason.
No, that's only within philosophy. You're not going to go
No, it's
into an
in.
MIT lab and the scientist is going to say, the human subjectivity is holding our work back. We can't figure it out. No. Again, you
Well,
put
no, it's
two
not holding their
individuals,
work back, but it
you
is.
put two individuals in front of a particular phenomenon. We can almost guarantee that the quantitative analysis of their brain activity is going to measure substantive difference. The quality, right? The qualitative analysis is going to produce a different outcome. Two individuals with two different backgrounds, with two different ideologies, with two different upbringing, put them in the same room, hook them up to an fMRI, give them a particular phenomena or particular experience. The brain mapping is going to be quantitatively and qualitatively different. The subjectivity is there.
Of course.
It is
No, so
not, it is not, it is not a question, right, for materialists or physicalists. What it says now, here's where the philosophical back door comes in. Yes, but the quality of that experience, that's the interface. If you're sitting in front of your laptop and you run a particular diagnostic and you turn off the screen and you go into the computer, ones and zeros and electrons just firing back and forth. The image that you see is that mental image that we have. The neurons firing is that mental image.
but that's the mental image is also what we see. So there's two
Yes,
parts to the
yes,
mental image,
yes, what
right?
you see. But again, Susan Blackmore.
That's correlation. There's
You,
correlation. I agree.
that's
There's
not
correlation. You could even.
correlation. That's not correlation. Susan Blackmore, the illusion of the self. When you talk to Wavy, you do not see Wavy's body and think that there's a little man in Wavy's head running Wavy's programming. But when you look at yourself, you think, I have feet. Where's the eye? That eye is an illusion.
But see,
You see
that's not a
Wavy
claim
and you
you
see
can derive.
Wavy's feet. You do not separate Wavy's mental from his physical. You do it by yourself. That is a byproduct of brain.
So
Your
I'm
mind,
not trying to refute the claim, but what I'm saying.
your inner reflection. Your inner reflection. There's nowhere in your head that there's an apple, a red apple, or redness. It's not in your head.
So
It's
again,
nowhere there.
I just want to clarify. So I'm not trying to refute the claim, right? The only thing I'm trying to say is what we have as data is the neurological mapping, but not the mental imagery that we see
That
ourselves.
is the mental image.
You
That
you can
is
say
the
that. So,
mental
okay,
image.
you can say that, but that's the data that we have from a purely, if you want to just be descriptive about the data, it's the neurological mapping, right? Now you
Yes.
can make the claim that by extension that is what we see, but
So
that
now,
claim
so
is not
now
beyond
that is not a
rational
claim.
methodology.
That is not a claim. In our modern science, you can actually produce the image that the person is thinking. So we understand that activity you're seeing, that is the actual experience.
But the question is not whether you can produce it from that mapping. The question is that mapping itself existing in the first place, right? That's the
Hold up
question.
real quick.
So
Hold up real quick. Hold up real quick, Amber and Uncle said. All right, Amber. So are you basically saying that that consciousness has more to do than just the brain?
ghost in the machine.
So, what all I'm basically pointing to is that we have an experience that exists, and there is a correlation that you could even, well, as Uncle says, I don't know how true the claim is, but I'm going to take it for granted that what we see could reconstructed from the neurological mapping, but that
I got
reconstruction
you.
does not.
That was a small point. I'm saying your overarching point of this conversation is that consciousness has more to do than just the brain? Is that what your
Yeah.
is
No,
what
no. My overarching point is that he's stepping outside of methodological naturalism.
No, I'm not.
to
No, I'm
dismiss
not.
God?
You assuming
I'm not positing
that
what.
consciousness is a metaphysical or a philosophical concept. No, it is an actual biological product. So I'm
No,
not stepping out of the realm of biology or methodological naturalism when we say, listen, that MRI, fMRI imaging, that is the experience. Look, you're going into the brain, watching the neurons firing, and assuming that there is a third person there watching the neurons firing because you have a mental image. No, those neurons firing, that mental image, that is the neurons firing. Your awareness of that, that self awareness, is part of that whole process of brain networking there. Again,
but it's
you
still
are under the illusion of the illusion of self. So
even when
you
you say
haven't
there's an
you haven't
illusion.
studied you haven't studied works like Susan Blackmore. Check out um, um, what's his name? Seth Anil. These people are going to ground you in these concepts, not only philosophically, but biologically. Because at this moment, we have how this actually works. So the claim you're making is one of these false claims that the people are, well, the complete mechanism, right? We used to think that brain activity, memory, all these things was localized. Now with brain mapping, with neuroscience, we are seeing that consciousness is produced over the whole brain. Take out a man's frontal lobes, and he's still completely aware of self. He can map his brain, his thoughts. So, this idea that the frontal lobe was the source of self awareness, that out of the window. So, the process of mapping the brain is quite hard. That doesn't mean that subjectivity is anything outside of the individual experience.
I'm not
Your
saying it is.
subjectivity is nothing more than your individual experience that is produced by, that is the result of an emergent property of your brain and neural capacity. That's it.
But it's still to say that it's an emergent property. It's not the data. Let me put it this way: the data cannot explain. You may be able to reconstruct with it. I suppose. Okay, I'm trying to put it in a way because I don't want to try to. I
Yeah,
guess
because
have
your
you
philosophical
restate.
position is wrong and outdated. So you're going to try to make it a 50 million ways, and I'm going to rebut it every time. Because I know the philosophical position you want to hold. You're going to go to you're trying to get to Chalmers, the hard problem of consciousness. But I've already killed it with Daniel Dennett, right? And Susan Blackmore. I know these philosophical games, young man. So you might as well go to it. You want to talk about the hard problem of consciousness. Chalmers
No, but
vitalism repackage. It is not a problem within science.
it's not because it's not in the scientific domain, right?
Got him.
No, I've been saying that.
It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's word salad. It's vitalism repackaged. That's I'm telling you. There's nothing there. Your individual experience is your individual experience based on your hardware, bro. That's
But again,
it.
even when you say it's an illusion, there's an
The illusion of
like
self, yes. There's an illusion of self. You hear, you have the conversation with yourself. And if you're proficient at it, and you should be, you can have long, extensive conversations with yourself. That is inner, the ability to inter-reflect. That is part of your neural capacity. That is produced by your brain. It is not a, and it's not a third party. If you understand dualism don't exist, then you understand these are all aspects of your brain. Your personality can be completely altered by changing, by damaging or affecting regions of your brain. We can produce out of body experiences now. We know exactly which part of the brain to trigger. We can actually insert a fake memory and trigger it because we know pretty much the neural mapping of the brain. This is all brain centered. There is no ghost in the machine.
Okay, I will have to think on your point more. I think you do make a convincing argument. I'll think on it.
Yeah, my
Which
book is
which
coming out pretty soon. Stay tuned for my book. I have a book coming out, Deconstructing the Ghost in the Machine. I take us to the whole history of how we even have these philosophical concepts. The idea of a soul and spirit, these are Aristotelian and Platonian philosophical ideas. They're not grounded in anything empirical, not from then. So these arguments are completely outdated and redundant since we've adopted methodological naturalism and empiricism as a standard, right? These are philosophical discussions. We can have them,
Uncle said,
but they're exactly
did you
that.
say the
Go ahead.
spirit and did you say the spirit and the soul is Greek?
Yep,
Okay, okay.
Greek. And incorporated into religion. And remember, religion was the authority of the day. They determined by means of fiat what was and what wasn't. So for a couple hundred years, the soul and spirit idea reigned supreme and was not challenged, right? And so these dualistic ideas, our modern legal system here in the West is based on a concept of dualism, that there's a agent in you that is assessing the situation and is actively making a choice. So there was a other choice you could have made in any particular situation. We know now that couple seconds before you are aware of what you are going to do, your brain already decided. If you are so in control, why, even though you know you're in a kid's body with 1,000 balloons, five of those balloons pop and you hit the deck?
So here's my question, and this is going to a slightly different aspect of consciousness. If you know that your thoughts, your beliefs, your actions are predetermined effectively by physicalism, by physical and the natural order of things, what
Not
allows
predetermined.
you? Sorry,
Not predetermined.
I suppose
Determined.
determined. Yeah, determined.
Determinism
Yeah,
versus predeterminism.
fair enough.
Determinism doesn't eliminate the illusion of choice.
Yeah. So let's say it's determined. So
Mhm.
all of your actions and beliefs and thoughts are determined by the conditions you were raised in and the natural order of things and so on. What allows you to connect the thoughts that you have about the world to the world as it is? Because you seem convinced by this idea. So would you say this conviction is real in that it does correspond to the real world? Or would you say this conviction is simply the consequence of your upbringing and so on, and so it's actually quite arbitrary?
There are a couple of things there. Do never negate brain plasticity. And when we talk about determinism versus free will, why did you have the desire for chocolate ice cream today? Why did you
Um,
choose to want chocolate ice cream today? You made a choice. What was the motivation? What was the circumstances that made that the thing that popped up in your head or made that the desire? You see? So this is what determinism is about. You I get up, I decide I'm hungry. I go down the road. I go what makes me choose the hamburger versus the chicken sandwich? Why are those two options the only options I'm considering? Why didn't I go further? Why did I go to begin with? You think you are in control of all those sequences? No, you're not. So when you look at determinism. This is what determinism is. You think you have the freedom of choice. No, there was a particular reason, circumstances that led to the want of ice cream at that moment, and the
I
fact that you wanted chocolate ice cream. That
I
you
ain't wanna go home. I ain't wanna go home and get one out, but it was already in my brain.
program. See, there's a movie from Will Smith, right, where he's with his Latina Ava Mendes, and you see how they are con artists, right, and they use mental manipulation throughout the day, right, mental manipulation to predict the outcome of a person's decisions. So they show you how you can actually influence people's decisions. Marketing commercials, they understand human psyche. So they know how to influence the decisions you make because you are a robot in essence.
And
But you did mention
So the fact
underestimate
can
the
statistically determine
plasticity
the percentage
of the
of
brain.
people that are going to engage in said activity or do said thing if we do X is because we understand the nature of determinism and human psyche, right? Like you can't deny that we actually do that. Based on us understanding human psychology, the twirling rows that are developed in places where people need to wait in long lines, right? These things are strategically done as to eliminate the illusion of being in a longer line. Why? It reduces stress by making people walk in an S curve to get to the front. There's the same 400 people, but if you're in a straight line at the back of 400, it is much more frustrating than you're in a curled S-like shape and still number 400. The perception, because we understand human psyche. We understand determinism, right? So this is not predetermined. Predetermined, we're going to have the nihilistic conversation, well, everything is predetermined, then why do I get up? No. Determinism is rooted in the fact that the four fundamental forces of nature operate deterministic. They are predictable. Which
So there's still the
aspect of
question though of how that correlates to truth.
reality, truth is that which comports to reality, nothing else.
But so
Your
okay,
definition of truth, and from a scientific perspective, there is no absolutes. We look to explain the phenomena the best we can, always
yeah.
keeping into consideration that we might come up with a better explanation once our technology or systems improve. Then might come into some more information which allows us to explain that phenomena better, right?
I
So
suppose
science doesn't speak in absolutes. So what kind of truth are you talking about?
no, I mean it in the way you defined it, which is in the way that comports to reality. They're not necessarily absolute truths.
Yeah,
So
so
would you see no issue then between the determined forces which give us our thoughts and give us our feelings and instincts and incentives, and in how that correlates, the end result of all of that correlates to the reality itself?
we interface with reality. Like I said again, we see but a limited spectrum of light. Imagine how a gaboon viper sees the world. A dog sees things at a higher frequency than we do. And that's why a rabbit running across the road doesn't seem impossible for a dog to catch, right? Whereas for a human, whoop, should be gone because their interface with nature and reality is different. We see in tricolor. Most animals see in bifocal, so black and white almost, right? So you can understand now why a Bengal tiger with its stripes, we see it in tricolor, but it will completely disappear in the backdrop in the rainforest for most other animals because they do not see in tricolor. We only primates, and not all primates, have tricolor vision. So we have a model of reality, and evolution made us just good enough to survive, reproduce. Evolution doesn't say we're gonna map reality one for one as it is, and we would have no idea how that would look. Imagine using sonar to see, like a bat. Like that's how you see the world, via
But
sonar.
my question comes
Hey,
down to just even the model.
Jesse and Dawood, y'all can't have I keep going up here with a goddamn scientist. Jesse, you running. Go ahead, Amber.
So my question is, when you have, for instance, two models that try to explain a phenomenon or historical documentary evidence, right, to try to build a narrative based off these as anchor points, you get two different explanations or two different models. You have to make a choice to reject one and accept the other, reject both, or reconcile the two accounts in a way to create a new narrative or explanation. But if in your theory choice is merely an illusion, then how can you make a choice and be convinced that the choice you made is what in fact explains reality, rather than it simply being most befitting to you, most convenient to you, or whatever was determined to be right for you to make the choice, right? Not necessarily having any correlation to reality.
That's a lot of psychobabble. What you said just now was, sorry, incoherent. So let's slow it down.
You had touched
You
on it.
have a model based on history. Let's do this. Let's add some practicality to these things.
Hey, Uncle said, you had touched on it. You had touched on it earlier. Uncle said when you said, now don't give me this if nothing is our way, then we
Yeah.
watch it.
Yeah.
Remember you said that?
So let's go to these two models, and let's deal with the history thing, because you seem to want to stay play in that arena. Okay, give me the two competing models.
Would you say, I suppose it's so just like any two models of history?
Yeah, yeah.
Islam.
Make your example
Islam.
practical. Let's go.
Islam.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. Um,
Come on, Amber. Bring it out, Amber.
trying to think of one that's most practical. Yeah, I'm trying. I don't want to make sure I want to give a good example. I don't want to just give a what
Yeah,
sample.
let me say something. I appreciate you though. Your game, and you're doing something the rest of them ain't brave enough to do. You're working yourself up out of this thing, and I appreciate you. I'm gonna walk with you, bro.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate talking to you as well. It really is a pleasure.
You smart as hell. You smart as hell. I'm gonna tell you that straight off the rip. You're reading. I can tell you're reading, and you're reading other stuff. I appreciate that. I'm gonna just tell you off
Thank
the
you,
rip.
sir.
I
I try
appreciate
my
it.
best. So
Yeah. Keep doing it. Um, right now, you're exploring the philosophy of mind. Take your time. Take your time. I know you want to go to quantum theory after that, but
no,
no.
no, no, no.
After you finish
I've
there,
went
uh,
past that phase.
come back
I
and
went
do
past that
the
phase.
philosophy of science. After you finish with the philosophy of mind, then you take your time and you go through the philosophy of science. But you're working though. I appreciate that. And you're
Thank you.
not stuck in one aspect. I'm seeing you reading other stuff. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
that's why them other brothers ain't ready to speak. You got this.
okay. So, okay, I guess something I've been thinking about in terms of history, there's a movement, a debate on the ecumenical nature of early Islam, right? It's called the Believers' Movement hypothesis. So, the one historical account, which you could say the traditional, is that Islam grew as an exclusivist religion in the sense that uh, it was proclaimed as an independent faith, independent from Christianity and Judaism, and people joined this religion, And until the modern day, it's still that same religion, right? That's grew, maybe evolved in ideas and so on and so forth. The ecumenical view is that it was a view meant to unite different monotheistic traditions, such that a Christian could be a believer, a mu'min as it's called, uh, with other Muslims as part of this believers movement. But then over time, when orthodoxy began to develop, you had the exclusivist kind of religion begin to form out, and the terminology of began to change as well. It went from believer as being the main title used for somebody part of the movement to Muslim, right? And so that now excluded Christians and Jews. And now that we had this, like, now it kind of official conversions were introduced, such that a Christian would have to become Muslim rather than simply join the movement. So these are kind of the two alternative theories. Do you get the competing ideas?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So
Um,
let's say we have those two narratives, and I have to make a choice between one or the other, right? And I want to make sure the choice I make in choosing the correct theory corresponds to what was the reality of 7th century Arabia.
yeah.
So am
So
I able
then,
to make an analysis that conforms to that reality as best as I can, or is my analysis subject to my whims, essentially, and my
no,
social conditioning?
no. Here you have two clearly distinct propositions, right? So now you are going to do a historical comparative system. What was the politics at that time? Is there any documentation of the geography, what was happening secularly, right? Was there war? Was there invasions? What were the demographics of this geography, right? These are some of the questions that are going to start to frame, right, the cultural milieu of that time, right? And now you're going to see how this process developed. You're going to look at Christianity, how it overlaps with this time period. How far was it spread? What was the structure being used, right? So you're going to have to look at these two things, and then there are a series of questions that you're going to have to answer, which would now give credibility to either one of these positions. If Islam, the group of people that form Islam were heavily invaded by Christianity or oppressed, and from within a secular movement, this philosophical idea developed, and this gave rise as a counter movement towards this Christian imperialism. I'm just giving an example. Then that would give you an assessment of how to quantify these two historical narratives. So it is not just I want to believe this aspect. Now, where these things are concerned, there is always room for debate. Why? Because this is not hard science. This is historical reconstruction. But there are a series of checks and balances in which you can quantify how much of a particular narrative is true, right? Uh, if you were to look at the early establishment of Islam, it is happening in a geography that is isolated from Christian influence, right? uh, qua geography, qua history, it is isolated from Christian geography or Christian empiricism. And it is with the growth of this movement within a particular geography that it eventually became powerful enough to the point that it rivals Christianity, right? If I look, for example, at the Byzantine Empire and the usurping or the defeating by the Ottoman Empire, you are seeing that the Byzantine was a Western Catholicized Eastern expansion of Western Christian belief, and then you see the Caliphate of the Ottomans coming into this area and eventually defeating the Byzantine Empire. Now, these are two politically different movements. Now, once the Byzantine Empire is eliminated, the inhabitants in a particular geography, I do not know for how long they are allowed to maintain their own traditions. If the Muslim system or the Arab or the Islam system requires immediate subjugation. So these are all things that insiders would know. So like you being part of this tradition, you would be more able, accurate now to weigh these things up against each other. But it does not happen in a vacuum, and it doesn't simply require your feelings to come to a conclusion on the accuracy of a particular
So I
knowledge.
suppose you allow for a certain level of objective analysis to take place, even though we we live in a deterministic world.
And again, here is where a religion and theological philosophy falls outside of the realm of empiricism. At the end of the day, you are going to adhere to whatever philosophical position aligns with your belief system, right? Because at the end of the day, we are talking about beliefs. There is little empiricism there, right? For me, the conversation starts with okay, okay, or whatever. I, the mere fact that the claims made by the religion I dismiss, I'm not interested in either one of those origin stories. But again, from a believer's perspective, someone that is engaging with the culture, you can have a better quality of analysis in terms of these two philosophical positions. At the end of the day, you would be able, at the end of the day, it is unlikely that you're going to adopt a philosophical position or accept a doctrine that goes against your belief, right? The Sunni has the Sunni Shia. These are all interpretations of Islam, and then they might all each have their own particular narrative which they adhere to. That there is a belief thing. Belief becomes unfalsifiable for that mere fact. Your philosophical position is maintained by your belief system and vice versa.
So what would you say you also have a belief system?
No.
So okay, why is that? Like, because if even from a physics point of view, would you not have to believe that there's a natural order?
So now we're using belief in two different ways. When I use belief, it is true justified belief, right? All humans operate on belief. If you don't believe you're going to stand when you try to get up, you won't do it, right? So that is a grounding principle. We operate off belief. When we talk about uh, belief, I have true justified belief. My belief is lines up with the empiricism, right? I do not believe anything offhand. There's a process by which I establish belief, and belief is warranted based on ontology and based on empiricism. So I have a dog. That's not a far-fetched thing. It doesn't require a lot to believe that I have a dog. I might be lying, but the likelihood that I have a dog is not far-fetched. Dogs are a common thing within our reality. The moment I say I have a red dragon in my closet, the whole conversation
Yeah.
stops. You need empiricism. You would need to prove that, demonstrate it, right? So belief is always proportionate to the evidence, especially for someone skeptical,
So
right? I choose to believe as much true things as possible, and that's why there's a particular rubric through which I run all claims. I run all claims to methodological naturalism. It needs to be grounded in empiricism. There must be a there there.
There's one pushback I would make, and that's, I think you've kind of, in the same answer, you've outlined your personal justification for belief, while also talking about why people in general believe things. And I would like to simply, I suppose, broaden that scope, and that's to say that, well, for instance, in the medieval times, a belief in miracles seemed just as empirical as to talk about a dog, right? Like, in their
Oh, yeah.
world experience.
Non sequitur.
What do you mean?
2026. Empiricism wasn't a thing in
Of
that
course,
day.
no, that's
Since
exactly the
we
point I'm
have
making, though.
we have an epistemic framework in which we operate. So now I can dismiss miracles, magic, and all of that. But nope, easy,
No,
without a heartbeat, without trembling, just simply nope,
no. So
dismiss.
I'm not trying to convince you of those. What I'm saying is, in terms of how belief works, just on an belief agnostic level, on a methodological agnostic level, whether regardless of what's used to justify belief. I mean, I would go as far to say that it's completely dependent on our a priori, right? So that if your a priori for miracles is high, the person is likely to believe those miracles. And even in 2026, there are those people that exist, right?
Yeah, now you're gonna come with the a priori and people that exist. Now, the a priori position is relevant to the ontological premises that exist. That's why, right, me having a dog doesn't require a leap of faith, because a priori we have an ontological foundation of dogs. We have breeds, we have standards, we have a whole thing. Now, there is no foundation, no ontological premise for you to believe that I have a red dragon in my closet. Ontologically, you know and what category that fits in. You know that there's no actual evidence for this particular claim. Yet, when I say red dragon, we can all imagine what it is, because the fact that we can use these terms doesn't make it an actuality. We know the difference. So, believing that I have a dragon in my closet, it says something about your epistemic foundation and nothing about reality. That's why within our modern context, we apply our empirical system, our epistemic regime is methodological naturalism. Back in the day, if Johnny ran around the corner and said he just saw a miracle, and this and this and this happened, based on the empirical system of authoritative announcements, the priest is going to come out and say it is true, it is a miracle. Johnny has risen from the dead, and it's accepted. Nowadays, we're going to say, we need an ECG, we need some blood gas, I need photos, nigga, get the hell up out of here. I don't care what white suit you got on. Where's the body? I want to see the body. Get the body. It better be cold, nigga. I keep dead for 3 days. I want to see the maggots. If it ain't got no maggots, I don't believe you. That's a hoax. Because our modern empiricism has done away with all these nonsense. Those days of authoritative fiat proclamations about reality, they long been dismissed. So no, there is no room ontologically or a priori to accept or engage with miracle claims. They are going to have to pass through the same methodological natural rubric. We are simply within a new epistemic framework where the authoritative nature of religious institution is dead. That authority is dead. None of your claims are taken seriously, and it is by means of force and fear that they are maintained. For a great degree, accepted based on ignorance. If any young person can read a book saying that a dude split the moon in two and not put it automatically in the Harry Potter category, that's something about your ontological premise. I simply.
Hey, Uncle said, I gotta let you know this. I appreciate you Appreciate you for coming on the panel. You gave us more than an hour of game. And you know what I'm saying? I'm definitely gonna have to set some we're gonna have another conversation with you and Amber. Uncle said,
Yeah, man.
go ahead, you know what I'm saying? Do what you gotta do. Uncle said, you know we love you. Pseudo killers in the goddamn building. Give us your closing.
All right, man. Listen, let me tell you. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, from 4:30, set talks drop in. I'm handling the philosophy of mind right now. My good brother, if you want, go to the Pseudo Killers channel. I have a catalog on the history of science. You go through those episodes, it will give you a much better grounding and understanding of my philosophical position and the things we argue. And if you got the time, come on through 4:30 Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Set talks. I open the panel after the presentation. I think I'm going into the hard problem of consciousness tomorrow. Uh, I dealt with substance dualism and Cartesian dualism on the last episode. So the next episode is going to be talking about the hard problem of consciousness itself. And with that, equalia and hard problem and consciousness, that stuff. With that, Wavy, it's always a pleasure, my bro. Let you do your thing.
Can I
Plug,
say one
plug your
last
I
thing
book.
as well?
Plug your book.
Go ahead, go ahead.
So I just want to say that I think I pretty much agree on most, like on the most central premises. I agree with Uncle said on pretty much everything. Really, where I would just expand is I would say there are certain, because I want to be clear, like I'm not as crazy about the splitting of the moon, which Muslims don't like that about me, but that's what it is. So I agree on most things you say. I agree on the value of methodological naturalism. I use it a lot when I read certain things. I'm pretty much fully in that framework. I would only go as far to say that it shouldn't be necessarily the only framework that we use by, and there is value in epistemologically in using different epistemologies at the same time in other domains. So that's really my main thing. But I think I agree with you on almost everything.
You good, you good. Uncle said if you're a moderator, drop your link in the chat. I think you're a moderator. Uncle said plug your book one more time too.
Yeah, it is coming out soon. I'm having it reviewed now. The dog. Let me pull up the title real quick. Pull up the title real quick.
Dwayne, you can get up here. Martin, you can come on. And Jesus Lover is back for Dawood.
Hey, what up? Yeah, I'm back in the city, so whoever money can get it.
I think Amber need to tag in Dawood. Dawood, I'm with your mic. Is you there? Yep, Dawood is there.
All right, so let me just plug the book real quickly. It's coming out soon. The Dogmatic Lock, Metaphysical Hijacking, and the Linguistic Fabrication of the Ghost in the Machine. So that's why this particular discussion is. I'm well versed in it. I've already produced my first monograph. Book is coming out soon. I'm having it reviewed now by some actual academics for its pedagogic rigor as a teaching tool, right? Stay tuned for that. We working away, and of course, see y'all on Set Talk Pseudo Killers 4:30 Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Wavy, thank you for having me.
We'll
bro.
be there tomorrow.
All right,
All right, now take it easy. All right, Dawood, they say you gotta hook up your mic, Dawood. All right, Jesus Lover. Jesus Lover. When the brother Amber was talking, he said we gotta look at Jesus. We gotta second guess Jesus as historical. Amber, did you say that?
Sorry, I'm not fully understanding what what you're saying. Could you reiterate?
Did you say we gotta look at Jesus? We got a second. gotta take another look at Jesus as historical. Did you say that earlier?
I think that was someone else. I don't think that was me.
Okay. All right.
I had a question. I had a question for Uncle Said, but he left. So I just wanted to.
Got Jesus lover back. Jesus lover been waiting on you.
I know, and I'm gonna speak with him. I'll have dialogue, no problem. I just wanted to ask Uncle Said, and Sean, I want to ask you. So my question is this: Is he he's an empiricist who does not ascribe to a creator? So he's basically explaining in a summarized way that all things in life have to be observable, physical, and natural, and that any other claim made outside of the natural order cannot be true nor false. Is that what he's? Is that his?
He's saying there's no point in discussing it or observing it because it's outside of the domains of.
It's mute. He's basically saying it's a mute point.
Yeah.
So is he claiming that it is not able to be proven, or it's just it's not necessary to even speak about it?
It's neither here nor there.
It can't be proven, so there's no point of speaking about it.
Yeah.
But Sean, that's a stupid argument. I asked him the other time I was on here, and he didn't answer my question. That's a dumb thing to say because I could say prove evolution to me. He can't prove what happened 10 million years ago. He can't prove it.
It's not about proof. If you're thinking about proof, you're already misunderstanding his point.
Yeah, but he's saying because you can't prove it or whatever, then there's no point. But I can use that argument for anything. He believes scientifically.
No, it's not because. So what he means by that is that the domain of interpretation cannot be delimited any further through the usage of metaphysical arguments. Whereas in the domain of sciences, it can be, and it was delimited to the theory of evolution. That's where most of the evidence converges towards, right? So it's not something that you prove in the same way that you prove the existence of God, but it is something that can be delimited by the evidence.
But what evidence, though? What evidence, bro? This is a dumb argument for atheists. What evidence that because with the theory of evolution, they believe nothing made something. This is what many atheists believe, and they also believe in.
So like I said, that's what many believe, but that's already a metaphysical claim. If you're gonna say nothing made something, it would be a claim that's neither here nor there.
Brother, so how can we prove existence then? Then what's the point of debating? Because if you can't prove how you came to be, like I just don't understand. Atheism it doesn't matter what any atheist says. They believe in atheism. It's a belief. It's basically like a religion to me, bro. You got to believe in something. So if you're gonna go the scientific route, scientists go by theories and they go by evidence. What evidence is there to prove that evolution is a thing?
Okay, again, proof is. It converges to the theory of evolution. It's not proof in the sense of a syllogistic argument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a stupid argument, then, brother. I can't argue with atheists because that's a dumb argument. You're gonna tell me I'm an atheist because I can't prove I'm an atheist, but it doesn't matter if I prove it or not. I mean, that makes no sense.
You're confusing the concept of evolution with the concept of atheism. The two are not related in any direct way. You could be non-atheist and believe in evolution. You could be atheist and reject it. There's no.
So, I wanted to Okay. So my question, I was going to ask him a question, but I guess I'll just bring it up in the panel, and I want to know if it's a valid pushback or just a valid critique, right? So. Basically, to summarize, he makes the claim that only observable physical claims can be true and all other claims are moot, right? Because we have to go by the natural order. We have to go by what we can sense, what we can.
Claims based on observable, to be clear.
Oh, claims based on observable data. So non-observable data doesn't necessarily mean it's false. He never made that claim.
Well, it's not data anymore if you can't observe it.
Okay. So therefore, does the data that if it's not data, if it's something supernatural, for example, does he make the claim that it's not real, or he just makes the claim that we cannot experiment or
supernatural?
Hey, Emmer, they was real quiet when Uncle said was up here going back and forth with you, and tell him, Amber, you was the only one taking them fades. Tell him, Amber.
Hold on.
No, 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 no.
First up, Wavy. I wasn't on here, and like I said, the last time I was on here with that dude, he couldn't answer my question because he just deflects and just says so much of rubbish that makes no sense. He deflected 50 million times when I asked him questions about what he believes in. He couldn't answer my question. So I'm not a brother.
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not even saying he's right. I actually just I have a statement that I would like to present. I want to see if it's a valid question.
I'll try to represent Said as much as possible. I think I understand him fairly well, but I could be wrong. So I'll try my best to represent him. And Sean can help me out too.
So basically, Said was, in a way, he was explaining that only observable empirical data is what we can go based off of to determine what's true and what's false. Anything that's outside of that scope is not able to be discussed properly.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it has to be a there.
So here's what I'll say. Is this specific claim that he's making that only observable physical claims is what we can only which is what we can only prove in the natural order, right? Is when he makes this claim, right? Is this claim in and of itself observable, physical, or natural? Or is it a metaphysical or philosophical assertion about the nature of reality and truth?
Give an example.
That's gonna be hard. This is not my specialty.
So let me say this, Dawood. So basically, it's like this. Like he like Uncle said, described with the dog. Let's say the example is a dog. You know what I'm saying? We see the dog, we hear the dog, we can run tests on the dog, we can observe the dog doing different things at different times. That's an example. Now, like another example, he said a red dragon. You know what I'm saying? That's something we ain't never seen before, but we could kind of put a picture in our head from cartoons and stuff like that. But that would be that's from a dog is a there. A red dragon, like he said, we know to put that with Harry Potter, and that would be any example you bringing up that's not observable.
So, for example, if let's say we lived in a timeline where dogs did not come into fruition yet, like let's say the species of the dog was not evolved yet.
I got you.
Right? Does that necessarily mean that does that necessarily mean that the idea of a dog being in existence is false?
Yes.
So if they have not come to fruition yet, the term would have to signify something else. So your point essentially pointing at a linguistic problem.
Oh, okay.
I guess for me, this is my question, bro. What does he believe in? Because you can counteract religion all you want, but how can you prove creation? How can you how what is your explanation for how the human
we're gonna get Uncle Said back up here,
bro? Bring him on because he needs to answer my question. How can you explain life itself?
He could want to, but he doesn't need to.
But see, that you're not a debater because you can't debate. If I took him to a national debating field and I said, and
where is that?
No, I'm just saying, like, let's say I brought you on we went to like a freaking, I don't know, a big YouTuber's platform to debate. And I say, and the question was debate creation, how creation was to be, or how life itself was to be. How can you answer the question by saying, oh, I don't have to answer the question because that makes no sense, bro. You can't make a logical debate.
If he's in that setting, then he's gonna say the Big Bang and all of that.
Then that's why you trap him at, because you got to prove the Big Bang to me happened. How can you prove it? Because he's going by because, like I'm saying, the argument is goes through circle because it makes no sense.
I mean, the Big Bang was discovered by a Catholic.
Let me ask you this, Jesus Lover. Do you deny science only when it comes to conflicting with the Bible and God?
No, I deny science when it comes to, this is what my stance, right? specifically with the theory of evolution. This is my own. This is my stance. I don't, and I can't for the life of me believe that something comes from nothing. Like there is no biological proof. There's no first of all, there is no animal or there's no species or no atom that creates itself out of nothing. Like something has to come from something.
Let me ask you this: have you ever heard Uncle Sid say that?
Brother,
have you ever heard me say it?
No, not you, but last time I was on here, he asked him the same question. How do we come to be? He couldn't answer my question. He says the same thing that Amir is saying. I don't have to answer that because that's not a logical question. That's dumb, bro.
He'll definitely answer your question. He'll definitely answer your question.
I will just say that there is an alternative to coming from nothing, which is an infinite universe. That's always been. That's not like, and that has been the philosophy. You even find it implicit in Genesis 1, because the first clause in Genesis 1:1 could be read as temporal. So it's not in the absolute beginning. And in fact, you start off with a version of Earth already made when God begins to mold it. So the theory that everything's always been is not particularly new, right? It goes quite back a far time. And so if you want to just avoid the question of how does something come from nothing, you can simply appeal to that theory, which has strong philosophical backing as well as mythological backing within the Hebrew Bible itself.
Yeah, but I'm asking from a scientific backing. I'm not talking about biblical.
It's not a scientific question,
brother. Right? Yes, it is. They are scientists. But this is free Google search. They are scientists who believe in a theory of evolution. There are scientists who believe in the Big Bang theory, whatever. There are scientists who believe in a lightning bolt struck a pool of cells, literally. And this is there are actual atheists who believe this. So you can't say that's.
But look though.
Wait, I want to say something. But go ahead.
You got Christians that believe in evolution.
I don't believe in that. I'm not a Christian who believes in that.
You ain't. All right. So look.
The point is that it's atheist. Like.
So hold up. So remember how somebody just asked me a question about a dog species before it came?
Yeah.
That would mean that they understand evolution. If it was a species like we are Homo sapiens sapien, we Homo sapiens. If you understand that, you know what a Neanderthal is, Jesus lover?
Yeah.
Is a Neanderthal still walking around today?
That's if you believe in Neanderthals. I don't believe in Neanderthals, Wavy.
You ain't gotta believe in it. We got proof of it. You don't gotta believe. That's why we dealing with knowing now. So a Neanderthal has been here, was walking here before we got here.
This is very skeletons of it. You can't deny it.
We got the final form. So I mean, we are the final form of human beings. There were ancient human beings before us. You just gotta you can Google, like you just said, Google something. You can Google Neanderthal bones, Homo habilis bones. You can Google this stuff.
No, I get that. But that's the but wait,
so hold up. So if you get that, hold up real quick. If you get, I'm just breaking down evolution for a third grader. If you get that, then you can understand that those species were here before we even got here. So that means common sense would tell us we didn't just pop out of nowhere. We evolved from them motherfuckers. That's common sense, right?
Yeah, but wait, then where did Neanderthals evolve from? Then that's the problem.
Homo erectus.
You're gonna keep going back. You're not gonna keep going back. You're not gonna go.
But where does it stop then? Where does it stop?
It ain't go. I'll tell you this. You would have to go back billions of years to trying to get something to stop.
No, so I want to clarify this. So it's a good question. Like, where does it stop? And the answer to that is that this is something we don't know, right? Like the question of abiogenesis is still a very hotly contested question. There's no easy answer for it. But that doesn't refute the framework, because the evidence nonetheless suggests an evolution. Now we just have questions that we don't know, right? Now you can make an alternative and say God created Adam, but that is outside of the method that we can test. And that's why he rejects that claim. Right?
And that's why y'all operate on faith. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that gotta be a pillar. You know what I'm saying? When we understand that faith is y'all pillar. hold up 1 second, Uncle Hercules. We understand that faith is your pillar. From Uncle Said's standpoint or from atheist standpoint, they want to know something. Like we said, what a body at? But go ahead, Jesus Love.
I wanted to say one thing, but yeah, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, but okay. So this, I guess, I just gotta find out what he believes specifically and look at his viewpoint. But I'm just going off a review for stuff I learned in college. This is what my biology professor told me in college. They believe and this is with evolution. Like I said, the theory of nothing come from something, and a pool lightning hit a pool of cells, and talk about how certain organisms morphed into a fish, and then from a fish it morphed to a mammal. The mammal walked on the earth, turned to a monkey. To me, I don't believe that. Because like I said, no one can prove that. So it's the same way how when an atheist says, "Oh, you can't prove your God is real," they can't prove that 60 billion years ago, a lightning bolt from nowhere hit a pool of cells and formed a fish and formed another mammal, and then made a monkey. No one can prove that.
Okay,
so
I would like to put it this way. So this is, there's no, I want you to think of it from the point of view of a scientist, not of somebody trying to convince you. But let's say you are a scientist yourself. You're looking at the archaeological data, and your only aim, that's it, right? My aim is not to convince Jesus Lover. My aim is not to convince SupaWavvy and Sean or Dawood or anybody else. I just want to take this data and make a story that takes into account all of it, right? The data that we have shows a linear progression of species. It has gaps. There are questions, but it shows a linear progression nonetheless, right?
It's like this. It's like this. Let's solve a crime. A lady is in an apartment and she's unalive. Now, we can find the killer. We can ping his cell phone. We might not know his thoughts of what ticked him off. We might not know his thoughts. Was he depressed? There's gonna be gaps in the story at trial. You know what I'm saying? But the fingerprints, the DNA, it's gonna tell a story. We're gonna have some gaps.
The explanation of fingerprints and data is gonna be stronger than, oh, Mark, you would have never done it.
It's gonna be stronger.
Right? Which explanation?
Than the gaps and the denial.
But Sean, but I still have a problem. I still have a problem with that though, because like I said, it still goes back to my first premise of I don't have a problem with the evolution of animals. I believe it. I don't.
All right, let's do this. Jesus Lover, let's take it slow. Jesus Lover. If you can agree that there were ancient hominids before us, I'm pretty sure you conceded to that point, because your point was, well, what's before Neanderthals? And we can play that game and go back and find what was before Neanderthals and how long that took. If you can agree that there were ancient hominids before us, then you conceded to evolution. Now, when we get to Genesis with Adam and Eve, we have to find out, are these Homo sapiens wise men, wise modern human beings like me and you, or were these ancient hominids? If you can concede that Neanderthals are real, because you can just Google it. You can Google it. Like you said, Google something else. You can just we got a goddamn rock star in the building.
But Wavy, I don't have a problem with
what's
that.
What's up, Bronchia?
With how, like, I guess you could say animals evolve. That's not my issue. My issue is the premise of creation.
Your issue is the start of life, right?
Yeah, that's my whole issue.
The start of life. I got you, and we gonna be debating this topic, you know what I'm saying, till we 90. Jesus love it.
Yo, what's going on, fam?
Bibi to me, Uncle Hercules.
So yo, this it's my first time being on here with the other guys, so I guess introduce myself a little bit. Yo, so I'm a mathematician, and I come from the I guess I come from an African-centered point of view. You know what I'm saying? So when Cedric was up here talking, I came on, but I couldn't stay. I had something I had to do. I had some stuff I had to do, and I was trying to come back, try to come back on. But so he gave the whole European-centered point of view of the whole concept of everything that he was talking about come from a Eurocentric point of view. And you notice that he don't use African philosophy at all in his discussions because it goes against what he was talking about. And so when the whole idea of this naturalism, natural methodological naturalism, which basically is just modern science. That's basically all it is. So that's all you got to say is just modern science. But he wanted to be all trying to sound scientific and smart. So it's just what is the difference? It's the difference of reductionism. That's Western science. Western science reduces everything down to components and parts. All right. Now the African view doesn't do that. It keeps everything holistic. You're looking at a holistic everything. It's like understand. It's like looking at a tree. From the Western view, you're just looking at a tree. You're looking at, the leaves, the bark, how tall the tree is, the color of the leaves, the shapes of the leaves. The African point of view would say you're looking at the leaves, the bark, and you're looking at life. You're looking at the roots that's underneath it, what you don't see, what's underneath the bark, the flesh of the tree. You know what I'm saying? They look at the whole thing. So that's the thing that that he don't understand, because in the Westerners, they deny the spirit. They deny the spiritual realm. It's not once you start talking about spirituality and the spiritual realm, then for them in Western science, you're unscientific.
He say that's a mute point.
Yeah, that's you can't. But that's not. But you can't say that from an African point of view, because they will look at you like you're the fool, like something is wrong with you.
No, I think he understands that, but
no, he doesn't understand that. No, he doesn't understand that. Because for the reason of the physical world, the spiritual realm is the reason of the physical world, is what African philosophers would tell you. All right, so it's both connected. You cannot separate one from the other. All right, so the other thing is that just because Western science don't have the technical tools to measure the spiritual realm doesn't mean it doesn't exist and is not real. So you want to his whole thing is, how do you observe? You have to observe. That is not African. That's not African science. African scientists don't sit back and try to observe something. They get involved with it. You have to be connected with it. So that's the difference with Western science, because they have to you have to separate yourself from the experiment to understand it. In African science, you do not separate yourself. If you want to understand the atoms, if you want to understand Shango, which is the lightning in Yoruba Ifa, you want to understand Shango, you want to understand Yin and Ya. It's the ritual. You get involved into it. You feel the rhythm of it. Then you understand the characteristics of it, and then you talk about it. So when you hear the people of Ifa describing Shango and the powers of Shango and what Shango is, they're talking about lightning. And they're not incorrect on its characteristics just because they gave it a name. So it's a difference in how people observe the world, how people approaching this world. So African epistemology is complete opposite of Western epistemology, and that's something that we not understanding.
Uncle Hercules, I like your energy. I feel your spirit on you, and I'm with you. I'm with you, Uncle Hercules. Branquia, you there?
Yo. I'm sorry, I'm Branquia. My real name is Federico. I'm from Italy. And I'm sorry because I don't speak English very well, and I'm also drunk, so my English is very bad. But I think that the guy that just speak, he say that the African way to think the world, the African science. You speak about something that we cannot understand. The Occidental people.
Hey, Branquia.
Yeah.
Hey, Branquia, you a Christian or Muslim?
I am atheum. I don't believe in God. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. I'm with you right there, brother. I'm with you. You on my side then.
Okay.
Already. Y'all want to say something? Y'all want to say something to Branquia?
I want to say that science is called science because a reason. Science do experiment and learn about experience and experiment. So you can't talk about another kind of science because you have to take proof about that. That's all.
Oh, that was for you, Uncle Hercules.
So I guess I was trying to understand what he was saying. I didn't really catch it, most of it, but
he's talking about I guess what he's saying is like he's an atheist and he's talking from like the scientific viewpoint of like evidence and fossils, things like that. That's his standpoint.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's easy. I think that's easy because people would say, "What's the proof of a creator?" How do you know? The easy part of proving that is the universe is not random. That's the atheist point of view, that things just happen naturally or they just happen on their own. It has randomly happened. There's an order to it, and if there's an order to it, that means that something put it in place. Because if the universe was random, just think about it. If the universe was random, there was no order, then we would see things. You wouldn't see the number. What is it? Phi. You wouldn't see the number of phi all throughout the universe. You know what I'm saying? From the macro level to the micro level, and we see it in the galaxies, in the shape of the galaxies. You have the number phi. So if it was random, you would not have this number all throughout the universe and galaxies. You can't, because it would be just a random different number. It would all be different, but it's not. So that's one way you know that there's a thought process. There is something behind the universe that created the universe. And the other one would be the whole singularity, with the thing of the Big Bang, the singularity part. Because before the singularity, it was just, my ancestors from the ancient Kemet would say that the universe, it was just new. There was this murky plasma that existed that was made from a different type of matter than the matter that we have in today. So what we learned from the singularity, that at a point, the so-called Big Bang happened. So if it was just random, or if there was no consciousness behind it, what caused the singularity? Something had to cause that singularity to happen. It was just not something that just, what was put in place to cause the singularity to happen. Okay. And so we learned from ancestors that it was a sound. It was Heka. They say, yo, Heka, the sound created the singularity, which brought our universe into existence. And so modern science says that. And so it wasn't something that was just randomly, going on. So I think that's how, we see that there was something, a thought process and development of the universe, because you have on the same, like I said, you have the same level, you have on the macro level, you know what I'm saying, and on the micro level down to the human DNA, you could find the number phi, 1.618. You find this number all throughout the universe. So I think that's proof that it's not just random.
Yeah, I'm not with you on this. I understand that the randomity of the things, there is a lot of scientist people that believe in God. But if you talk about numbers, if you talk about singularity, if you talk about causality, we live in a random situation. We live in casuality. We live in chaos. Chaos, the word chaos. Because, the earth is a very specific thing that happen, that people can live in earth, and we live in earth. So this is a very specific thing from casual, from singularity, okay? But the science that we know, we have to start from this. you can't bring a new type of science with the songs. I don't know the way you think, but scientists are working hard to find answer to the questions. So when people told me that there are a new kind of science from Madagascar, they told that if you drop a water on alcohol, you can have infinite energy. I don't care about this. I wanted the proof. People who study, I am not a studier, but people have to study to learn, and we have a lot of people who learn in this world. They make progress for us. So I'm sorry, I can't explain myself properly.
Nah. We heard you real good, brother. Uncle Hercules, he say in Western science, we got people doing the work, brother. And in your type of science, whatever you talking about, they freestyling, brother.
yeah. Freestyling is a good way to say it. Yeah. Thank you.
That's an interesting way to put it, but I think the work from the African science has already been done. That's the problem, that it was done thousands of years ago, and it just fell on deaf ears because of colonization and what happened. So we see the results. We see the results of Western science today from the computers and iPhones and cars and stuff. We see the results, but the problem is that we've never been able to see the results of African science in use without the influence from Europeans or Arabs. So that has never been able. That's never been able to been done yet. So that's something that there's several black people in the continent now that's working on stuff like that. So I mean, it's just that we just haven't been able to see the results. But Western science has proven itself. You know what I'm saying? It's proven itself over the years, and it's in the situation that we're in now. It's unsustainable. It's a science that's produced unsustainability throughout the world, and we see that right now with AI, with the need of the data centers. How many data centers they're building, and the energy need is exceeding what the data centers can produce and stuff. So that's why they're building so many of them, because of what AI needs to do all these computations. So it is unsustainable because it's using fresh water. And we need fresh water as well. So
yeah,
it's gonna be crazy to see what's going to look like in 50 years. You know what I'm saying? And the use of when it comes down, and then the state you're living in decides to give the fresh water to the data centers priority over humans.
They said one AI generated pic, it's like 40 gallons of water or something like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's gonna be crazy. What's coming up, man?
The crazy part is,
anyway, if the African science that you're talking about can bring something better, what is the something better? The science you're speaking about. What is because I can see it. You can bring me a formula. Something that you can write, and you can say me, you can bring energy, free energy with this. I can see that. I'm sorry about that.
I mean, that's one of the topics today that you see in a lot of discussions, in the papers that people are writing today. They're talking about sustainability and how you just can't. That today we start there. People they're just not now relying on Western science anymore. You have to include indigenous science now. They want to include the knowledge of the indigenous people, the knowledge of people of indigenous Africa now, because they're starting to realize that Western science is unsustainable, and so we need to start looking at other ways to do make advancements without, without overrunning, depleting the earth of the resources. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why they rushing to get to Mars and rushing to get out get to the moon now, because they realizing that, in 100 years the resources, it's gonna be very scarce.
Hey, he's asking, what is your answer? What is your formulas, and where's your hard workers at? Where they at?
Yeah, so I'm not an applied scientist. I'm more of a theorist.
Wait a second. So probably some African guy contribute herself to make some formulas. You talking bad about West science. You talking about West science, but probably some African guy go to study on I don't know, in London and make some formula for the scientist. So I think is wrong to think that there is the African way and the Occidental way. We are all the same. The science is without geography is for everyone. So I think that a lot of sorry for my singult, a lot of scientists as from everywhere, so from Africa, from India, and they collaborate for make science is universal, and this is a bad thing thinking about the African science. We can do more. No, we have to collaborate, and on science, this is the only thing that people collaborate. Politics, no, music, no, everything, no. But in science, all the world collaborate. So I think that we have the goodest.
So the only problem with that is that you have to show me that where today's science has been beneficial for African people on the continent. It hasn't. It's been exploitative. So Western countries, they exploit the minerals and resources out of Africa, leaving those people in poverty. You know what I'm saying? So you got Apple in America, the company, we looking at Apple or any tech company. They all take the resources from the Congo. Where the Congo, they in poverty. Well, how come the Congo is not looking like Switzerland? Where we know that we get the materials, you get the materials from Africa. So you're exploiting them and using your scientific knowledge, exploiting them to get the resources, but yet you're not showing them how to use the resources, how to refine the resources so they can sell it to you, because that will bring them up and prop them up. So Western science has not been beneficial, truthfully, beneficial to African people, because you still would not have poverty all around Africa. Africa should be looking like Russia. It should be looking like Switzerland and France and Britain, because they got all the resources, but it's not. How come it's still looking the way it is? So there's a problem there.
That's a good point. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, you got the floor.
You're talking about a political problem, not a science problem. You're talking about politics. It's another thing. It's another way to think. Right. If we talk about science, is a thing. But if we talk about politics, yes, I know Africa is scammed. All the world scammed Africa. I don't know why. I born in the 90s. I never do something wrong on Africa, but in the past, I'm sorry for that, but Africa was scammed. Someone scam Africa. But about science, science is universal. Politics is another thing. Okay, you understand what I say?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm understanding what you're saying, but so again, from a black perspective, we don't exclude that. We're not going to separate them. See, that's how the Westerners do. You want to separate stuff in compartments and deal with one.
I wanted to wait a second. I wanted to separate the politics from
because it's all
from
together.
Science.
It's all together. You cannot do that because it's all together. It's all
no. You
so,
have to.
So that's why it doesn't make sense to me. For you, it makes sense. To me, it don't make sense.
Come on, science. Science is mathematically.
We know what science is. We know it has an effect, but we also know that the black people in Africa have been exploited out of the material. They have not been able to use their science, is what I said. They not have been able to use their science from their point of view without the Europeans or Arabs' influence. That's not have been done. That's what I said. So it's something that we haven't been able to see yet.
Yeah. Okay. I understand what you're saying. I think that in most of the African country now, the very problem is the civilian wars. So it's not from the Europe. Is from inside every nation in Africa. They have civil wars and people they find that fight together. I don't know why. I'm not a politician. I'm not study these things, and I'm sorry about that. Maybe is the fault is from the Europe. Maybe maybe Europe do something 100 years ago, and now they have a repercussion on the quotidianity.
I appreciate you at least for mentioning that.
Yeah, and another the answer to that is like, I guess I would reference John Perkins' book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, where he goes into detail how the CIA was instrumental in causing the problems that are in Africa today. You know what I'm saying? And this British Secret Service, you have Western countries that made sure that these places remain in conflict so they can continue to exploit them while they, fighting each other. So yeah, so you have people who write books that show you that the CIA, Americans were they're the cause of the conflicts. You know what I'm saying? They're not organic. They're the cause of the conflicts that happens over there. So those are things that we got to and then you have to also ask the question, like, why, how come, like you would say, what are they, idiots? You guys can't see what's going on. So we also got to ask that question as well. How come the people in Africa cannot see the division that's being brought to them by Westerners and stop the conflict, stop fighting amongst each other. So, it's not just one way. I'm not just blaming the West. I would blame them as well for not recognizing what's going on. You know what I'm saying? They have to recognize their problems and what's going on. And that's why right now, Burkina Faso, the brother of Burkina Faso stood up and was like, yo, we kicking the French out. We kicking out everything that's French and European. We getting back to the African way. So they want to let go of the influence that the Europeans and Arabs brought to them. And I think that'll be more beneficial than having all the internal stuff will probably let go.
Keon, you there? All right, Keon probably out.
Yeah, I gotta get ready. I'm not gonna stay up for long, man. I gotta get ready for work. I gotta get up in the morning and shit.
Yeah, I know. You gotta go teach the kids in the morning, man. Uncle Hercules, appreciate you for your service.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I know you living a good life over there in Italy, man.
Hey, living a good life. Mic. I like your setup, Bronchia. Unmute your mic, Martin.
Yeah, I like your sound too. You got like those 4 guitars in the back, man. It's beautiful.
Thank you. It's my man cave.
Shalom, Martin.
Shalom. Shalom. I wanted to come through and I wanted to smash on all the Muslims and all the Christians over here,
Jesus lover, you there?
Yeah.
All right, look like Martin trying to catch a fade.
Yeah, straight up. I feel like all of y'all are being disingenuous. You know, you're not really trying to serve Yahweh. You're just trying to do whatever you want to do, like your idolatry. You know, and it says clearly in the Torah that Yahweh is only dealing with Israel. Psalms 147 and 19 and 20. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Yasharal. He has not dealt so with any nation. As for his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye Yahweh. And also Amos chapter 3, 1 and 2. Hear this word that Yahweh has spoken against you. O children of Yasharal, you only have I known of all the families on the earth. So, you know, y'all being disingenuous. We already been over here on Wavy Show for the last 2 years telling y'all straight up the Yakad is running the Hebrew community. When we step on here, we're telling y'all, yo, stop the lies. You know, we're not gonna stand here and let y'all like just talk forever. You know, babble about nothing.
Actually, we had a pretty
so,
insightful
conversation. Hold on. He called me out, so let me respond to the brother. So, Martin, are you not gonna yap and let me talk? Because you and your other cousin like to yap a lot. All right, cool. Now let's go to your own Torah in Deuteronomy 22:11. Last time I checked, you're not full blood. You are mixed. Your Yahweh that you claim, and the verse you read, you said praise be Yahweh. It doesn't say that. So you made it. So you made up your own verse.
What
So
verse?
let me talk. Hey, Martin, shut your mouth. Let me talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. Let me talk, Martin. Martin.
I have to go.
You just babble.
Hold on.
I
Hold on. Let me
Bronchier,
talk,
take it
bro.
easy.
Deuteronomy.
Say the verse. Say the verse again. Jesus love you.
Deuteronomy 22:11.
Deuteronomy.
Brother, you understand what I said?
You
Go
making
read
up?
it.
Yo. You see, he's making a book. He's like Metatronomy. What the fuck is Metatronomy?
I never said that, brother. But I think you have a lisp, and your lips makes you not
Say
understand English.
Deuteronomy 11.
I said Deuteronomy 11, 22:11. It literally says,
22:11.
do not mix. For last time I checked, you were mixed, so you don't qualify to be in the Akkad. You are illegal. You hopped the border of the Akkad. So I don't know what you think you are. You are Martin. Stop. Let me talk. You hopped. Martin, stop.
Hold up, Martin. Hold up, Martin.
Martin, you hopped the border of the Akkad. You are an illegal immigrant Akkadi. You don't belong in the Akkad.
Hold up, Martin.
Bro, deport this guy back to where he came from.
He's making shit up. What the fuck he talking about?
Read your
Martin,
Torah.
Hey Martin, let him land his plane. Listen to everything he's saying so you can rebut it. Let him finish.
Go to your Torah or Torah, as you call it, the Deuteronomy 22:11. Hashem forbids mixing with other people. Last time I checked, you are mixed. So that means you already broke the rules. You hopped over the border illegally with no visa. You are illegal Akkadi. You don't belong in the Akkad.
All right, you got to go, Martin.
All right, Deuteronomy 22:11. Thou shalt not wear a garment of divert sorts, as of linen together. So he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. This is talking about like not putting your different items of cloth together. You know that you can't wear them together. Like don't wear the cloth with the wool. So I don't know what he's talking about mixing. You know he needs to go back. You know Google whatever verse he thought he meant to bring to me, and then come correct verse next time.
Brother,
And
I'm
like
using that verse. Hold on. Before you start yapping, I'm using the verse against you. I was using that point for a point. In the Old Testament, in the Torah, Hashem literally commanded the Jews, do not marry wives from them. Do not intermarry with the pagans. Which guess what? He said, if you do this, you break the covenant. So, like I said before, you are mixed. You are mixed with two different people from two different. I don't know even where you're from. All I know is you're an illegal Akkadi. You cannot belong to the Akkad because you hopped the border.
done? Are you done babbling? All right. He doesn't obviously know what he's talking about. Two of the tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh, they have a mother that was a Hamitic mother from Egypt. So you don't have to be pure on both sides. As long as your father is a Hebrew and my father is a Hebrew, my mother just happens to be a Hebrew also from the northern kingdom. So I'm
Got
Hebrew.
you. So you're an Edomite.
You're
Got you.
talking about, you can hush your mouth.
You're an Edomite. I got you.
No, you're an idiot. I don't know what the fuck what you're talking about.
Hold up, hold up. Jesus lover, Jesus lover. Let him finish.
First off, he called me an Edomite. I just told him I'm Hebrew on both sides. Hebrew on my father's side and Hebrew on my mother's side. He tried to say, "Oh, you can't. Your mother can't be from another tribe." I told him two of the tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh, that's Joseph's children. They had a mother that was not from the nation of Israel. She was an Egyptian, like the Pharaoh's sister. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. He needs to go back to the Tawara and start reading and stop going against the real Hebrews.
Brother, you are not Hebrew. You are not Hebrew. Like I said, you're an illegal immigrant. You are not Hebrew.
No,
Brother.
what you said is
You
incorrect.
you cannot, Martin, let me talk, brother, and stop yapping. You cannot prove with no historical evidence that you're Hebrew. You're stealing a random verse that you claim belongs to you. You claim you're from the Akkad with no scientific or historical proof. You just claim certain things, like your other friend Angel. He claims there are writings in Puerto Rico in a cave that says he's Hebrew. You can't even prove it. So you're just making claims you can't prove. So prove to me that you're Hebrew.
Yo, you should be thanking Wavy for allowing.
Prove to me that you are Hebrew and stop yapping, bro.
Thank Wavy for babbling, all that babbling that he allows you to do on his channel. You
Got
should
you.
thank
Prove that
Wavy.
you're Hebrew.
And the
Prove that
way
you're
that
Hebrew,
I prove that I'm Hebrew, the way that I've always proved since day one of coming on Wavy Show is with Hebrew by reading the Torah. Because
that doesn't do anything. Prove your
No.
your historical blood ties to the Hebrews, brother, and stop yapping. Prove it.
Well, my father's last name is Sadah, and Sadah just
So you're
happens.
Muslim.
That means righteous in Hebrew. All right, that's one of the tribes of Levi. All right, so you don't know anything. All right, I could
Brother,
prove
I
Hebrew by
got you.
the Hebrew. I'm
Martin.
also part of the Akkad, which is a bunch of Hebrews that is the only like real nation of Israel in this time that actually serves Yahweh. We follow the teachings of the Kahan. We're actually the real house of Israel.
Okay,
So
Martin,
against
I have a question for you.
right now. That's
I have a-
why when you come over here, we could read the Hebrew. We show you Zephaniah 3 and 9. We read the pure language. We read like it says in Isaiah 19:18 in the language of Canaan, and we can tell you that the Canaanites were Phoenicians. So we
got
can
you.
read in the
Martin,
Paleo Hebrew. The Phoenician is the Paleo Hebrew. So
Martin.
listen, we're the real
So
Hebrews right now. All right.
Martin.
You need to repent in the name of Yahweh and stop talking when I'm talking. I'll let you talk. Like right now.
Hey,
Brother,
Martin. Hey,
I have
Martin.
a
Hey, Martin. Don't even worry about it, cause Angel here. He gonna get the same treatment. Don't even worry.
Angel's a yapper, brother. Yeah, but back to Martin. Martin. So because your name is Sadiq or Sadak, whatever you said, what about another person who happens to be born? Let's say they were born in Libya or Saudi Arabia somewhere, and they have the same last name as you. Are they automatically in the Akkad?
No, you're only in the Akkad if you are a student of the Kahan and you're following all the Torah, the law, statutes, and commandments of the all the Dead Sea Scrolls, all the fragments that were left to us by the Zadokites that are mentioned in Ezekiel chapter 44, 10 through 15. So that's why we follow the Zadokites and you guys are following some made up mystery school bullshit.
Bro, what?
It's made up. How's it made up if Jesus is an actual historical figure, separating from take out
Oh
take out
yeah,
take out
yeah,
take out
yeah.
hold on take
Jesus
out the books,
made
brother.
up bullshit. That's what it is. Made up made up mystery school bullshit that remade up the shit from Babylon, bro. It's
So
all
Jesus, hold on, Martin, hold on, Martin. I'm about to destroy it with your own Hebrew history.
to
Was
plagiarize bullshit, bro.
got you, Martin. Martin, was Jesus from Babylon?
You're following Tammuz, you
Brother,
know.
answer my question, Martin. It's a simple question. Was Jesus from Babylon?
No, Jesus was
So
not Babylon.
for you to spill that rubbish and say it was a book
Not
made up in Babylon, and he's not even from Babylon, you make no sense, brother.
Tammuz from Babylon. It's the
I'm
story.
talking about. I don't.
Tammuz.
Guess what, Martin? I don't follow the Talmud.
Do you not understand
You
that?
claim that it was made up in Babylon, and Jesus is nowhere close to Babylon. So
Oh,
how can the book be written by the people from Babylon?
have you ever heard of Dionysus? Have you ever heard of Horus? He was Horus in Egypt. He was Dionysus in Greece.
Brother, what are you talking about? I'm talking about
You can't
Jesus.
stick
You
with
just
me.
no,
You
no,
can't
Martin. Martin,
I'm
you just said
you
my book was written in Babylon.
Your book is plagiarized from Babylonian mystery school bullshit. All right, that's what your book is based on. It's called plagiarism. Do you understand what plagiarism is?
Got you. So show me where in the Babylonian writings or the writings of the Egyptians where a man named Jesus claimed to be the Son of God and claimed to raise the dead and claimed to even better yet, Martin. Better yet,
He's known
show
as
me. Hold on, Martin. Hold on. Show me in the writings of the Babylonians or the writings of the Egyptians where he claimed to be the only way to the Father. Show it to me. And I'm waiting for that text.
dude. I just told you he fucking plagiarized. He's made up mystery school bullshit. All right, I'm telling you the truth. All right,
Martin,
anyway, look at it. Look, you can't get past Ezekiel 44:10-15.
Martin,
Right?
look,
You can't get
I
past
agree. I
that.
agreed
You
with
can't
you though.
get past
I,
that. You were
I
supposed
agree
to
with you.
follow the Zadokite. You did
Mar-
not follow the Zadokite. You failed the mission. All right. So now we got to go back and we got to show you what the mission was that you failed. All right. You were supposed to follow the Zadokites, not the Christians, not the Jebus idols, not Horus, not Dionysus, not Tammuz. You were supposed to follow the Zadokites. They were the only ones that kept the course. They're the only one that kept the righteous path. All right, we were supposed to follow them. They left us the Dead Sea Scrolls. You see where I'm getting at?
Martin, I asked you a question and you ran over to the Zadokites. That was not my question, brother. I asked you a simple question. You
Don't
said my book has been plagiarized by Egyptians and Babylonians. Perfect. And I said, brother, I know you went to high school. Do you
not
understand what plagiarism means?
even listening to what I'm telling you.
Martin, do you
Your
understand what plagiarism means?
said your book plagiarized from the Egyptians. Your book plagiarized the Egyptians.
Got
Your
you. So, okay, Martin, and
plagiarized
I agree with you. I said perfect. I said prove it. Prove to me with Egyptian writing where he said, I am the Son of God, or he says, me and the Father are one. Show it to me in the Egyptian writing of Horus or Dionysus. It's that simple.
This is so simple. You can put this into your Google. All
Brother,
you have to
show it to me.
do,
Since you're
where
bringing the point.
all you have to do is say, where did the Bible plagiarize from the Babylonian mystery schools? Just type
Oh,
that into your phone right now. Type it into your phone. See what your phone says to you. Don't be scared, you pussy.
I'm not getting scared, brother. I can have to understand your list anyways. Your list
So then
hard.
do it and tell me what
like,
says.
like I said, Martin, I don't think you understand how a debate works. When you bring a point, it is you have the burden of proof, my guy. You said a claim that the Bible plagiarizes the Babylonian text and in the writings of Horus and Dionysius. And I ask you a simple question. My Bible says, Jesus said in red letter, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Show me where in the writings of the Babylonians there was a figure who said that. Oh hell, even Dionysus or Horus or any other deity in Egypt saying those things. Show it to me. It's that simple.
All right, listen.
If you can't show it to me, then stop yapping.
Listen, you talk too much. and you sound like an idiot. All right.
Perfect. You
And
conceded, Martin. You conceded. We'll move on. You have no proof, so stop yapping, bro.
you can stop yapping when I'm talking. I didn't talk when you were yapping, and you were
Yes, you
talking
are,
a bunch
brother.
of stupid shit, a bunch of dumb shit.
Brother,
You
brother,
said,
brother,
you
brother,
said,
brother, brother,
tell me,
your brother, Martin,
and
Martin, your Torah says, "Do not bear false witness." You freaking pagan. Your
bro,
Torah says, "Do not bear false witness," and you're bearing false witness. So
you're being
shut your mouth, dude, and
this
concede if you're wrong. It's that simple.
Jeebus lover. First off, you're being pagan because in the Torah
Okay.
it says, "Don't put no God before Yahweh." All right, that's the first commandment. That's Exodus 20. That's Deuteronomy 5, 6, and 7. You're
Martin,
real stupid. You're
Martin,
mad pagan. You know what you're
Martin,
doing
everybody here watched you bring up a point that
in
you
front of
cannot deliver on. You brought
everybody.
up, I didn't bring the point you did. You claimed my right. The Bible is written in and was stolen from. You said
Just
plagiarism. Do you understand what the word plagiarism means? Plagiarism means you go and you copy word for word from someone else's work. So prove it to me.
with the
It's that
Torah.
simple.
See? Don't you see I beat you up with the Torah? My Torah says don't put
Brother,
God before
you
your
don't know
house.
you don't know
Your
you don't know
Bible,
how to debate, brother.
oh, you gotta put Jesus in front of Yahweh. Don't you see that?
Brother,
That right there is you're plagiarizing from the Torah. You're taking from the Torah, don't you see? You just did something that's called let's create anti-Torah. All right?
brother,
That's what you did. You
brother,
create
you're
anti-Torah
Martin,
also.
you're missing the
Put
point,
in
Martin. Again, you
front of
brought
Yahweh.
up a point and you claimed an insane claim, but you
That's a
cannot prove it, dude. So stop. Now you're
proof.
running all over the circle. You're running in circles because you have no point to prove. So
Oh
stop it.
yeah. Exodus 20. Go read it, you dumbass. No gods before Yahweh.
Okay, I guess brothers don't understand English either. So maybe I'll
No
speak in
gods before
Hebrew.
Yahweh. No gods before Yahweh. Do you get it?
Guess what? And Yahweh is the one that Isaiah talked about in Isaiah 53. He talked about the piercing of the Mashiach. So,
No, he
and
didn't say that.
Martin, guess what? You're going to meet that Mashiach one day. So keep
Isaiah
it up.
53 is about the nation of Israel, the suffering servant.
Where does it say that? Where does Isaiah say the suffering of Israel? In that
Isaiah,
where
suffering
Martin,
about
stop the yap. Go and read Isaiah 53. And it does not mention Israel in those texts. So
oh,
stop
okay.
the
Let me
yap.
show you so I can show you what a
Isaiah,
big
brother,
you are.
stop. In Isaiah 53, the prophet never says he's talking about Israel. He never says that. So stop it. And even if you want to run that route, brother, I'll run there with you. He also talked about a virgin giving birth. Who gave birth to a virgin? Israel? Did Jacob? Hold on.
That was a
brother,
mistranslation. So
Martin, I'm about to destroy with your own Torah. Did
41,
Jacob?
but you,
Last
but
time
you,
I checked, was Jacob a woman?
Isaiah 41, 8 and 9.
Brother,
But you,
last
Israel,
time I checked, was Jacob a woman who can
you
give
can't
birth
know
to a
what
man?
because you're talking over me that you can like blot out the truth, bro. Isaiah 41, 8 and 9.
I
But
said
you,
53.
my
I said
servant,
53.
Jacob, who I have chosen, you whom I drew from the ends of the earth.
Martin, I said
That's
Isaiah 53. You're
what
reading something else.
happened. Oh, I said Isaiah 53 and you're reading Isaiah 41. All
Yes,
through
brother. Do you know how to count?
all through Isaiah, it's talking about Israel's my servant. Isaiah 41, Isaiah 44 and 1. But here now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, who I have chosen. Isaiah 49 and 3. And he said to me, you are my servant, O Israel, whom I will show my glory. Come on, you're a dumbass. You're a liar. You're an idolater. And you're
I'm
trying
a
to lie.
liar. Brother, I said Isaiah 53. You
You're
read
getting
Isaiah
beat
41.
up.
Do you know how to count?
You're getting beat up.
Brother, the only one who's getting beat up is
It's you.
your
You're getting
card.
beat up. Everybody's
You're illegal or card.
everybody's watching you get beat up.
Hold on, Martin, you know what's funny? Isaiah 53 verse 6. What does it say? And his
Everybody's
wound, hold on. And by his wounds, stop. And
oh
by
wait.
his wounds were we healed. We all like sheep have gone astray. Each of us has turned to our own and say, and the
Oh,
Lord has laid on him the iniquity for us all. Oh
we
my
go.
gosh. Isaiah 53 6.
Okay, let's read Isaiah 53 again. Let's go.
Go read
Isaiah
Isaiah 53 verse 6 and stop yapping, brother.
3. Because you obviously have a problem understanding that it's about the
Yeah,
nation of
yeah, yeah.
Israel.
It's
So
about Israel. Perfect. Show me in the Torah where it
who
talks about Israel. Read the
Isaiah
whole Isaiah 53. Where does it
who
mention Israel?
I report, and who is the arm of Yahweh revealed? Who is the arm of Yahweh?
Brother, what are you saying?
Who
It,
is the arm of
English.
Yahweh?
Look, it doesn't
Who is
say that in Hebrew.
the arm
It doesn't say
of
Yahweh. It says, who
Yahweh
is the
Israel?
arm of the Lord? Who has the arm of the Lord been revealed?
Here,
Where does it say Yahweh? Where
I'll
does it
help
say that?
I'll help you. The nation of Israel is the arm. For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, as a root out of dry ground. He has no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is
Read on.
despised and rejected of men, a
Who was
man of
perfect? Who was
Israel.
rejected?
Israel, and acquainted with grief, and we hid our faces from him, and he was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he has borne our grief and carried our sorrows, yet
What?
we did
God,
esteem him
Martin,
stricken.
Martin, you're crucifying yourself. When did Israel ever carry the burdens or pain for the world? Where?
Hold on. Doesn't it say in Zephaniah 3 and 12 that the nation of Israel is afflicted, poor, and afflicted? In your midst I leave a nation poor and afflicted. Doesn't
Martin.
that say that in Zephaniah 3 and 9? Okay, let's keep reading. Surely he has borne our grief and carried our sorrows. Yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God
So,
and afflicted.
Martin, who is the he?
Hold on, let's continue.
Who is the he, Martin?
Continue. The
Are we,
nation of
are we talking about He-Man? Are we talking about
Israel,
Spider-Man, Batman? Who is the he?
suffering servant Israel, all the members of the nation of Israel, the remnant, the elect. For he is wounded for our
Brother, but guess
transgressions.
what,
He
Martin?
was
It doesn't say that
listen,
in Isaiah
our
53, like I told you
iniquity,
earlier. In that text,
chastisement of
in
our
the
peace.
Hebrew which you read, Martin, it does not say Israel. In the
Listen,
Hebrew which you read. So stop
listen.
the cap.
All we as sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one our own way, and Yahweh has laid on him the iniquity of us all.
Perfect.
He was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He
Oh,
fought like a lamb to the slaughter, and
like a lamb to the what?
first years dumb, so he
Like a
opened
lamb to the what, Martin?
is taken from prison, and
Oh
from
my
the
God, Martin. Like a lamb to the what, Martin?
he was cut off of the land of the living. For his transgressions of my people he was stricken, and he was made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was there deceit in his mouth. Yet
Perfect. Martin, guess what, Martin? You crucified yourself.
what what did
Why,
it
Martin,
say in
hold on. Why did
Zephaniah
it, Martin, stop. Why did the Jews deny Jesus as the Messiah?
No, Zephaniah 2 and 13.
Martin,
No
stop.
deceit in his mouth.
Why did the Jews deny Jesus as the Messiah? Because he did not start and revolt against the Romans and the Greeks, didn't he? This is why Jewish people deny him as the Messiah. Because guess what? In the Torah, it talks about the Messiah coming to save Israel.
Listen,
But
I
the Jews don't stop. The Jews believe, stop it.
I
The
don't
Jews
want
believe to come back and start war and rebuild the third temple.
yo,
This is why
listen,
they denied him. But guess what? Who else?
Jesus,
Who
yo,
else is accredited the lamb to the slaughter in the Bible? Who else?
listen, shut your mouth. Let me finish.
Brother, you have no
And if
answer, dude.
how to bruise him, he has put him to grief. When thou makest sow an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days. And the pleasure of Yahweh shall prosper in his hand.
Brother,
Your
you keep saying
Jebus,
Yahweh.
I did not have any seed, and he did not prolong his days. This is about the nation of Yasharal. Don't try to take from me and my brothers and my sisters what belongs to us and try to give it to
Martin,
some idol.
guess
Out
what?
of your
He did,
damn mind. You better stop.
Relax, Martin. He did, in fact, prolong his days because guess what? On the
No,
third day, Jesus
no,
resurrected. So
no,
in
no,
Isaiah 53, he did, in fact, prolong his days. So stop the yap.
No, he did it. He did not. There was no 3 days. Try to
Okay.
count 3 days. You must be retarded if you count 3 days from Friday night to Sunday morning. You're an idiot. That
No,
ain't even two and
no,
a half. You're
no one
stupid.
says. No one
Cut
says.
you
Believe.
in
No,
front of everybody. And
all right.
now we're in Zephaniah. We're in Zephaniah chapter 3. We're in
Yo, Sean,
chapter
this guy.
chapter
Yo,
13.
Martin. Yo, Sean.
It
I know you know how to count, right?
do
Sean,
not what
Sean.
he knew.
How many days is Friday to Sunday?
A deceitful tongue be found in his mouth, for they shall feed and lie down, and
This is.
none shall
All
make
right, all
them.
right, all right, guys. Martin, brother,
I
Martin,
can't
you're
believe you're
rambling.
illegal
Let's
with
go, please.
Cardi, bro. I gotta report you to Trump and get you out of here, bro.
He
You're
always
illegal with Cardi.
What?
You're illegal with Cardi, bro.
Hey,
this guy an
hey, hold
idolatry.
up.
Don't
Friday night to Sunday morning is not 3 days.
Exactly, but he thinks it is. He's a dumbass,
Brother.
bro. Just go to
Hold
sleep,
on,
bro.
Martin. Martin,
Make you wake up in 3
Martin,
days.
hold on. Like I said, your Torah says, "Do not bear false witness." You illegal. I
Your
asked
thought,
you a question. I asked you a question earlier. I told you to go to Isaiah 53. You went to Isaiah 41. Who can't count, me or you?
yo, I went to all through Isaiah 41,
Brother,
44,
brother,
49.
I said Isaiah 53. You jumped to Isaiah 41.
2 days. You count 3 days in like less than two and a half. You're the one that can't
Martin,
count.
I asked you a question, brother. Who else in your Torah is accredited the lamb to the slaughterhouse? Who else?
Bro,
Is
don't even
Israel ever accredited the lamb to the slaughterhouse?
talk bad about the Torah. You know
Brother,
what you do? You
Martin,
go back
it's a simple
and read.
question. Is Israel ever
Don't
accredited the lamb
ask
to the slaughterhouse
questions.
in the
Don't
Torah?
ask no stupid questions. Just ask good questions. Don't ask no stupid questions.
Brother, that's a good
You
question. Who
question, I'm
else is ever accredited the lamb to the slaughterhouse in the whole of the Torah? Show it to me.
I told you
a
no
man lamb.
questions.
You need to go and study your Torah again because
No shit,
there is
right?
no Israel is never accredited the lamb to the slaughterhouse in the Torah.
Can't
It is
do
only
none of
accredited
that.
a
So
man. So stop.
you can't be fucking doing no idolatry, and then doing abomination that like defamation of character and think you're doing the right thing.
Defamation
Everything
of
you're doing
character.
is
Brother, the
wrong.
only one who defames character in this whole podcast is the Qadis. You illegals always defame character. You illegals always call people out their name and curse them out. You guys are the ones who bear false witness. And guess what? And break your 10 commandments that you so believe in. You break it all the time.
Idolatry, right? All you babbling idolaters
Jesus
get
lover has a point.
don't let you babble your dumb shit.
Bro, you and Angel bear false witness every single
No
time in this show.
show
So
you what
stop
it's
the cap, bro.
Torah, make you look stupid. That's all we do.
Brother,
We show you
can't,
the Torah,
Martin,
make
you can prove Isaiah 53, so hush him out, bro. I'm moving to the next person.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Hey, Dawood.
Yes.
You said you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I have one question. So for the Akkad people, so do y'all consider yourselves Essens, like ESSENEs?
No, that the Essene, it just means healer, and they made that word because the Zadokites, the what they called the Essenes back in the day, they used to heal people. They were they were followers of the Torah, and they followed the ways of the Zadokites. All right, when Jonathan was put in the position of power, and he wasn't a Zadokite, and they weren't following the Zadokite ways, so they went into Qumran. Actually, they went for 20 years in the desert until Yahweh raised for them the teacher of righteousness. And then,
So they were outside of the scope of Jerusalem, I guess.
yeah, it's the Dead Sea, the south, the Nagab.
Okay. Okay. So look. Here's my critique, and I think Jesus Lover may agree. Okay. If you take a genetic test, do you think you'll have ancestry in that particular region in the cave of Qumran?
All the members of the Akkad, without a doubt, we all trace back to Israel, to Yasharal.
Would you take that genetic test?
Do you understand? We speak in the Hebrew that's spoken in Zephaniah 3 and 9 and Isaiah 19:18. We even follow the teacher of righteousness, and the teacher of righteousness had said that that Yahweh would raise up a Kahan, a priest, in the end times. We even follow a
Which
priest
is
who calls
Jesus,
himself
Martin.
Look,
So stop.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying. Look, if y'all take a test through 23andMe, Ancestry.com, can these claims be backed up? Like, will you?
Don't have to do all that shit, bro. We check out what it says in the Torah, what it says in the Dead Sea Scrolls. We're over here telling you that Ezekiel 44:10-15. You ain't never heard none of that shit. When the Kahan came 10 years ago, over 11 years ago to the Hebrew community, he brought out a prophecy. The prophecy was the teacher of righteousness prophecy, which was Joel 23. Nobody else brought out Joel 2:23 before, and has not yet brought out 2:23 Joel 2:23 in the Hebrew community, in the Christian community, in the Muslim community, or in the Jewish community. So
You're making bold claims. Respectfully, dude, I don't know if what you're saying is true. I don't think it's true, actually.
Google it.
But look, brother. All I'm saying is, can you prove genetically that you have ancestry in that particular region in the cave of Qumran, Negev Desert region? That's what I'm saying, because you claim to be from there, right? And that you.
Bro, listen, I got family that lives in Israel right now too. All right, right now, I have family that even lives in Israel right now too. So yes, I have family that goes back to Israel, and I'm telling you,
Martin.
every member of the Yakad is the remnant, the Yakad is the elect, and the Yakad is the only one that's telling y'all the truth right now, and has been telling y'all the truth all the time over here. No
Martin.
Muslim, no Islam, no fake Jew, and no Amalekite could stand up to the Yakad over here on this platform.
Does your dad practice the Akkad since you
No,
claim it?
my dad follows whatever the small hats and wall kids.
Okay, so that means you're an illegal Akkadi. Like I say all the time, you
Listen,
come from
whatever you
hey,
say,
you are a
bullshit.
different offshoot of the you don't qualify to be called the remnants of Israel. You don't qualify.
You're dumbass because Hezekiah was a good king.
You're the recycled version of Israel.
Everybody could do right. We gotta apologize and ask Yahweh for forgiveness for the sins of our fathers because they ain't
I don't follow a Yahweh. I follow Hashem, and I follow His Son Jesus Christ. I don't follow a Yahweh.
Listen, dumbass. Hashem just means the name. That's all that means.
I know what it means, brother.
You're
And I follow Hashem. That's who I follow.
I follow the name.
Hold on, I follow Yahweh.
Yahweh is Judah. So you're saying you follow
No, you guys are fake. No, you guys are not the Yakad. We are the real Yahweh. You
sound
have
like
to learn from Yahweh. From
Zephaniah 3:9 says that Yahweh turns his people to a pure language. You're obviously somebody that doesn't know Torah.
And Isaiah 53 says the lamb to the slaughterhouse, which I asked you, show me in your Torah who else is accredited the lamb to the slaughterhouse.
It's the hold on. It's the Torah. It's the Torah. You have to speak it with the Yakad's tongue from Yahweh.
Obviously, Dwayne is trying to imitate my elder who beat him up too much already.
Brother, you guys are the worst debaters in the history of the Akkad. You guys need to go get your
Uncle Angel. Unmute your mic, Uncle Angel.
The worst debaters, brother.
Shalom, King. Shalom to the panel. Shalom to the chat and the audience. Our blessings.
Shalom.
In all truth, it's one of those, they're both making claims, Dan Martin and Jesus Lover, and they're just going back and forth without allowing one another to set the premise, the full scriptures. And they just keep overlapping each other. So just one has to speak and the other one should respect enough, give it the 2-3 minute dialogue, the 30-second dialogue, whatever it is, to allow the person to make their point with the Torah scriptures, but you know, the back and forth, they're just overlapping each other. You know, so you know, Jesus lover hasn't shown nowhere in the Torah where the person he's imagining is in Isaiah 53. He hasn't set up no premise, no foundation. He hasn't said, look, this is who Isaiah 53 is in the Torah scriptures. So his premise.
Uncle Angel,
Hold on.
Uncle Angel, you told me y'all don't worship no man lamb character.
Nah, no Matthew to Revelation book manland character. That's a manland character.
But that's the problem, though. And I asked but you see, that's what I'm saying, Angel. You're being dishonest, and you do not follow the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments says, "Do not bear false witness," which you just did. You just came, hold on. Let me talk, Angel. You just came on here.
Listen,
me and your brother were talking. You came in here and said, "Oh, you guys have to have a dialogue," and then you said, "I haven't said anything that's substantial." What has your brother said that is substantial? I asked him a question. Who else in the whole of the Torah is accredited the lamb to the slaughterhouse? You can't even answer the question. So
if you don't mind, all right. It's very simple. Now, in the book of Isaiah, there's 6 chapters plus dedicated to the mentioning of the nation of Israel being Yahweh's servant. That is a premise.
That's not my question, Angel. That's not my question.
I apologize. I didn't know. I apologize if my mic is slow or something, but I wasn't done speaking. So there's 6 chapters plus in the book of Isaiah alone calling the servant. That is a premise.
Let's go back to the late 2000s. Alicia Keys met music producers who speak while working in the industry. But there was one big problem.
Hey, you gotta mute that, Dwayne.
Dwayne, mute your fucking mic.
All right. So now the premise of Jesus Lover is here in the Torah is this character I'm imagining is the servant or a servant of Yahweh. So Jesus Lover has to establish who he's talking about with Yahweh's current.
Angel, what are you talking about? Where have you been? I literally did that for the past 30 plus 40 minutes. Me and Martin have been going back and forth. I asked him a question. I said, brother, hold on, Angel. Hold on. I said, I established that person you're talking about is Jesus. I established that. And I asked him a simple question. Who else in your Torah is accredited the lamb to the slaughterhouse? Who else?
Yeah, the book, chapter, and verse in the Torah naming this servant.
I'm not going to talk.
Naming this servant.
You obviously don't hear. You don't hear to listen.
We're speaking about Yahweh's Torah.
You hear to respond. You don't hear to listen, Angel.
Yeah, it's very simple. Where is this servant you're imagining in Yahweh's law, statutes, and commandments? It's very
Angel, bro, stop. The problem is I'm using your own Torah against you. Your Torah says in Isaiah 53 verse 6, the lamb to the slaughter. Who else in the whole of the Torah is the lamb to the slaughter accredited to? If you cannot show me that is your Yahweh, then you have to concede. It's that simple. And stop yapping, bro.
I understand. So who is this servant you talk about? That from your house?
I've said it 55 times, Angel.
You didn't say anything.
This is going to be my 50. Hold on. This is going to be my 56th time. I said the only one who is accredited the lamb to the slaughter is Jesus Christ. Nobody else. Israel. Hold on. Israel in your Torah is never once accredited as a lamb to the slaughterhouse. Not one.
Guys, there is no such servant in the book of Isaiah. You didn't know that the name of Joshua isn't even in the book of Isaiah? You did not even know.
Brother. Martin just read the entire book of Isaiah.
Over me. You see how I muted out? Look, mute out since you can't hold your composure as an intelligent person.
Brother, stop running and blabbing and answer the question.
You can mute out. It's very simple. The facts are you have not established this servant of Yahweh you're imagining. So as soon as you go to the book, chapter, and verse saying, look, you see, the same way in Isaiah, how there's 6 chapters dedicated to the servant of Yahweh being who? The nation of Israel. Thank you. appreciate that. So as soon as we go to any of the book chapters and verses, you're talking about name
You
servant.
don't even know the premise of the question because you came in and just started spewing a whole bunch of nonsense. Martin read the entire book. First of all, Martin brought this argument up and read the whole book of Isaiah 53. And I said, perfect. And I asked the question, who else in the Torah, the whole of the Torah, there is not one mention of a man being the lamb to the slaughterhouse. Not even Israel as a nation being the lamb to the slaughterhouse. Nowhere in your Torah. So stop.
Who's the guy, Angel? If it's Israel, then who is he?
Do you have Jesus? Hold on, Dwayne. I'm waiting on Jesus Lover to say the book chapter and verse. Look here.
Brother, I said it. Angel,
Isaiah 53, Isaiah 53, Isaiah 53, Isaiah 53, 1,000 fucking times.
My
God. It doesn't have the name Joshua and it doesn't have the title Messiah.
Brother, that's not the premise, bro.
That is the premise.
Angel, you don't listen. You don't listen to hear. You listen to the respond, brother. I'm gonna say it again. My question was in Isaiah 53 verse 6. It says a lamb to the slaughter. It does not say Israel. So in the whole of the Torah, it's not mentioned Israel is a lamb to the slaughter. So who the heck is Isaiah talking about then?
Who's Isaiah 53 and 6 talking about, Angel? Who is Isaiah 53 and 6 talking about? If it's Israel, then tell us who that is of Israel. Can you give us a name? Thank you.
That's simple.
The name, you want a name past the nation of Israel, give us a name. How ridiculous are you, kid? So very simple. The nation
You
of
have an answer.
I apologize. You're overlapping and speaking when you should just mute out
the question.
The same way I did. Mute out, kid. Because if you utter another letter, you're debating. You'll be debating, and we could set up the debate right now.
You don't even know what a debate is.
I'm not setting up no debates with you, brother.
Hey, Sean, please set up Jesus Lover for debate either today, right now, this moment.
The question and stop running the debates. Brother. It's good to say I don't know and move on if you don't know. It's that simple.
It's very simple. The nation of Israel, you just mentioned, is the nation of Israel, who is the servant of Yahweh. This way it says in 6 chapters of the book of Isaiah. 6 chapters.
He's saying he is a whole nation. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. I'm 13.
It does not say that.
Dwayne,
like I said, you are bearing false witness again, Angel. In the Hebrew, Angel. You know the sad part, Angel. The sad part is you read the Hebrew. In the Hebrew, it does not say Israel.
Sean, this guy, I heard him conversate with Martin, and he does not know how to just shut the fuck up for more than
you don't have the answer.
Okay, the answer is what you're not liking. It's very simple. So mute up.
He's gonna keep saying the nation of Israel, Black Jesus. He's not gonna stop.
I got you, Angel. So read the Hebrew and let me see where it says the nation of Israel is the slaughterhouse, or the lamb before the slaughterhouse. Show it to me.
We'll get to that part.
We'll get to it now. I asked you that 50 times.
No, you
not brought any answers.
You just
Where is it in Hebrew, Angel?
Dwayne and Jesus Lover, can you guys both mute out? Can you guys hold your composure as intelligent wannabe people? Because if you're that ignorant, just keep overlapping and speaking. Because I literally,
brother, do you know the definition of ignorance?
Do you see how you can't even hold your composure?
Do you know the definition of ignorance? You obviously don't.
Hold your composure. Now we're going to get to the part where there is no Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in the book of Isaiah. Right? Nowhere. Right? Is there any book, chapter, and verse? Joshua, servant of Yahweh. Because I don't mind being corrected by Yahweh's law, statutes, and commandments. Yahweh's law, statutes, and commandments correct us all. So it's very simple. The book, chapter,
you don't listen. You don't hear to listen. Like I said all the time, you hear to respond. I asked you a simple question. Same question I asked Martin. Isaiah 53 verse 6 talks about a lamb to the slaughterhouse who was pierced and who was bruised. Made that as an example to the nations. Who in the entire Torah was pierced and was bruised and was made an example to the nation and was also a lamb to the slaughterhouse? Who?
He's saying the nation of Israel was made as an example to the nation of Israel.
That makes no sense, bro.
I don't want to come on your panel with Harvard on it because you're gonna talk crazy and I'm cooking.
They're very incompetent. They kick the book chapter and verse of God, servant of Yahweh. Well, wait on
Hey, who's that other brother talking?
Dwayne, Joshua, servant of Yahweh, or Jesus lover. Joshua, servant of Yahweh. Correct the Akkad. Joshua, servant of Yahweh. Please, Dwayne, hurry, Dwayne.
What are you talking about, Angel?
No,
Angel. Do you see how you run when you have no answers? Do you see how you run when you have no answers?
Very simple.
You're being a very disingenuous person, bro.
In the book of Isaiah, there's 6 chapters calling the nation of Israel Yahweh's servant.
Does it say the nation of Israel is a lamb to the slaughterhouse? Show it to me in your entire Torah. Show it.
See, you keep asking for a very simple.
Does it say that?
Now,
so stop, bro.
Right now, it's 0 for 1 for the Matthew to Revelation book.
It's
correct?
Not 0 for 1. You have not proven that.
So wait a minute.
Both you and Martin have not proved a single thing. I asked a simple question. Isaiah 53 verse 6 talks about a lamb to the slaughterhouse. Show it to me where the nation of Israel is ever named as a lamb to the slaughterhouse in your Dead Sea Scrolls or your Torah.
We're going to get to that one.
You haven't got to it for the past 30 minutes.
We're waiting on you to establish Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in the Torah.
Brother, I asked you the question first, and you ran to something else.
There's the nation of
Israel being the question first, Angel, and you ran to something else, brother.
So now we're still on the first part with you. We're still on the first part with you with establishing Joshua, servant of Yahweh. We are established the nation of Yahweh.
I'm not answering any questions until you answer my question.
No, we're not asking any questions. We're making sure that the Matthew to Revelation ship book has no Joshua, servant of Yahweh in the book of Isaiah. Very simple. So the Matthew to Revelation ship book narrative of a Joshua, servant of Yahweh, or Joshua, servant of God, of its God. It doesn't even have Yahweh.
What does that have to do with Isaiah 53:6, brother?
Isaiah 53 is very simple.
What does that have to do with Isaiah 53?
It's very simple. It's the nation of Israel making an example out of the nation of Israel.
Joshua, servant of Yahweh. Somewhere in the book of Isaiah that the name Joshua is nowhere mentioned like that. Nowhere. Can somebody at least make sure that I'm not lying? By what do they call it?
Hold on, Angel. I will answer your question. Hold on, I will answer your question.
That's research.
Angel, hold on. Is your question saying that Jesus is nowhere mentioned in the New Testament as a lamb to the slaughter?
The prophet clearly equates the collective notion with his servant in these passages. Isaiah 41:8. But you, Israel, my servant.
I said
it's Joshua. Oh, Martin, it says
Isaiah 41.
Oh, Martin, it says Joshua. Stop playing, Martin. It says Joshua. Or does it say Fred? Or Bill? Maybe it says Bill. Maybe it's Fredo. Maybe it's Fredo.
Angel. So I'm going to answer your question, Angel. You want me to answer if Jesus was mentioned in the New Testament as a lamb to the slaughter? Is that your question?
The Torah answers us. That's very simple. You see how
Angel, do you want me to answer the question? If
no, you're not going to answer anything. The Torah answered us.
Slaughterhouse, yes or no?
The Torah answered us already. The Torah answered us, not me or you or anybody else.
Perfect. Guess what? What, Angel? The Torah answered you as well that you cannot prove that nobody else in your entire Torah is mentioned as the lamb to the slaughterhouse. So stop. That part is 1 for 0. Move on.
It's Joshua, servant of Yahweh there. It doesn't mention Joshua, servant of Yahweh. Can you point out Joshua, servant of Yahweh?
Guess what, Angel? Guess what? Angel.
That's some Joshua,
in the Hebrew Bible, in the Torah, in Hebrew. Can you show me where it says he is Israel? Show it to me.
Yeah, of course. Oh my goodness. Ben Mark, can you read servant
Isaiah 53:6? Show it to me where it says Israel is the he. It shows in Hebrew. Show it to me.
Oh, that's very simple because But he is very simple. When you go to Habakkuk chapter 3,
I said Isaiah 53:6. Stop jumping to random scriptures.
the word Messiah isn't there nowhere in English, fucking, or any other dumbass language. All right, and it's definitely not there in Hebrew. It's definitely not. The word Messiah is not there in Hebrew. You fucking retard. So anyway,
I said Isaiah 53:6 does not say Israel in any sentence.
I know it doesn't say Joshua nowhere in the book of Isaiah.
Stop it. You lost. You can't prove it. You're illegal, Akadi. Stop.
Look, weirdo. It doesn't say Joshua, servant of Yahweh, nowhere in the book of Isaiah. You weirdo.
Angel,
literal person. Hey,
Angel, you see how you have to jump to something else to answer the question?
Weirdo.
Because you're being disingenuous and you do not follow the commandments. Go back and reread the 10 Commandments, brother.
I'm sorry. What does Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 12 say? Israel wounded, affliction is incurable. Multitude of Israel's iniquity.
Guess what? Does it say Israel is the lamb to the slaughterhouse? Brother. Does it say Israel is the lamb to the slaughterhouse?
You mute up. Listen, this show is just pathetic right now. You're making this show pathetic.
You're pathetic, bro.
You need to mute up. You need to mute up.
You can't prove anything, so you run to other books. You cannot prove anything, so you run to other books. You're a disingenuous person.
When I was listening to the show and I had it on speaker, and someone who doesn't give a care about this conversation, and he heard it, he goes, "Why do they keep overlapping each other? And why doesn't the one?"
Angel,
in other words,
you hold the record. Angel, you hold the record of cutting people off.
Yes, I hold the record.
So
yes,
stop.
I hold the record of muting out. Yes, I do hold the record to mute out.
No,
I do.
You hold the record of talking over people, bro. So stop it.
Mute out. See, like right now, it's a very simple conversation. Show in the Torah this Joshua, servant of Yahweh, and especially in the book of Isaiah.
I asked you a question. You ran to Joshua. I asked you a simple question. You ran to Habakkuk. I asked you a question. You ran to Zephaniah. You cannot prove Isaiah 53:6. You cannot. So shut your mouth, bro, and just concede.
Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 12. Israel.
I'm done talking to you, bro, because you're a disingenuous party.
You see how there's no Joshua, servant of Yahweh?
You are a disingenuous Akkadi. Get me your leader. I need to speak to your leader. You're a disingenuous Akkadi.
Do you submit and understand there's no Joshua, servant of Yahweh?
Akkadi, bro.
Exactly. Say it loud and proud. Say it loud and proud. No Joshua.
This how you kill him, watch this. Angel.
Loud and proud. Say it loud and proud, Dwayne. No Joshua, servant
Angel,
of Yahweh.
the one and only God in Genesis 1:26, right? The one and only God. He used angels to create man, right? The image of man, right?
Right now, you're attempting to talk over me, Dwayne. Just say, Angel, I understand there's no...
Genesis 1:26. Let's go there. Because right now, you're going to run from the prophecy of Christ. So I'm not even going to deal with the, hey, Black Jesus. We're going to abandon that because he's just going to keep saying, it's Israel, it's Israel. So we're going to take his ass to Genesis. And we're going to attack his God. And guess how we're going to do it, Black Jesus? We're going to use his Torah against him. Let's see if he actually believes his own Torah. So in your Torah, it says, let us make man in our image. That's what it says in Genesis 1:26. Let us make man in our image. Now, if that's correct, I want you to be able to tell me, why is it, if you're of the Torah only, I want you to tell me what saves you from your Torah that condemned you to death. Go on, Angel. You can answer it now. What is it that saves you from your death, being as the Torah condemns you? Did you know that? Hey, Martin. Hey, what are you going to do knowing that the Torah condemns you? What are you going to do, Martin? What scripture are you going to pull to save your ass from your own Torah?
Yeah, yes, very good.
Go ahead. Genesis 1:26.
Why you let this party in here?
No Joshua, servant of Yahweh in the entire book of Isaiah. No Joshua, servant.
No, we're not. No, Genesis 1:26. Let us make man in our image. Let us. That's more than one. That's more than one. Make man. That's single. Us, more than one, in our image. So, Angel, I want to know, Angel. Is it the angels? Is it the angels when God said, let us? Was those angels talking or was that God talking? Go.
Exactly. No, Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in
In
Isaiah 50.
Genesis 1:26, was it angels talking or was it God talking? Go.
We're all understanding. No, Joshua, servant of
In
Yahweh, in Isaiah.
Genesis 1:26, when it said, let us, was that God, the single, was that your one and only God talking? Or was that angels talking?
No, we all understand. No, Joshua, servant, and
Genesis
they.
1:26, 127, let us make
Yes,
man in our image after our
yes,
likeness in the image of God he made him, she
yes,
them.
yes.
That's
And
what's
you're
written,
no,
male and female.
yes,
See, he
understood.
keeps
No,
running. He's running a Black Jesus. He's running to Joshua. He's all Joshua, Joshua.
Exactly, because
Genesis
you can't
1:26.
prove anything. You gotta run the other book.
Black Jesus, watch this. He's not going to tell. He's not going to answer Genesis 1:26 because he has to say it's one and only God. But his one and only God is saying, "Let us." So now he has to answer: was it the angels that were talking, or was it God that was talking?
no,
Which
it was
one was
definitely
it?
no Joshua, servant of Yahweh in Isaiah. Definitely no.
In
Definitely no.
Genesis 1:26, was it the angels talking, or was
Mhm.
it God talking? Go.
Yeah, and as soon as you submit and say no, I know that in the entire book of Joshua, there's no Joshua. In the entire book of Isaiah.
This dude's a joke, dude. This dude's a
Yeah,
joke.
I know.
Yo, why does anybody want to? Hey, yo, hey, I bet you there's nobody that fucks with you. There is
I know.
no, the only Yakad is you and Martin and Sergio. That's it. There's nobody else in y'all's little funny clown group. Why
Think
would
about it.
anybody want to join y'all?
Angel, last time I checked, I thought your leader said you shouldn't debate.
Hey, go ahead and take him, Black Jesus, because this dude's
Angel,
gonna keep going. Joshua, 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 Joshua. When I'm over here talking about Genesis 1:26.
Angel, I
Since he
thought
wants to
I thought
defend
your
his
leader.
Torah, then why don't you defend your Torah? You
No,
won't do it. You're a
we're doing
clown.
it. So that you show Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in the entire
You're a
book.
clown.
Somewhere,
You're a
circus boy.
clown.
Somewhere, circus boy. Anywhere, circus boy.
Hey,
The
this
book.
dude's a clown. Hey, Chucky, this dude's a clown. I literally brought him to Genesis 1:26.
No,
That
the book.
he is a defender of his Torah. So he's saying anybody that reads Matthew to Revelations don't know what they're doing. So okay, good. Let's entertain that. So what is it? Your one and only God that said, "Let us make man," or was those angels talking? And guess what? He keeps saying Joshua, 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 because he's a clown. He's a clown. You're a clown, dude.
Soon as you
You're a fucking clown, bro.
that Isaiah, the
Hey,
entire
Black Jesus, you got him, bro. I can't deal with this clown, man. Go ahead,
before
man. Do your
you,
own fucking. You could talk to yourself, bro. You're a clown.
Dwayne, we understand. So right now, you're going to show Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in the book of Isaiah. Right?
I'm out, man. This guy's a clown. I can't. I'm not gonna deal with this dude. This dude don't even want to defend his own Torah. He just
Circus,
wants to keep repeating
Because
himself.
he
So
can't.
I don't know what to do with I don't know what to do with this dude, Wave. But I can't be on the same panel with him. This
oh,
dude's a clown.
you can't get the Matthew to Revelation book. We get it. We get it. Just don't talk anymore. Now we're going to focus on the other guy. Now
Yeah.
the
Talk to yourself, buddy.
yes, the other guy's supposed to show Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in the book of Isaiah. And now that Dwayne is shutting the fuck up, now
I'm not Martin. Angel, you have to prove to me who else in the whole of the Torah is accredited as the lamb to the slaughterhouse, as Isaiah the prophet was prophesying in Isaiah 53:6. If you cannot prove that, I'm not talking to you, because you're just gonna jump around with no proof. And like, bro, this is common sense. I say Isaiah 53:6. You go to Zephaniah, you go to Joshua, you go to, like, bro, answer the question. It's more honorable as a man to say, I don't know the answer to it. I'll look into it. But you won't do that. You won't do that, bro.
Do you see where it says he will prolong his days? And stop being redundant, please, because we already heard you babble the same shit.
Martin, I said I've seen that, but guess who? Okay, perfect. Who else? Who else is the he we prolong the days, Martin?
Jeremiah chapter 30. Read Jeremiah chapter 30, verses 10 through 14, please.
Like I just said,
I just so tired of
you a question. You ran to Jeremiah, brother. You don't know how to debate, brother.
A person. Let me tell you something. Isaiah 53 does not have the name Joshua.
Angel, you can talk to yourself, brother. You don't know how to debate. Go and learn how to debate, bro.
Yes,
you don't
yes.
know how to debate.
You're over here imagining the name Joshua's in Isaiah 53, and you're imagining the title Messiah is in 53. You fucking person who
I
doesn't.
never said that, brother.
So
I
then
never
what
said
are you
imagine the name. I
imagining?
said it's not talking about Israel. It does not mention Israel in Isaiah 53
It
6.
doesn't,
It
it
does
doesn't
not.
mention nothing what you're imagining. What are you imagining? Because
Angel, you
what,
read Hebrew, right? Yes or
what are
no?
you imagining it says in Isaiah 53?
Angel, do
Who's
you
the
read Hebrew? Yes or no?
who's the
Pull
servant of
up
Yahweh?
Isaiah
Who's the
53
servant of
6 in the
Yahweh
Hebrew
there?
and
Who's
stop
the
yapping.
servant of Yahweh in
Pull
Isaiah
up
53?
Isaiah 53 6
Who is
in
the
the
servant
Hebrew
of
and
Yahweh
stop
in Isaiah
yapping.
53? Come on,
Yapper.
fill in the blank with the Torah. Isaiah 53. Who is the servant of Yahweh? Fill it in with the Torah. Come on, we're waiting. Let's go.
I'm not gonna.
You can't do it.
I
You
don't. I
can't do
don't
it.
debate people who don't
You
know how to.
can't do it. Just say
You're a
angel.
yapper.
Actually, I can't
You are
do
a
it
yapper,
because
not a debater, brother.
I'm tired of listening to you babble. So
You ruined the show
now,
every
right
time,
now,
bro.
making sure
Every
you
time.
just go and crawl underneath your little rock and be quiet now, the same way Dwayne did.
You
So now that you
conceded because
understand the
brother,
title Messiah,
Angel, you
Messiah is not
conceded.
Isaiah
You cannot
53.
prove it. You
Yes.
talk about the Hebrew. It says Israel in Hebrew. It does not. You are
I
a
didn't say
liar.
anything
It
about it.
does not say
I didn't say
Israel in the
anything about the
Hebrew.
nation of Israel. I
Stop
didn't
the
say nothing
cap.
about that. The narrative of 6 chapters in the book
Then
of
prove it.
right?
Then prove it.
It-
Isaiah
the
53 6
nation of
is not
Israel.
talking about Israel. So stop the cap. Not in the Hebrew,
And,
not in
and,
any other language. You are a liar, brother. Stop
and
the cap.
kiddo, the nation of Israel, the remnant who serves Yahweh,
Brother,
suffers
brother,
other.
I want to see the Hebrew. I'm not listening to you. I want to see the Hebrew.
Listen, go to Isaiah 41, Isaiah 44, Isaiah 45.
Isaiah 53 6. That
Yeah.
was my question. Stop running to other scriptures.
Yeah,
Answer the question first, and then you can run to the scripture.
Yeah. The same way it says it in Jeremiah chapter 30, verses 12
All
through
right, brother.
14. Yes.
Obviously, you don't
Yeah,
understand
the
English.
nation of Israel. We seem to understand there's no Joshua servant of
Understand
God
English.
in nowhere in Isaiah 53 because the name Joshua is not there and the title Messiah is not there. What the fuck were you imagining?
Who else is, brother? Who else is the lamb to the slaughterhouse? Who else? Who else in your Torah, in the whole
No,
of your
you're
Torah,
breaking up there.
in the whole of your books or whatever you believe in? Show it to me. Who else is named the lamb to the slaughterhouse? Nowhere does it ever mention Israel as a lamb to the slaughterhouse. So how then can you be talking about Israel?
Excuse me. The
Bro, answer my
nation of
question and stop
Israel.
running.
Excuse me. The
Answer
nation
my
of
question and stop running.
So simple. I'm going to bring up scriptures, multiple besides Jeremiah chapter 30, verses 12 through 14, which you're going to read right now. Thank
I
you.
got
Can you
you. And does it say the lamb to the slaughterhouse, Angel?
Can you read chapter 30, verses 12
Angel,
to 14? Just
I will
read it.
gladly read it. I
Just
will
read
gladly read it. Does it mention Israel as a lamb to the slaughterhouse? If it doesn't, your point is irrelevant, bro.
Jeremiah 30. All thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not. For I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of thine iniquity, because thy sins were increased.
Martin, but that's you're not answering my question, Martin. My question is, who else in your whole of the Torah, when it talks about Israel, where does it ever mention Israel as the lamb to the slaughterhouse? Where does it ever mention that?
Ben Martin, can you read 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verses 10 for me, please?
Okay,
does it mention Israel as the lamb to the slaughterhouse?
Can you read excuse me. I'm going to give
that was my question. That was my question.
Yes, they're all going to read exactly what you didn't know. Exactly what you didn't know.
No. I will let Martin read it. Go ahead, Martin.
All right. So it's 2nd Ezra. What chapter? Ben, what am I looking for? 2nd Ezra what? I got 2nd Ezra out. Just let me know where I'm going. Hello? 2nd Ezra? Ben Aban, what chapter?
I think he left, bro. Or he lagged out.
All right. So what was he talking about? So I could go because I pretty much
I don't know. He
know.
said somewhere in Ezra it says something about the lamb talking about.
Yeah, Ben Martin, can you please read 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verses 10, please? Thank you.
Okay, chapter 15, verses 10. I got you. 15 verses 10. And it says, "But I will bring them out with a mighty hand and with an uplifted arm, and will strike Egypt with plagues as before, and will destroy all its land." Oh, wrong one. That was 11. Let me see. 15 is right here. For the sword and the misery draw near them, and nation shall rise up to fight against nation with the swords in their hands. For there shall be the unrest among people, growing strong against one another. They shall in their might have no respect for their king or the chief of their leaders. For a person will desire to go into a city, and they shall not be able to do so. Because of their pride, the city shall be in confusion, and the houses shall be destroyed, and people shall be afraid. What else am I reading?
I'm still waiting for where it says the land to the slaughterhouse is given to Israel as a nation. I'm waiting for that.
That was chapter 15, right? Verse 15. So, or that was where I had to read. Let me see if I got a perfect verse for you guys. Check this out. This is Second Ezra chapter 7. All right. When I finished speaking these words, the angel who had been sent to me on the former night was sent to me again. He said to me, "Rise, Ezra. Listen to the words which I have come to speak to you." I said, "Speak, my lord." And he said to me, "There is a sea set at a wide expanse, and so is deep and vast. But it has an entrance set at a narrow place, so that it is like a river, and there are those that wish to reach the sea, to look at it, or to navigate it. How can they come to it, the broad part, unless they pass through the narrow part?" Another example, there is a city built and set on a plain. It is full of good things, but the entrance to it is narrow and set at a precipitous place, so that there is fire on the right hand and deep water on the left. There is
Ben,
no
excuse me, Ben, excuse me. I'll read Second Ezra chapter 15, verse 10, because Jesus lover didn't hear it. So
okay.
Second Ezra chapter 15, verses 10. See, my people are being led like a flock to the slaughter. I will not allow them to live any longer in the land of Egypt. So right there, the nation of Israel is being led as a land to the slaughter there, right? So that's one. And then when you read Jeremiah 30, that's two. Jeremiah 30, chapter 30, verses 12 through 14, right? So right then and there, and then you read Isaiah 38:17. You know, Yahweh has delivered our soul. And then when you read Micah 4:6, the nation of Israel is afflicted. Isaiah 24:12, the nation of Israel is smitten. Nahum 1:12, the nation of Israel. And so it's the nation of Israel who's called the servant of Yahweh throughout 6 chapters plus in the book of Isaiah. Can we establish who they're imagining? Because I mean, they just been real good salesmen that we're not buying their broken cars. We don't want to drive their make-believe cars because they're over here saying, yes, it'll go far. Where's your car? It's right there. Where's your car at? It's literally right here. You don't see the car I'm selling you? Right here. It's a car. So they're selling Joshua, servant of God, that's nowhere in the entire book of Isaiah. They're attempting to sell Joshua, Messiah, in the book of Isaiah, and that's nowhere in the book of Isaiah. So it's just funny. Or in the Torah. So it's hilarious, right? I apologize, my man. I apologize. So right now, when we read Second Ezra chapter 15, verses 10, Jeremiah 30, Micah 4:6, when we read First Ezra 8:87, First Ezra 8:88. I mean, it's just the nation of Israel that's called Yahweh's servant, and that they're being afflicted. The nation of Israel is being afflicted. So can they show us who they're imagining? Because they keep just saying, "You're not listening. We don't care to listen to you. We want to read what you're imagining." So since what you're imagining is not relevant to grammar of Yahweh's law, statutes, and commandments, it's irrelevant. So if you could establish what you're imagining, Jesus, Lover, and Dwayne, with Yahweh's law, statutes, and commandments on who in the book of Isaiah, this servant you're imagining, we can read it right now. Because you asked a very simple question. This is simple. You ask simple questions about how the nation of Israel is led to the. That is what is so many premises on the prophets is, and it's just laughable that you ask such a simple question. I get it. I understand. You don't study. Joshua, servant of Yahweh. Thank you, Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in the book of Isaiah. And go. Go.
Perfect. I will show you Joshua, servant of whatever Yahweh you believe in.
In the book of Isaiah.
Isaiah 53, verse 4. It still buries you, brother. It says in Isaiah 53, verse 4, it says, "Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering." Now, if you're going to say that he is talking about is Israel, how can Israel take up his own pain and bore his own suffering? That doesn't make any sense. Why would the prophet talk about a servant who bears the pains of Israel and bears the suffering of Israel? What sense does that make to you? How is Israel supposed to bear the pain of Israel? And hold on, brother. Brother, hold on. Angel, you've been talking for the past 4 minutes. Let me talk. Let me talk, Angel.
We went to the
How can Israel bear its own suffering and its own iniquity and free itself from its own captive? How?
You're reading it in Jeremiah 15:17. The nation of Israel is for him. Excuse me. Wait a minute. Look.
It says, "Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering."
Yes,
Who is the he? You said the he is Israel. How can Israel take up its own pain and bore its own suffering? Do you know what in Isaiah 53 he's talking about a savior? How can Israel save itself from Israel? Doesn't make any sense.
It does, because in the scripture.
No, it doesn't, brother. Stop, bro.
Can you stop overlapping once again? Like at the beginning of the show, you this is just laughable, because my friend who has no fight in this actually heard our conversations, and obviously I wasn't talking, I just had it on speaker, and he walked by and heard you and Martin overlapping each other, and then heard you more overlapping, and he was like, "But what is it?" Like,
he heard me overlapping.
You just stop overlapping.
Like you, and you're
stop overlapping. Stop overlapping. In the book of Isaiah, this is a very simple equation: 1 + 1. In the book of Isaiah, the nation of Israel is called Yahweh's servant. Correct? Yes or no?
How does that prove the question I just asked?
Excuse me. Yes or no? We're doing simple math. Yes or no?
I don't believe in a Yahweh, so
we understand you don't know Hebrew. So in Yahweh, now Yahweh, that's
Yahweh is not.
So right now in the entire book of Isaiah, the nation of Israel is claimed the servant of Yahweh. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I don't believe in the Yahweh. Rephrase the question.
Okay, Yahweh. Yahweh is the glorious name of our living God. So
I don't believe in that.
it's Yahweh's servant, the nation of Yasharal, who holds Yahweh's name. So do you understand that now that there is no Joshua, servant of Yahweh, in the entire book of Isaiah? There is no
Angel. I asked you a question.
The entire book of Isaiah.
Isaiah 53 verse 4 says, "Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering." Is Israel the he who took up Israel's pain and bore Israel's suffering?
Yes.
That makes zero sense, brother. That makes absolutely no sense.
But we read scriptures that mentions Israel bearing the suffering and being a lamb led to slaughter. Like
Angel,
you just asked.
Angel, let me ask you
a very simple question.
Angel, hold on. Can you bear your own pain and your own suffering for yourself? Can you deliver yourself out of captivity?
That's called bearing your sins, you fucking knucklehead. Yes, you fucking knucklehead.
Got you.
Holy fuck. And then you go and ask your how for forgiveness.
Hold on.
What the fuck?
Angel.
Anyway, excuse me. Right now we're establishing, making sure that
I said read Isaiah 53 in the Hebrew. It does not say Israel. It does not say Israel in the Hebrew.
You understand it doesn't say Joshua in the entire book of
the same thing for you. It does not say. It does not say Israel.
Right, but the nation of Israel is called Yahweh's servant in the book of Isaiah. So now, right now,
Well, what does that got to do with Isaiah 53:4? It does not say. It does not say
you understand?
Israel in the Hebrew in Isaiah 53:4. It does not say Israel.
The nation of Israel is Yahweh's servant. So now do you understand? In the entire book, there is no Joshua servant of Yahweh. Do you understand that?
Angel, Isaiah 53:4 does not say servant neither. It does not say servant in the 4. It says, surely he took up our pain. Who is the he?
It says,
you said that he was Israel. That's what you said.
The word servant is there. Obad is there. So
Angel,
you understand?
Don't you believe that he is Israel? Yes or no?
Is not there. Do you understand that? Yahweh Shao, Obad, Hayam is not there. You understand? In the entire book of Isaiah, Yahweh servant of God is not in the entire book of Isaiah. Do you just say yes or no?
Angel, don't you believe that he is Israel?
No? Yes or no? Do you know how to do yes or no questions?
Bro, I asked you yes no question like 50 times.
Yeah, and I answered yes or no.
Disingenuous. Don't you not believe that he is Israel? Yes or no?
Yes, Jeremiah 50:17, the nation of Israel.
So why then is Jeremiah saying Isaiah 53:4? Why is he saying? So if I'm gonna read it just as you read it. He said, surely Israel took up our pain and bore our suffering. How does that make any sense?
Look, no matter how much you twist and try, you're gonna say this evening. You're gonna say
what you said.
You're gonna say this evening there is no Joshua servant of God in the entire book of Isaiah. You're gonna say that tonight.
There is in Isaiah 53. It is not talking about Israel. So stop.
It says Joshua servant of God somewhere in the book of Isaiah. It says that.
In the book of Isaiah 53, does it say Yahweh, whatever you say? Does it say anywhere?
It says the nation of Israel.
Does it say Yahweh? Yes or no?
The nation of Israel is Yahweh's servant. Yes, it says that.
It does not say Yahweh, brother.
Okay, just say it right now. Let's say it right now. In the book of Isaiah, the nation of Israel is called Yahweh's servant. Just say it. Just say it.
Brother,
the book of Isaiah,
verse in the Hebrew, it does not say Yahweh anywhere. So stop.
In the book of Isaiah, the nation of Israel is called Yahweh's servant. Just say it.
In the Hebrew, it does not say Yahweh. 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 So let's stop.
What does it say? Educate me. I apologize. I'm learning properly.
Isaiah 53 verse 4. It says, surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering. You just said at one breath, he is Israel. How can Israel take up his own pain and bear his own suffering?
Yes. So no Joshua servant of
all right,
God.
Brother, you're gonna read, cool, right? You conceded. All right, cool.
No, appreciate you learning that, Second Ezra says, behold, the nation of Israel is led like a flock. You didn't know nothing about Second Ezra 15:10. You didn't know nothing about Jeremiah 50:17, the nation of Israel being called him. You didn't know about Isaiah 45:4, Israel, Yahweh's elect and servant. You didn't know nothing about that. You didn't know about Micah 4:6, afflicted. You didn't know nothing about Isaiah 24:12, smitten. Nahum 1:12, smitten. You don't know nothing. So that's six Torah verses I just read right now compared to your none.
Brother, you brought 6 Torah verses that did not disprove things.
Can we read one? Listen, can we read one? How about this?
You lost, dude.
Oh man, damn, that means we should debate. Damn, Sean, we gotta set this debate up, man. He's saying I lost, and I'm not the Torah. I'm just reading the Torah. I'm reading 2nd Ezra 15. I'm reading Jeremiah 50:17. I'm reading Isaiah 45:4, and he's saying that the Torah lost. He's saying Jeremiah 50:17 is wrong. 2nd Ezra 15:10 is wrong. Isaiah 45:4 is wrong. He just said that. So, Sean, we got to set him up for a debate because we got to make sure that the Torah corrects him. So, hey, when are you available to debate? When are you available to debate,
guess
please?
what? Isaiah 53. I'm only going to debate you if you answer me the questions from Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 says, Isaiah 53 verse 10 says, yet the Lord will crush him, and thou the Lord makes his life an offering for sin.
Yes.
Did God ever make
All
Israel's
right.
life an
Look,
offering for
look,
sin?
you made your point. You made your
Did
point. You
God
want
ever make Israel's life an offering for sin?
you made your point. You want to debate against the
Stop,
Torah.
dude.
You want to debate against the Torah. We get it. We get it. So
I'm
just
bringing your Torah against you, and you cannot
I
answer the
know. I
question.
know you are. You are.
Did
You're reading the Torah. So
Isaiah
listen.
53:10,
Let's make
it
sure.
talks about God made his life and
We understand. No,
brother,
look,
Isaiah
we be able
53:10
to
says,
make sure you
he
correct.
will, Isaiah 53:10
Very
says, which is
good.
your
Very
Torah,
good.
he
Very
will
good. You
spend
made your
offering
point.
and prolong his days.
Good.
Isaiah
Make your
53:10
point.
says, the
But you
Lord
made your
makes his
point.
life an
You made
offering
your
for
point.
sin. The
Thank
Lord
you.
makes his life an offering for sin.
Thank you.
Did
Thank you. You
God
made
ever
your point.
make Israel's life an offering for sin?
Thank you. You made your point.
I
So when
thought
you
Israel
want
was
to
a
do
nation.
the debate,
How
when
can
you
God
want to
make
do
a
the
nation an
debate,
offering for sin?
Yahweh's Torah against the Matthew to Revelation book narrative.
How can God make a whole
No,
nation's
the
offering for
the
sin?
answer to be at
How?
the debate. The answer to be from the Torah from
Yeah,
the debate.
brother, because you need to go study. That's why you
I
can't answer
know.
the question.
Are you available tomorrow, please? Are you available tomorrow?
Brother,
I work independently. Blessed be
Angel,
Yahweh.
you
So
don't know
I could just take a quick pause.
Angel, you
You
don't know
know.
how to debate, brother.
No,
You
no.
don't
I
know how to
understand.
debate.
I
You
understand.
don't
You
know
don't
how to
set up a
debate.
preface. No, we understand. Your foundation is garbage. So it's very simple.
So perfect.
Tomorrow,
My foundation is garbage. That means I'm reading from your Torah, so that means your foundation is garbage.
No. You believe in some
I'm
Joshua
reading from
Messiah.
your
No, you
Torah.
believe in a Joshua
I
Messiah.
am
That's what you said.
reading from
That's what you
your
told
Torah.
Martin. You said Joshua Messiah to Martin. You said Joshua Messiah to Martin, and you kept saying it, and you repeated it about 8 times, not just 4, 5, 6, about 8 times.
I've been on one book this
You think when
entire
you
time that
repeat
you have
stuff
not
on
been able
I,
to
you
answer
think when you
any
repeat stuff on
questions.
all right.
It says in Isaiah 53, he will
Tomorrow,
make him an
right.
offering
We're
for
good.
sin.
No,
He will
we're good.
make him an
We're good.
offering for sin. Was Israel made an offering for sin?
We're good. We're good. So your blessings
Then
tomorrow.
you
What time?
conceded. Perfect, brother.
I'm on the East Coast. I'm on the East Coast.
Concedes. Great job. My
No,
God.
I understand. We understand. I'm on the East Coast. Where are you and when are you available?
Brother, you don't know how to debate. I don't debate people like you don't know how
No,
to debate. You've
it's
not
okay.
answered a single question but ran for the
Understand.
past 2 hours.
Yes, we understand. We understand. You asked a very simple question that was answered by 6 different chapter verses
Brother,
from the Torah.
but that's my point. You ran to brother, Angel,
and you're over here saying
Angel,
that
check
the
this
Torah.
out. You ran to 10 verses. I gave you one. You couldn't
Yes.
answer my question. You had to
Yes.
run to 10 other verses. This is my exact point. How can why would I
In the
debate
book
a
of
person like you?
Isaiah, in the book of
You don't
Isaiah,
understand the
it's
premise.
only the nation of Israel being called. There's no Joshua servant of God in the book of Isaiah. So
Angel,
right now, just wait
Angel,
on
would you,
what time you're
Angel,
available
would
tomorrow,
you
please.
debate on Isaiah 53
Yes.
without running other verses?
What
Yes
time?
or no?
What time are you available tomorrow, please?
Angel,
How
will
is
you debate
how is Torah against
Isaiah
the
53
Revelation book, please?
without running to other books?
No, we understand. Can you just please say what time is
Brother,
available?
I'm asking you a question. You want to debate me? I said, will you debate Isaiah 53 without running to other books?
Yahweh's Torah against the Matthew to Revelation book. Yeah, all of Yahweh's Torah
All right,
against
brother.
the Matthew to Revelation book narrative.
I
Okay,
asked you a question
so
and you're running again.
let's just
Will
make
you
sure that
debate Isaiah 53 without running to other books? Yes or no?
you want to do Isaiah 53, which
Isaiah
begins
53 without running to other books. Using your Torah.
Yeah. Do you know that that's going to be laughable because where you
Brother,
in
it's a yes or no?
53?
It's a simple yes or no. I don't care if it's laughable or not. A simple yes or no.
Of course, you're going to stay in the Torah. You can't go outside of Isaiah 53. So you stay in Isaiah
I
53.
can go outside, but that's the funny part. I can. I'm choosing not to help you out. Because
In other words,
you cannot prove Isaiah 53 without running to other book. You cannot.
The funniest thing is
Will
Isaiah
you debate
53.
me with Isaiah 53 without running to other books? Yes or no?
So the narrative is Yahweh's servant in Isaiah 53. That's the narrative. You didn't know that? So we're doing it. Yes, of course. I said that 4 times and you keep asking the same question. If you would shut up
You've
once,
been very disingenuous all
yes.
night.
So now you're doing the debate.
This is
Yes, we're
why
doing
I rather speak to Sergio or Martin. At least they can tell you when they're wrong in some part or when they get certain things wrong.
All
You
right, so
are disingenuous, brother.
no,
You never see that you are wrong in anything.
when are you available to debate? This is all you got to answer.
I've asked you the question.
Lover, just
only
say
gonna
when
debate
you're available to debate tomorrow.
Brother,
Tomorrow you can
I'm
do it.
only
Tomorrow's Monday, bro.
debating you
Tomorrow's
Isaiah
good.
53
Tomorrow's
without
good.
running to other
Let's
books.
Monday.
If you will not debate Isaiah 53,
No,
I'm not
let's
debating
get
you.
it out the way tomorrow, Monday, bro. Because I could put
Brother,
whatever
will
stop.
you debate
You have
Isaiah
blessings. So
53? Yes
yes,
or no?
yes,
Without
Isaiah,
running to other books.
yes, Yahweh's Torah against the Matthew to Revelation
All
book.
right,
So
brother.
tomorrow is what time?
So you have no answers. I got you.
You,
I
you,
asked you a simple
you
question.
didn't answer what time you're available tomorrow. I said I work independently.
Will
I'm
you
available. Yahweh
debate
blessings.
Isaiah 53 without running to other books? It's a
Yes,
simple question.
yes, yes. What
or
time?
no?
Yes, what time are you available tomorrow?
I'm available anytime, brother.
All right, Yahweh blessings. Okay, so look, I live on the East Coast. I don't know what time you're going to be able to. Do you have your own YouTube channel?
I don't. I have a YouTube channel, but I don't do debates.
Yeah, no. Well, why don't you do it? That'll be the very best thing to do for the first debate on your show. Is defend
I have
the
a YouTube channel where I make money on doing other things that.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. All right. Yeah, that'll kill you because you won't even be able to stand up against Yahweh's Torah. So right now it's real simple. We got to make sure we get somebody tomorrow. I don't care. I'll hit up Judah Nazareth. I'll hit up Sean again. I'll hit up JJ7000. I'll hit up Cat Malone. They all know the Yakad, and they'll all be like, "Oh hell yeah, we don't want to debate against you." But yeah, if someone wants to attempt to defend the Matthew to Revelation book against you motherfuckers, we'll bring them on. But they won't dare because they already got beat up about 10 years ago. But
Angel, I've been in this thing,
man, just make sure, please,
for the past 2 months,
man, because Jose backs out, Vega backs out all the time now. Because him and his babbling just is laughable. Because when you go to the Torah, he just goes, "Well, that's what it says there. That's what it grammatically says there." It's like, whoa, don't put keys in that motherfucker's hands because he's like, it grammatically says a stop sign, but who cares? It's only fucking a highway we're gonna cross. Fucking moron. Grammatically, it says stop, but grammatically, it doesn't grammatically matter. Grammatically, that's Jose Vega. Grammatically. So thank you. I appreciate you, man, that, you have the courage enough to stand up with the Matthew to Revelation book ideologies against Yahweh's Torah. So, you have blessings tomorrow. We'll make sure this happens. I'm going to hit up Sean. You hit up Sean. Sean's a busy man, see if he opens up his schedule. But please don't back out, okay?
Brother, I'm not backing out of anything. And I ask you a simple question. Will you debate Isaiah 53 without running to other books? You still haven't given me a question. Give me an answer.
We're doing this tomorrow. We're doing it tomorrow.
All right. And I don't want you to bring up any other books, brother. Because I'm not going to, if you bring up Zephaniah and other books, brother.
No, the same way, like, you're not going to bring up any other thing, but you and I both going to stick to Isaiah 52 verses 13 through Isaiah 53 verses 12. That's what is academically Isaiah 53, Isaiah 52 verses 13, all the way to Isaiah 53 verse 12. That is what grammatically would be considered what they fucking numerically put down as a chapter and verse. So we're going to be debating that against the ideology that you adhere to. Yes.
All right, that's what I want to hear.
Man, yo, just because
it took you like an hour just to tell me that, bro.
But through the debate, and you kept saying, "Oh, you're not answering me," because you were running like Vega does with the no. You don't want to give a date. Tomorrow's the date. We'll do it tomorrow.
Angel, when have you ever seen me run on this platform?
No, you ran a couple of times when you've been asked to show
from you.
No, from the Torah. I'm not the Torah, bro. So when you
I've never ran from you. I've never ran from Martin. I've never ran from Sergio.
Understand. See, like right now, you can't show the John 3:16 narrative in Yahweh's Torah, his law, statutes, and commandments. You're not going to show some Yahweh. You're not going to show that narrative,
the New
right?
Testament, where it talks about in the book of Revelation, lamb was slain. A lamb was slain. In your Torah, you cannot show me anywhere else where a lamb was slain for the sins of Israel.
You forgot about 2nd Ezra chapter 15 verse 10.
Brother, Isaiah 53 talks about he. Who is the he? And in the Hebrew, brother,
Jeremiah 50. You read the Hebrew and Jeremiah 50.
Your argument, because in the Hebrew, it does
read in Hebrew Jeremiah 50:17. Can you read Jeremiah 50:17 in Hebrew, please? Jeremiah 50:17. Hey, Jeremiah 50:17 in Hebrew, please.
Does not say is Israel. It does not say that.
Can we read Jeremiah 50:17, please, in Hebrew? Can you read it, please? I just want to hear you read it in Hebrew because, I'm just gonna laugh as soon as you read it. I don't know how many people understand Hebrew in the audience, but can you please read Jeremiah 57 in Hebrew?
Problem, Angel. I asked you a question about
No,
one
and you
verse.
got answered Jeremiah 50:17
I asked
Hebrew.
Isaiah
You said,
53
"Yo, what
verse
does
6.
it say in Hebrew?"
Read it
You
in the
asked, "Where does
Hebrew.
it say it in Hebrew?" So Jeremiah 50:17. Can you read
Angel,
Jeremiah
Angel,
50:17
this
in
was your
Hebrew?
claim. Your
Listen,
claim
you
was
ask
that
questions. If you get answered with the
in
Torah,
Isaiah
you don't like
53
it.
6 is
You
talking about,
answer
Israel.
Torah.
Nowhere does it say that in Isaiah 53 6 in Hebrew. It says Israel. Nowhere.
Yeah,
It does
Jeremiah
not say that.
50:17. Can you read Jeremiah 50:17 in Hebrew, please?
Dude, you just, my God, this guy.
Yeah, yeah. Can you please read it, man? You know what I mean? You know how to read it, man. Can you read Jeremiah 50:17 in Hebrew?
Said you ran to
Can you just I talk all low like you just did. I talk real out of
Isaiah 53 6.
energy like you just did. Real out of air like you just did. Can you please read Jeremiah
How's that out of error?
50:17 in Hebrew? Or
How's
do you
that out of error?
do you want can you read it in Arabic? Read it in Arabic. There's no difference. It's gonna have the same fucking wording. Read it in Arabic. The fuck is wrong with you? Fucking it's Semitic. Read it. Go ahead. Go ahead. We're reading.
So
Jeremiah 50:17.
For everyone watching, he conceded because he cannot prove to me.
Yes, you understand. Jeremiah 50:17 with the thank you.
In Hebrew does not say he is Israel.
Thank you.
Does not say it.
Thank you. You debating tomorrow.
This
Appreciate
is why you have to run to Jeremiah.
No. Let's say Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53. That's it. We're in Isaiah 53. You and me, Yahweh blessing tomorrow. That's it. And you're gonna read Arabic, and I'll read Hebrew, and we'll
I
both.
don't read Arabic. I'm not Muslim. What are you
But
talking
you
about?
said you read Arabic.
What does that to do with being Muslim? Reading Arabic?
You just said I'm not Muslim. I said you read Arabic, or I'm not Muslim. And what does Arabic and Muslim have to do with anything? When you fucking having a retarded conversation with yourself?
Angel, this is why
God's having a retarded conversation with himself.
Don't know how to debate, bro.
I understand. So,
irrelevant to everything else.
Jeremiah 57. I'm going to read it in Hebrew, okay?
No sense.
Yeah, Jeremiah
Stick to the premise.
17. I'm going to read it in Hebrew, okay? Since you imagine you know what you're talking about. Shah. Okay. What does that mean? Can you help us? What does that mean? No help there.
This
Nothing.
This guy is a problem.
Bazawa ra. Any help there? You might recognize this word, maybe. Yashara al. That sounds like Israel. Okay.
Your pronunciation is terrible.
What? Wait a minute. Arayawak. What does that mean? What does that mean? Adayakau.
Angel.
Whoa. What?
Isaiah. Angel.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me?
Do me a favor and go study. Go study how Israel can be given for sin for Israel. Isaiah 53 talks about Israel being given for sin.
In Hebrew, the nation of Israel is called him.
Go show me how Israel can be given
is called him in Jeremiah 57 in Hebrew. Holy shit. I didn't know that the nation of Israel is called him in Jeremiah 50:17. Did you know that? Yo, Jesus lover, did you know that? Did you know him? The nation of Israel is him in Jeremiah 50:17.
Show me how Israel can be given for Israel's sin.
Yo,
show me where Israel can be given for Israel's sin. Show it to me.
Did you know that? Show
me where Israel can be given for Israel's sin in the Torah, in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Show it to me. Where was Israel ever given for Israel's sin?
Just waiting until you're done speaking.
Where was Israel given for Israel's sin? Show it to me.
Very simple. We're going to read 2 Ezra 15:10 again.
Torah, where God ever says, "I give Israel for Israel's sin."
Yeah. 2 Ezra 15:10. Behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter. A flock to the slaughter.
Brother,
I will not suffer them to dwell in the land of Egypt. Right?
Did you hear my question? In Isaiah 53, it says that Israel was given because you say he is Israel. Cool. I'll play that hand with you. It says he was given for the sin of Israel. Show me how Israel can be given to Israel for the sin of Israel. Show it to me.
But you just read it and heard it. 2 Ezra 15:10. Oh, you didn't like that one? Psalm 44.
What does that have to do with the question I just asked? Where does it say Israel was given to Israel Where does it say Israel was given to Israel for the remission of sins for
Because when you read that in Hebrew, behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter, right? So the people is
Where is the sin? Where is the sin factor?
Excuse me, you don't need to. Can you stop speaking
Where
over
is the
people?
sin?
Mute out, mute out, mute out. Honestly, your dialoguing is pathetic.
Just
So,
say you can see you don't know. It's that
so
simple.
very simple. In 2nd Ezra 15:10, which we just read, that the people of Israel is led as a flock to the slaughter. A flock of what? A flock of birds? A flock of what? All right, so that's what you have to look into, right?
Got you.
And then, excuse me, I apologize. And then we go to Psalm 40. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I apologize. I apologize.
In Isaiah 53, it says he was led as a lamb to the slaughterhouse. It says he. In that verse you read in Ezra, it says Israel was led as slaughterhouse. It does not say he. So stop.
Yes. In Jeremiah 50:17, read that in Hebrew for us, please.
In the Hebrew, it does not say he is Israel.
Well, in English, it says him. And in Hebrew, it says him, nation of Israel. Just so you understand, in Jeremiah 50:17, the nation of Israel is called him. In Jeremiah 50:17,
brother, he and him. Brother, he and I know you went to high school. He and him. Two different things.
So, very simple. We're going to read Psalms 44:22. And in Psalms 44:22, it also reads as, we're going to read it right here. Is it not so that God can examine this, for he knows the secrets of the mind? Because for your sake, verse 23, for your sake we are killed all the time. We are considered as sheep, for slaughter, It depends on the version of the Torah. It's either Psalms 44:22 or Psalms 44:23. So right now we just read two of about 24 or 36 of Torah scriptures calling the nation of Israel a flock of sheep slaughter. So since you didn't know any of this, can you please be ready for tomorrow's debate anytime?
Angel, I asked you a question. Like
and I know. We've been
Angel, you said with your own mouth that Israel is called he. In Isaiah 53:6, in the Hebrew Torah, it does not say that. It does not say he was Israel. So stop it.
Jeremiah 57.
This whole time, and you cannot prove that point. So cool.
Yes. Jeremiah 50:17 proves it. I don't prove anything. The Torah proves the nation of Israel is called him.
The Torah proves you're wrong too. The Torah proves you're wrong.
Where does the
Torah proves you're wrong?
Where
the Torah proves you're wrong, brother.
Please show me book, chapter, and verse. I don't mind learning.
I've already showed you book.
No, you didn't show anything. You keep saying you're not listening. You keep saying you're not listening. That's not reading. We're not reading the book, chapter, and verse. When you're saying Jesus love you, you're not listening to me.
Martin read the entire book of Isaiah 53, and you were here. So stop. He read the entire thing. I'm not gonna do it for you again. You can hear. He read the entire thing.
Okay, so we're doing the debate. So what is your premise of Isaiah 53?
Brother.
What is your premise?
I laid this into you for the 50th time.
What premise is your debate for tomorrow? My premise is Isaiah 52 verses 13 through Isaiah 53 verse 12 is about Yahweh's servant.
Brother, you already lost the debate. It does not say servant. You said you told what? Hold on. This is my premise. This is my premise. And you said that he is Israel. Nowhere does it say that in Isaiah 53. It does not say servant anywhere, not even in the Hebrew. So stop.
This is good, bro. All right, so you have blessings. What time are you ready tomorrow?
Brother, I'm available anytime.
All right. Don't run.
Brother, stop saying don't run.
All right.
I've never ran from any of you. Not you, not Sergio, not Martin.
We're waiting on you to present your premise tomorrow.
If anything, Martin and Sergio probably ran from the brothers on the podcast multiple times. Stop, including yourself.
We're waiting on you to present who you're imagining is from Isaiah 53 with only the Isaiah 53. You and I got to stay in Isaiah 53.
I'm not doing this with you, brother. You
are doing it tomorrow. Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53. I apologize. You don't know proper grammar and you don't know proper. So you have to do the debate. You're standing up to the Torah and you're saying that the Torah is wrong. You're saying the Torah is wrong. So we have to make sure you understand you're wrong.
No,
right?
I never said the Torah is wrong. I'm saying you are wrong.
No, I'm standing on Second Ezra 15:10. I'm standing on Jeremiah 50:17. I'm standing on those two right there. Right there. I'll do those two
We're going
right
nowhere, brother.
right there. I'm standing on those two. What two Torah verses are you standing on?
Angel, we're going nowhere, brother.
No. I understand you're getting nowhere. I understand you're getting nowhere. What two Torah verses are you standing on? Because in those two,
so I'm not going back and forth.
you can't stand on anything. We in the Torah. You
I've
can't stand on anything in the Torah.
Times. If you won't take it, that's your business, brother.
Yeah, I understand. Just you do it tomorrow regardless.
Study Isaiah 53.
No, you're gonna
and study it does not say Israel is here. I'm done with it.
No, tomorrow you're gonna defend the Matthew to Revelation book regardless. Tomorrow, bro. Don't think that you're not gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You're gonna defend the Matthew to Revelation book. You are. You're not gonna go, oh, maybe, no, and I'm not. You're gonna defend the Matthew to Revelation book against Yahweh's Torah. You are.
Angel.
Simple.
Angel.
It's very simple.
Don't deserve my debate,
like,
Angel.
no,
Angel,
that I don't. I don't.
You did not answer any questions I gave to you.
Yes.
Claim that Isaiah 53 was talking about Israel. And Martin read the entire Isaiah 53. Nowhere does it said Israel is the he. So stop.
Yes, understood. So
you don't deserve a debate by me. You don't know how to
the Torah. We understand. You want to correct the Torah. You want to correct Jeremiah 50:17, and you want to correct Isaiah 45. You want to correct Psalm 44. The debate. You're going to correct the Torah tomorrow. You're going to correct the Torah.
Never corrected the Torah. I'm correcting you, the reader.
Yeah.
Not the Torah.
I'm reading right here, Jeremiah 57. Him. Can you read Jeremiah 50:17? It says the nation of Israel. Him. It says that right there.
Angel, I'm not giving you any more time. I've given you 2 hours of my life.
I appreciate you for embarrassing yourself.
I'm not giving you any of my time.
Thank you for being embarrassed. Thank you for embarrassing yourself. Jeremiah 50:17. Thank you. Jeremiah 50:17, people.
Any of my time. You're being cooked officially.
Psalms 44:22. Thank you. Very simple. The nation of Israel is called there, and they're counted as sheep, and they're counted as him, and they're counted as a flock. Wow. Look at that. Nation of Israel, who's called Yahweh's servant, and they're called as sheep. Wow. Isn't that crazy? The nation of Israel, who's called Yahweh's servant. It's crazy how they're called the sheep. That's a slaughter in the Torah. Look at that. How crazy. It's in the Torah being called. Oh, wow. Isn't that ridiculously crazy? So tomorrow, just please, since you're available anytime, what is your my Facebook name is Angel Kindred. All right. Angel Kindred is my Facebook name. You know, I have obviously the Torah up, that she scrolls up and stuff like that is my profile. So please send me a friend request. I will immediately accept it. I'm not going to sleep for a little bit, but please make sure you send that friend request so we can get this debate of the Matthew to Revelation book that you stand on against Yahweh's Torah tomorrow. And, I appreciate you taking this time, man, because honestly, there's not too many people who would just stand there and give their opinions like you did for a couple hours. And then now that their opinions are being put to the Torah, they normally back out, but you're doing it, so I appreciate you. Right.
All right, Angel. I'm gonna hit you later, bro.
All right, Angel Kindred, please send it right now. All right, so there's no delay.
All right, bro.
Bless you. Shalom.
Yo, Sean, I think it's raps, bro. I don't think anybody else is on here. I wasted 4 hours of my life arguing Angel, bro. So I think that's it.